Men Like Gods, a novel by H.G. Wells. To Florence Lamont, in whose home at Inglewood this story was christened. Book the First, The Eruption of the Earthlings. Men Like Gods, Chapter the First. Mr. Barnstable Takes a Holiday. Mr. Barnstable found himself in urgent need of a holiday, and he had no one to go with and nowhere to go. He was overworked, and he was tired of home. He was a man of strong natural affections. He loved his family extremely, so that he knew it by heart, and when he was in these jaded moods, it bored him acutely. His 3 sons, who were all growing up, seemed to get leggier and larger every day. They sat down in the chairs he was just going to sit down in. They played him off his own pianola. They filled the house with hoarse, vast laughter at jokes that one couldn't demand to be told. They cut in on the elderly harmless flirtations that had hitherto been one of his chief consolations in this vale. They beat him at tennis. They fought playfully on the landings, and fell downstairs by 2s and 3s with an enormous racket. Their hats were everywhere. They were late for breakfast. They went to bed every night in a storm of uproar. Ha, 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 bump! And their mothers seemed to like it. They all cost money, with a cheerful disregard of the fact that everything had gone up except Mr. Barnstable's earning power. And when he said a few plain truths about Mr. Lloyd George at mealtimes, or made the slightest attempt to raise the tone of the table talk above the level of the silliest persiflage, their attention wandered ostentatiously. At any rate, it seemed ostentatiously. He wanted badly to get away from his family to some place where he could think of its various members with quiet pride and affection, and otherwise not be disturbed by them. And also he wanted to get away for a time from Mr. Peeve. The very streets were becoming a torment to him. He wanted never to see a newspaper or a newspaper placard again. He was obsessed by apprehensions of some sort of financial and economic smash that would make the Great War seem a mere incidental catastrophe. This was because he was sub-editor and general factotum of the Liberal, that well-known organ of the more depressing aspects of advanced thought, and the unvarying pessimism of Mr. Peeve, his chief, was infecting him more and more. Formerly it had been possible to put up a sort of resistance to Mr. Peeve by joking furtively about his gloom with the other members of the staff, but now there were no other members of the staff. They had all been retrenched by Mr. Peeve in a mood of financial despondency. Practically now, nobody wrote regularly for the Liberal except Mr. Barnstable and Mr. Peeve. So Mr. Peeve had it all his own way with Mr. Barnstable. He would sit hunched up in the editorial chair with his hands deep in his trouser pockets, taking a gloomy view of everything, sometimes for 2 hours together. Mr. Barnstable's natural tendency was towards a modest hopefulness and a belief in progress, but Mr. Peeve held very strongly that a belief in progress was at least 6 years out of date, and that the brightest hope that remained to liberalism was for a good day of judgment soon. And having finished the copy of what the staff, when there was a staff, used to call his weekly indigest, Mr. Peeve would depart and leave Mr. Barnstable to get the rest of the paper together for the next week. Even in ordinary times, Mr. Peeve would have been hard enough to live with. But the times were not ordinary. They were full of disagreeable occurrences that made his melancholy anticipations all too plausible. The great coal lockout had been going on for a month and seemed to foreshadow the commercial ruin of England. Every morning brought intelligence of fresh outrages from Ireland, unforgivable and unforgettable outrages. A prolonged drought threatened the harvests of the world. The League of Nations, of which Mr. Barnstable had hoped enormous things in the great days of President Wilson, was a melancholy and self-satisfied futility. Everywhere there was conflict, everywhere unreason. 7/8 of the world seemed to be sinking down towards chronic disorder and social dissolution. Even without Mr. Peeve, it would have been difficult enough to have made headway against the facts. Mr. Barnstable was, indeed, ceasing to secrete hope, and for such types as he, hope is the essential solvent without which there is no digesting life. His hope had always been in liberalism and generous liberal effort, but he was beginning to think that liberalism would never do anything more forever than sit hunched up with its hands in its pockets, grumbling and peeving at the activities of baser but more energetic men, whose scrambling activities would inevitably wreck the world. Night and day now, Mr. Barnstable was worrying about the world at large. By night even more than by day, for sleep was leaving him, and he was haunted by a dreadful craving to bring out a number of the Liberal of his very own, to alter it all after Mr. Peeve had gone away, to cut out all the dyspeptic stuff, the miserable, empty girding at this wrong and that, the gloating on cruel and unhappy things, the exaggeration of the simple, natural, human misdeeds of Mr. Lloyd George, the appeals to Lord Grey, Lord Robert Cecil, Lord Lansdowne, the Pope, Queen Anne, or the Emperor Frederick Barbarossa. It varied from week to week. To arise and give voice and form to the young aspirations of a world reborn, and, instead, to fill the number with Utopia. To say to the amazed readers of the Liberal, "Here are the things that have to be done. Here are the things we are going to do." What a blow it would be for Mr. Peeve at his Sunday breakfast. For once, too astonished to secrete abnormally, he might even digest that meal. But this was the most foolish of dreaming. There were the 3 young Barnstables at home and their need for a decent start in life to consider. And, beautiful as the thing was as a dream, Mr. Barnstable had a very unpleasant conviction that he was not really clever enough to pull such a thing off. He would make a mess of it somehow. One might jump from the frying pan into the fire. The Liberal was a dreary, discouraging, ungenerous paper, but anyhow it was not a base and wicked paper. Still, if there was to be no such disastrous outbreak, it was imperative that Mr. Barnstable should rest from Mr. Peeve for a time. Once or twice already he had contradicted him. A row might occur any time. And the first step towards resting from Mr. Peeve was evidently to see a doctor. So Mr. Barnstable went to a doctor. "My nerves are getting out of control," said Mr. Barnstable. "I feel horribly neurasthenic." "You are suffering from neurasthenia," said the doctor. "I dread my daily work." "You want a holiday?" "You think I need a change?" "As complete a change as you can manage." "Can you recommend any place where I could go?" "Where do you want to go?" "Nowhere definite. I thought you could recommend—" "Let some place attract you, and go there. Do nothing to force your inclinations at the present time." Mr. Barnstable paid the doctor the sum of 1 guinea, and, armed with these instructions, prepared to break the news of his illness and his necessary absence to Mr. Peeve whenever the occasion seemed ripe for doing so. For a time, this prospective holiday was merely a fresh addition to Mr. Barnstable's already excessive burthen of worries. To decide to get away was to find oneself face to face at once with 3 apparently insurmountable problems. How to get away? Whither? And since Mr. Barnstable was one of those people who tire very quickly of their own company, with whom? A sharp gleam of furtive scheming crept into the candid misery that had recently become Mr. Barnstable's habitual expression. But then, no one took much notice of Mr. Barnstable's expressions. One thing was very clear in his mind. Not a word of this holiday must be breathed at home. If once Mrs. Barnstable got wind of it, he knew exactly what would happen. She would, with an air of competent devotion, take charge of the entire business. "You must have a good holiday," she would say. She would select some rather distant and expensive resort in Cornwall or Scotland or Brittany. She would buy a lot of outfit. She would have afterthoughts to swell the luggage with inconvenient parcels at the last moment. And she would bring the boys. Probably she would arrange for 1 or 2 groups of acquaintances to come to the same place to liven things up. If they did, they were certain to bring the worst sides of their natures with them and to develop into the most indefatigable of bores. There would be no conversation. There would be much unreal laughter. There would be endless games. No! But how was a man to go away for a holiday without his wife getting wind of it? Somehow a bag must be packed and smuggled out of the house. The most hopeful thing about Mr. Barnstable's position, from Mr. Barnstable's point of view, was that he owned a small automobile of his very own. It was natural that this car should play a large part in his secret plannings. It seemed to offer the easiest means of getting away. It converted the possible answer to whither from a fixed, indefinite place into what mathematicians call, I believe, a locus. And there was something so companionable about the little beast that it did to a slight but quite perceptible extent answer the question, with whom? It was a 2-seater. It was known in the family as the footbath, Coleman's mustard, and the yellow peril. As these names suggest, it was a low, open car of clear yellow color. Mr. Barnstable used it to come up to the office from Sydenham because it did 33 miles to the gallon and was ever so much cheaper than a season ticket. It stood up in the court under the office window during the day. At Sydenham it lived in a shed of which Mr. Barnstable carried the only key. So far he had managed to prevent the boys from either driving it or taking it to pieces. At times Mrs. Barnstable made him drive her about Sydenham for her shopping, but she did not really like the little car, because it exposed her to the elements too much and made her dusty and disheveled. Both by reason of all that it made possible, and by reason of all that it debarred, the little car was clearly indicated as the medium for the needed holiday. And Mr. Barnstable really liked driving it. He drove very badly, but he drove very carefully, and though it sometimes stopped and refused to proceed, it did not do, or at any rate it had not so far done, as most other things did in Mr. Barnstable's life, which was to go due east when he turned the steering wheel west, so that it gave him an agreeable sense of mastery. In the end, Mr. Barnstable made his decisions with great rapidity. Opportunity suddenly opened in front of him. Thursday was his day at the printer's, and he came home on Thursday evening feeling horribly jaded. The weather kept obstinately hot and dry. It made it none the less distressing that this drought presaged famine and misery for half the world. And London was in full season, smart and grinning. If anything, it was a sillier year than 1913, the great tango year, which, in the light of subsequent events, Mr. Barnstable had hitherto regarded as the silliest year in the world's history. The Star had the usual batch of bad news along the margin of the sporting and fashionable intelligence that got the displayed space. Fighting was going on between the Russians and Poles, and also in Ireland, Asia Minor, the India frontier, and eastern Siberia. There had been 3 new horrible murders. The miners were still out, and a big engineering strike was threatened. There had been only standing room in the down train, and it had started 20 minutes late. He found a note from his wife explaining that her cousins at Wimbledon had telegraphed that there was an unexpected chance of seeing the tennis there with Mademoiselle Lenglen and all the rest of the champions, and that she had gone over with the boys and would not be back until late. It would do their game no end of good, she said, to see some really first-class tennis, and it was the servants' social that night. Would he mind being left alone in the house for once? The servants would put him out some cold supper before they went. Mr. Barnstable read this note with resignation. While he ate his supper, he ran his eye over a pamphlet a Chinese friend had sent him to show how the Japanese were deliberately breaking up what was left of the civilization and education of China. It was only as he was sitting and smoking a pipe in his little back garden after supper that he realized all that being left alone in the house meant for him. Then suddenly he became very active. He rang up Mr. Peeve, told him of the doctor's verdict, explained that the affairs of the Liberal were just then in a particularly leavable state, and got his holiday. Then he went to his bedroom and packed up a hasty selection of things to take with him in an old Gladstone bag that was not likely to be immediately missed, and put this in the dicky of his car, after which he spent some time upon a letter which he addressed to his wife and put away very carefully in his breast pocket. Then he locked up the car shed and composed himself in a deck chair in the garden with his pipe and a nice thoughtful book on the bankruptcy of Europe, so as to look and feel as innocent as possible before his family came home. When his wife returned, he told her casually that he believed he was suffering from neurasthenia, and that he had arranged to run up to London on the morrow and consult a doctor in the matter. Mrs. Barnstable wanted to choose him a doctor, but he got out of that by saying that he had to consider Peeve in the matter, and that Peeve was very strongly set on the man he had already in fact consulted. And when Mrs. Barnstable said that she believed they all wanted a good holiday, he just grunted in a non-committal manner. In this way, Mr. Barnstable was able to get right away from his house with all the necessary luggage for some week's holiday without arousing any insurmountable opposition. He started next morning Londonward. The traffic on the way was gay and plentiful, but by no means troublesome, and the Yellow Peril was running so sweetly that she might almost have been named the Golden Hope. In Camberwell he turned into the Camberwell New Road and made his way to the post office at the top of Vauxhall Bridge Road. There he drew up. He was scared but elated by what he was doing. He went into the post office and sent his wife a telegram. Dr. Pagan, he wrote, says solitude and rest urgently needed, so am going off Lake District, recuperate, have got bag and things, expecting this letter follows. Then he came outside and fumbled in his pocket and produced and posted the letter he had written so carefully overnight. It was deliberately scrawled to suggest neurasthenia at an acute phase. Dr. Pagan, it explained, had ordered an immediate holiday and suggested that Mr. Barnstable should wander north. It would be better to cut off all letters for a few days or even a week or so. He would not trouble to write unless something went wrong. No news would be good news. Rest assured, all would be well. As soon as he had a certain address for letters, he would wire it, but only very urgent things were to be sent on. After this, he resumed his seat in his car with such a sense of freedom as he had never felt since his first holidays from his first school. He made for the Great North Road, but at the traffic jam at Hyde Park Corner, he allowed the policeman to turn him down towards Knightsbridge, and afterwards at the corner where the Bath Road forks away from the Oxford Road, an obstructive van put him into the former. But it did not matter very much. Any way led to elsewhere, and he could work northward later. The day was one of those days of gay sunshine that were characteristic of the great drought of 1921. It was not in the least sultry. Indeed, there was a freshness about it that blended with Mr. Barnstable's mood to convince him that there were quite agreeable adventures before him. Hope had already returned to him. He knew he was on the way out of things, though, as yet, he had not the slightest suspicion how completely out of things the way was going to take him. It would be quite a little adventure presently to stop at an inn and get some lunch, and if he felt lonely as he went on, he would give somebody a lift and talk. It would be quite easy to give people lifts because so long as his back was generally towards Sydenham and the Liberal office, it did not matter at all now in which direction he went. A little way out of Slough, he was passed by an enormous grey touring car. It made him start and swerve. It came up alongside him without a sound, and though, according to his only very slightly inaccurate speedometer, he was doing a good 27 miles an hour, it had passed him in a moment. Its occupants, he noted, were 3 gentlemen and a lady. They were all sitting up and looking backward as though they were interested in something that was following them. They went by too quickly for him to note more than that the lady was radiantly lovely in an immediate and indisputable way, and the gentleman nearest to him had a peculiarly elfin yet elderly face. Before he could recover from the eclat of this passage, a car with the voice of a prehistoric saurian warned him that he was again being overtaken. This was how Mr. Barnstable liked being passed, by negotiation. He slowed down, abandoned any claim to the crown of the road, and made encouraging gestures with his hand. A large, smooth, swift limousine availed itself of his permission to use the 30-odd feet or so of road to the right of him. It was carrying a fair load of luggage, but except for a young gentleman with an eyeglass who was sitting beside the driver, he saw nothing of its passengers. It swept round a corner ahead in the wake of the touring car. Now even a mechanical footbath does not like being passed in this lordly fashion on a bright morning on the open road. Mr. Barnstable's accelerator went down, and he came round that corner a good 10 miles per hour faster than his usual cautious practice. He found the road quite clear ahead of him. Indeed, he found the road much too clear ahead of him. It stretched straight in front of him for perhaps a third of a mile. On the left were a low, well-trimmed hedge, scattered trees, level fields, some small cottages lying back, remote poplars, and a distant view of Windsor Castle. On the right were level fields, a small inn, and a background of low wooded hills. A conspicuous feature in this tranquil landscape was the board advertisement of a riverside motel at Maidenhead. Before him was a sort of heat flicker in the air, and 2 or 3 little dust whirls spinning along the road. And there was not a sign of the grey touring car, and not a sign of the limousine. It took Mr. Barnstable the better part of 2 seconds to realize the full astonishment of this fact. Neither to the right nor left was there any possible side road down which either car could have vanished. And if they had already got round the further bend, then they must be travelling at the rate of 200 or 300 miles per hour. It was Mr. Barnstable's excellent custom, whenever he was in doubt, to slow down. He slowed down now. He went on at a pace of perhaps 15 miles an hour, staring open-mouthed about the empty landscape for some clue to this mysterious disappearance. Curiously enough, he had no feeling that he himself was in any sort of danger. Then his car seemed to strike something and skidded. It skidded round so violently that for a moment or so Mr. Barnstable lost his head. He could not remember what ought to be done when a car skids. He recalled something vaguely about steering in the direction in which the car is skidding, but he could not make out in the excitement of the moment in what direction the car was skidding. Afterwards, He remembered that at this point he heard a sound. It was exactly the same sound, coming as the climax of an accumulating pressure, sharp like the snapping of a lute string, which one hears at the end, or beginning, of insensibility under anesthetics. He had seemed to twist round towards the hedge on the right, but now he found the road ahead of him again. He touched his accelerator and then slowed down and stopped. He stopped in the profoundest astonishment. This was an entirely different road from the one he had been upon half a minute before. The hedges had changed, the trees had altered, Windsor Castle had vanished, and, a small compensation, the big limousine was in sight again. It was standing by the roadside about 200 yards away. End of Chapter 1. Chapter the 2nd. The Wonderful Road. For a time, Mr. Barnstable's attention was very unequally divided between the limousine, whose passengers were now descending, and the scenery about him. This latter was indeed so strange and beautiful that it was only as people who must be sharing his admiration and amazement, and who therefore might conceivably help to elucidate and relieve his growing and quite overwhelming perplexity, that the little group ahead presently arose to any importance in his consciousness. The road itself, instead of being packed together pebbles and dirt smeared with tar with a surface of grit, dust, and animal excrement of a normal English highroad, was apparently made of glass, clear in places as still water, and in places milky or opalescent, shot with streaks of soft color or glittering richly with clouds of embedded golden flakes. It was perhaps 12 or 15 yards wide. On either side was a band of greensward of a finer grass than Mr. Barnstable had ever seen before, and he was an expert and observant mower of lawns. And beyond this, a wide border of flowers, where Mr. Barnstable sat agape in his car, and perhaps for 30 yards in either direction, this border was a mass of some unfamiliar blossom of forget-me-not blue. Then the color was broken by an increasing number of tall, pure white spikes that finally ousted the blue altogether from the bed. On the opposite side of the way, these same spikes were mingled with masses of plants bearing seed pods equally strange to Mr. Barnstable, which varied through a series of blues and mauves and purples to an intense crimson. Beyond this glorious colored foam of flowers spread flat meadows on which creamy cattle were grazing. Three close at hand, a little startled perhaps by Mr. Barnstable's sudden apparition, chewed the cud and regarded him with benevolently speculative eyes. They had long horns and dewlaps like the cattle of South Europe and India. From these benign creatures, Mr. Barnstable's eyes went to a long line of flame-shaped trees, to a colonnade of white and gold, and to a background of snow-clad mountains. A few tall white clouds were sailing across a sky of dazzling blue. The air impressed Mr. Barnstable as being astonishingly clear and sweet. Except for the cows and a little group of people standing by the limousine, Mr. Barnstable could see no other living creature. The motorists were standing still and staring about them. A sound of querulous voices came to him. A sharp crepitation at his back turned Mr. Barnstable's attention round. By the side of the road, in the direction from which conceivably he had come, were the ruins of what appeared to be a very recently demolished stone house. Beside it were two large apple trees, freshly twisted and riven, as if by some explosion, and out of the center of it came a column of smoke, and this sound of things catching fire. And the contorted lines of these shattered apple trees helped Mr. Barnstable to realize that some of the flowers by the wayside near at hand were also bent down to one side, as if by the passage of a recent violent gust of wind. Yet he had heard no explosion, nor felt any wind. He stared for a time and then turned as if for an explanation to the limousine. Three of these people were now coming along the road towards him, led by a tall, slender, gray-headed gentleman in a felt hat and a long motoring dust coat. He had a small upturned face with a little nose that scarce sufficed for the springs of his gilt glasses. Mr. Barnstable restarted his engine and drove slowly to meet them. As soon as he judged himself within hearing distance, he stopped and put his head over the side of the yellow peril with a question. At the same moment, the tall, gray-headed gentleman asked practically the same question. "Can you tell me at all, sir, where we are?" 5 minutes ago," said Mr. Barnstable, "I should have said we were at the Maidenhead Road, near Slough." "Exactly," said the tall gentleman in earnest, argumentative tones. "Exactly, and I maintain that there is not the slightest reason for supposing that we are not still on the Maidenhead Road." The challenge of the dialectician rang in his voice. "It doesn't look like the Maidenhead Road," said Mr. Barnstable. "Agreed. But are we to judge by appearances, or are we to judge by the direct continuity of our experience? The Maidenhead Road led to this, was in continuity with this, and therefore I hold that this is the Maidenhead Road." "Those mountains?" considered Mr. Barnstable. "Windsor Castle ought to be there," said the tall gentleman brightly, as if he gave a point in a gambit. "Was there 5 minutes ago," said Mr. Barnstable. "Then obviously those mountains are some sort of a camouflage," said the tall gentleman triumphantly. "And the whole of this business is, as they say nowadays, a put-up thing." "It seems to be remarkably well put up," said Mr. Barnstable. Came a pause during which Mr. Barnstable surveyed the tall gentleman's companions. The tall gentleman he knew perfectly well. He had seen him a score of times at public meetings and public dinners. He was Mr. Cecil Burleigh, the great conservative leader. He was not only distinguished as a politician, he was eminent as a private gentleman, a philosopher, and a man of universal intelligence. Behind him stood a short, thick-set, middle-aged young man, unknown to Mr. Barnstable, the natural hostility of whose appearance was greatly enhanced by an eyeglass. The third member of the little group was also a familiar form, but for a time Mr. Barnstable could not place him. He had a clean-shaven, round, plump face and a well-nourished person, and his costume suggested either a high church clergyman or a prosperous Roman Catholic priest. The young man with the eyeglass now spoke in a kind of impotent falsetto. "I came down to Taplow Court by road not a month ago, and there was certainly nothing of this sort on the way then." "I admit there are difficulties," said Mr. Burleigh with gusto. "I admit there are considerable difficulties. Still, I venture to think my main proposition holds." "You don't think this is the Maidenhead Road?" said the gentleman with the eyeglass flatly to Mr. Barnstable. "It seems too perfect for a put-up thing," said Mr. Barnstable with a mild obstinacy. "But, my dear sir," protested Mr. Burleigh, "this road is notorious for nursery seedsmen, and sometimes they arrange the most astonishing displays, as an advertisement." "Then why don't we go straight on to Taplow Court now?" asked the gentleman with the eyeglass. "Because," said Mr. Burleigh, with a touch of asperity natural when one has to insist on a fact already clearly known and obstinately overlooked, "Rupert insists that we are in some other world, and won't go on. That is why. He has always had too much imagination. He thinks that things that don't exist can exist. And now he imagines himself in some sort of scientific romance and out of our world altogether, in another dimension. I sometimes think it would have been better for all of us if Rupert had taken to writing romances instead of living them. If you, as his secretary, think that you will be able to get him on to Taplow in time for lunch with the Windsor people—" Mr. Burleigh indicated by a gesture ideas for which he found words inadequate. Mr. Barnstable had already noted a slow-moving, intent, sandy-complexioned figure in a grey top-hat with a black band that the caricaturists had made familiar, exploring the flowery tangle beside the limousine. This, then, must be no less well-known a person than Rupert Catskill, the Secretary of State for War. For once, Mr. Barnstable found himself in entire agreement with this all-too-adventurous politician. This was another world. Mr. Barnstable got out of his car and addressed himself to Mr. Burleigh. "I think we may get a lot of light upon just where we are, sir, if we explore this building which is burning here close at hand. I thought just now that I saw a figure lying on the slope close behind it. If we could catch one of the hoaxers—" He left his sentence unfinished because he did not believe for a moment that they were being hoaxed. Mr. Burleigh had fallen very much in his opinion in the last 5 minutes. All four men turned their faces to the smoking ruin. "It's a very extraordinary thing that there isn't a soul in sight," remarked the eyeglass gentleman, searching the horizon. "Well, I see no harm whatever in finding out what is burning," said Mr. Burleigh, and led the way, holding up an intelligent, anticipatory face towards the wrecked house between the broken trees. But before he had gone a dozen paces, the attention of the little group was recalled to the limousine by a loud scream of terror from the lady who had remained seated therein. "Really, this is too much!" cried Mr. Burleigh, with a note of genuine exasperation. "There must surely be police regulations to prevent this kind of thing." "It's out of some travelling menagerie," said the gentleman with the eyeglass. "What ought we to do?" "It looks tame," said Mr. Barnstable, but without any impulse to put his theory to the test. "It might easily frighten people very seriously," said Mr. Burleigh, and lifting up a bland voice he shouted, "Don't be alarmed, Stella. It's probably quite tame and harmless. Don't irritate it with that sunshade. It might fly at you. Stella!" It was a big and beautifully marked leopard, which had come very softly out of the flowers and sat down like a great cat in the middle of the glass road at the side of the big car. It was blinking and moving its head from side to side rhythmically, with an expression of puzzled interest, as the lady, in accordance with the best traditions of such cases, opened and shut her parasol at it as rapidly as she could. The chauffeur had taken cover behind the car. Mr. Rupert Catskill stood staring, knee-deep in flowers, apparently only made aware of the creature's existence by the same scream that had attracted the attention of Mr. Burley and his companions. Mr. Catskill was the first to act, and his act showed his mettle. It was at once discreet and bold. "Stop flopping that sunshade, Lady Stella," he said. I will catch its eye." He made a detour around the car so as to come face to face with the animal. Then for a moment he stood, as it were displaying himself, a resolute little figure in a grey frock coat and a black banded top hat. He held out a cautious hand, not too suddenly for fear of startling the creature. "Pussy?" he said. The leopard, relieved by the cessation of Lady Stella's sunshade, regarded him with interest and curiosity. He drew closer. The leopard extended its muzzle and sniffed. "If it will only let me stroke it," said Mr. Catskill, and came within arm's length. The beast sniffed the extended hand with an expression of incredulity. Then, with a suddenness that sent Mr. Catskill back several paces, it sneezed. It sneezed again, much more violently, regarded Mr. Catskill reproachfully for a moment, and then leapt lightly over the flower bed and made off in the direction of the white and golden colonnade. The grazing cattle in the field, Mr. Barnstable noted, watched its passage without the slightest sign of dismay. Mr. Catskill remained in a slightly expanded state in the middle of the road. "No animal," he remarked, "can stand up to the steadfast gaze of the human eye. Not one. It is a riddle for your materialist. Shall we join Mr. Cecil, Lady Stella? He seemed to have found something to look at down there. The man in the yellow car may know where he is, He assisted the lady to get out of the car, and the two came on after Mr. Barnstable's party, which was now again approaching the burning house. The chauffeur, evidently not wishing to be left alone with the limousine in this world of incredible possibilities, followed as closely as respect permitted. End of Chapter 2. Chapter the 3rd. The Beautiful People. The fire in the little house did not seem to be making headway. The smoke that came from it was much less now than when Mr. Barnstable had first observed it. As they came close, they found a quantity of twisted bits of bright metal and fragments of broken glass among the shattered masonry. The suggestion of exploded scientific apparatus was very strong. Then, almost simultaneously, the entire party became aware of a body lying on the grassy slope behind the ruins. It was the body of a man in the prime of life, naked except for a couple of bracelets and a necklace and girdle, and blood was oozing from his mouth and nostrils. With a kind of awe, Mr. Barnstable knelt down beside this prostrate figure and felt its still heart. He had never seen so beautiful a face and body before. "Dead," he whispered. "Look!" cried the shrill voice of the man with the eyeglass. "Another!" He was pointing to something that was hidden from Mr. Barnstable by a piece of wall. Mr. Barnstable had to get up and climb over a heap of rubble before he could see this second find. It was a slender girl, clothed as little as the man. She had evidently been flung with enormous violence against the wall and killed instantaneously. Her face was quite undistorted, although her skull had been crushed in from behind. Her perfect mouth and green-gray eyes were a little open, and her expression was that of one who is still thinking out some difficult but interesting problem. She did not seem in the least bit dead, but merely disregardful. One hand still grasped a copper implement with a handle of glass. The other lay limp and prone. For some seconds nobody spoke. It was as if they all feared to interrupt the current of her thoughts. Then Mr. Barnstable heard the voice of the priestly gentleman speaking very softly behind him. "What a perfect form," he said. "I admit I was wrong," said Mr. Burley with deliberation. "I have been wrong. These are no earthly people, manifestly, and ergo we are not on earth. I cannot imagine what has happened, nor where we are. In the face of sufficient evidence, I have never hesitated to retract an opinion. This world we are in is not our world. It is something—" He paused. "It is something very wonderful indeed." "And the Windsor party," said Mr. Catskill without any apparent regret, "must have its lunch without us." "But then," said the clerical gentleman, "what world are we in, and how did we get here?"
"Ah, there," said Mr. Burley blandly. "You go altogether beyond my poor powers of guessing. We are here in some world that is singularly like our world and singularly unlike it. It must be in some way related to our world, or we could not be here. But how it can be related is, I confess, a hopeless mystery to me. Maybe we are in some other dimension of space than those we wot of. But my poor head whirls at the thought of these dimensions. I am amazed." "Einstein," injected the gentleman with the eyeglass, compactly and with evident self-satisfaction. "Exactly," said Mr. Burley. "Einstein might make it clear to us. Or dear old Haldane might undertake to explain it and fog us up with that adipose Hegelianism of his. But I am neither Haldane nor Einstein. Here we are in some world which is, for all practical purposes, including the purpose of our week-end engagements, nowhere. Or if you prefer the Greek of it, we are in Utopia. And as I do not see that there is any manifest way out of it again, I suppose the thing we have to do as rational creatures is to make the best of it, and watch our opportunities. It is certainly a very lovely world. The loveliness is even greater than the wonder. And there are human beings here, with minds. I judge from all this material lying about, it is a world in which experimental chemistry is pursued indeed to the bitter end, under almost idyllic conditions. Chemistry and nakedness. I feel bound to confess that whether we are to regard these two people who have apparently just blown themselves up here as Greek gods or as naked savages seems to me to be altogether a question of individual taste. I admit a bias for the Greek god and goddess, except it is a little difficult to think of two dead immortals," squeaked the gentleman of the eyeglass in the tone of one who scores a point. Mr. Burley was about to reply, and to judge from his ruffled expression his reply would have been of a disciplinary nature. But instead he exclaimed sharply and turned round to face two newcomers. The whole party had become aware of them at the same moment. Two stark Apollos stood over the ruin and were regarding our earthlings with an astonishment at least as great as that they created. One spoke, and Mr. Barnstable was astonished beyond measure to find understandable words reverberating in his mind. "Red gods," cried the Utopian. "What things are you, and how did you get into this world?" "English!" It would have been far less astounding if they had spoken Greek, but that they should speak any known language was a matter of incredulous amazement. Mr. Cecil Burley was the least disconcerted of the party. "Now," he said, "we may hope to learn something definite, face to face with rational and articulate creatures." He cleared his throat, grasped the lapels of his long dust-coat with two long, nervous hands, and assumed the duties of spokesman. "We are quite unable, gentlemen, to account for our presence here," he said. "We are as puzzled as you are. We have discovered ourselves suddenly in your world instead of our own." "You come from another world?" "Exactly. A quite different world in which we have all our natural and proper places. We were traveling in that world of ours in certain vehicles when suddenly we discovered ourselves here. Intruders, I admit, but I can assure you innocent and unpremeditated intruders." "You do not know how it is that Arden and Greenlake have failed in their experiment, and how it is that they are dead?" "If Arden and Greenlake are the names of these two beautiful young people here, we know nothing about them, except that we found them lying as you see them when we came from the road hither to find out, or, in fact, to inquire—" He cleared his throat and left his sentence with a floating end. The Utopian, if we may for convenience call him that, who had first spoken, looked now at his companion and seemed to question him mutely. Then he turned to the earthlings again. He spoke again. Those clear tones rang, not, so it seemed to Mr. Barnstable, in his ears, but within his head. "It will be well if you and your friends do not trample this wreckage. It will be well if you all return to the road. Come with me. My brother here will put an end to this burning and do what needs to be done to our brother and sister. And afterwards this place will be examined by those who understand the work that was going on here." "We must throw ourselves entirely upon your hospitality," said Mr. Burley. "We are entirely at your disposal. This encounter, let me repeat, was not of our seeking."
"Though we should certainly have sought it if we had known of its possibility," said Mr. Catskill, addressing the world at large and glancing at Mr. Barnstable as if for confirmation. "We find this world of yours most attractive."
"At the first encounter," the gentleman with the eyeglass endorsed, "a most attractive world."
As they returned through the thick-growing flowers to the road, in the wake of the Utopian and Mr. Burley, Mr. Barnstable found Lady Stella rustling up beside him. Her words, in this setting of pure wonder, filled him with amazement at their serene and invincible ordinariness.
"Haven't we met before somewhere, at lunch or something, Mr.
Was all this no more than a show? He stared at her blankly for a moment before supplying her with Barnstable.
"Mr. Barnstable?"
His mind came into line with hers.
"I've never had the pleasure, Lady Stella, though of course I know you. I know you very well from your photographs in the weekly illustrated papers. Did you hear what it was that Mr. Cecil was saying just now, about this being Utopia? He said we might call it Utopia. So like Mr. Cecil. But is it Utopia? Really Utopia? I've always longed so to be in Utopia,"
the lady went on without waiting for Mr. Barnstable's reply to her question.
"What splendid young men these two Utopians appear to be! They must, I am sure, belong to its aristocracy, in spite of their informal costume, or even because of it."
Mr. Barnstable had a happy thought.
"I have also recognized Mr. Burley and Mr. Rupert Catskill, Lady Stella, but I should be so glad if you would tell me who the young gentleman with the eyeglass is, and the clerical gentleman. They are close behind us."
Lady Stella imparted her information in a charmingly confidential undertone.
"The eyeglass," she murmured, "is, I am going to spell it, Fredddymush. Taste, good taste. He is awfully clever at finding out young poets and all that sort of literary thing, and he's Rupert's secretary. If there is a literary academy, they say he's certain to be in it. He's dreadfully critical and sarcastic. We were going to Taplow for a perfectly intellectual weekend, quite like the old times, so soon as the Windsor people had gone again, that is. Mr. Gosse was becoming, and Max Beerbohm, and everyone like that. But nowadays something always happens, always. The unexpected, almost excessively. The clerical caller."
She glanced back to judge whether she was within earshot of the gentleman under discussion.
"Is Father Emerton, who is so dreadfully outspoken about the sins of society and all that sort of thing. It's odd, but out of the pulpit he's inclined to be shy and quiet and a little awkward with the forks and spoons. Paradoxical, isn't it?"
"Of course," cried Mr. Barnstable.
"I remember him now. I knew his face, but I couldn't place it. Thank you so much, Lady Stella."
There was something very reassuring to Mr. Barnstable in the company of these famous and conspicuous people, and particularly in the company of Lady Stella. She was indeed heartening. She brought so much of the dear old world with her, and she was so manifestly prepared to subjugate this new world to its standards at the earliest possible opportunity. She fended off much of the wonder and beauty that had threatened to submerge Mr. Barnstable altogether. Meeting her and her company was in itself, for a man in his position, a minor but considerable adventure that helped to bridge the gulf of astonishment between the humdrum of his normal experiences and this all too bracing utopian air. It solidified it, if one may use the word in such a connection. It degraded the luminous splendor about him towards complete credibility, that it should also be seen and commented on by her and by Mr. Burley, and viewed through the appraising monocle of Mr. Freddie Mush. It brought it within range of the things that get into the newspapers. Mr. Barnstable, alone in Utopia, might have been so completely overawed as to have been mentally overthrown. This easy-mannered, brown-skinned divinity, who was now exchanging questions with Mr. Burley, was made mentally accessible by the great man's intervention. Yet it was with something very like a catching of the breath that Mr. Barnstable's attention reverted from the limousine people to this noble-seeming world into which he and they had fallen. What sort of beings, really, were these men and women of a world where ill-bred weeds, it seemed, had ceased to thrust and fight amidst the flowers, and where leopards void of feline malice looked out with friendly eyes upon the passer-by? It was astounding that the first two inhabitants they had found in this world of subjugated nature should be lying dead, victims, it would seem, of some hazardous experiment. It was still more astonishing that this other pair, who called themselves the brothers of the dead man and woman, should betray so little grief or dismay at the tragedy. There had been no emotional scene at all, Mr. Barnstable realized, no consternation or weeping. They were evidently much more puzzled and interested than either horrified or distressed. The Utopian who had remained in the ruin had carried out the body of the girl to lay it beside her companions, and he had now, Mr. Barnstable saw, returned to a close scrutiny of the wreckage of the experiment. But now more of these people were coming upon the scene. They had aeroplanes in this world, for two small ones, noiseless and swift in their flight as swallows, had landed in the fields nearby. A man had come up along the road on a machine like a small two-wheeled two-seater with its wheels in series, bicycle fashion. Lighter and neater it was than any earthly automobile and mysteriously able to stand up on its two wheels while standing still. A burst of laughter from down the road called Mr. Barnstable's attention to a group of these Utopians who had apparently found something exquisitely ridiculous in the engine of the limousine. Most of these people were as scantily clothed and as beautifully built as the two dead experimentalists. But one or two were wearing big hats of straw, and one, who seemed to be an older woman of 30 or more, wore a robe of white bordered by an intense red line. She was speaking now to Mr. Burley. Although she was a score of yards away, her speech presented itself into Mr. Barnstable's mind with great distinctness. "We do not even know as yet what connection your coming into this world may have with the explosion that has just happened here, or whether, indeed, it has any connection. We want to inquire into both these things. It will be reasonable, we think, to take you and all the possessions you have brought with you to a convenient place for a conference not very far from here. We are arranging for machines to take you thither. There perhaps you will eat. I do not know when you are accustomed to eat." "Refreshment," said Mr. Burley, rather catching at the idea. "Some refreshment would certainly be acceptable before very long. In fact, had we not fallen so sharply out of our own world into yours, by this time we should have been lunching in the best of company."
"Wonder and lunch," thought Mr. Barnstable. "Man is a creature who must eat by necessity whether he wonder or no." Mr. Barnstable perceived indeed that he was already hungry, and that the air he was breathing was a keen and appetizing air. The Utopian seemed struck by a novel idea. "Do you eat several times a day? What sort of things do you eat?"
"Oh, surely they're not vegetarians?" cried Mr. Mush sharply in a protesting parenthesis, dropping his eyeglass from its socket. They were all hungry. It showed upon their faces. "We are all accustomed to eat several times a day," said Mr. Burley. "Perhaps it would be well if I were to give you a brief resume of our dietary. There may be differences. We begin, as a rule, with a simple cup of tea and the thinnest slice of bread and butter brought to the bedside. Then comes breakfast." He proceeded to a masterly summary of his gastronomic day, giving clearly and attractively the particulars of an English breakfast: eggs to be boiled 4½ minutes, neither more nor less; lunch with any light wine; tea, rather a social rally than a serious meal; dinner, in some detail; the occasional resort to supper. It was one of those clear statements which would have rejoiced the House of Commons, light, even gay, and yet with a trace of earnestness. The Utopian woman regarded him with deepening interest as he proceeded.
"Do you all eat in this fashion?" she asked.
Mr. Burley ran his eye over his party. "I cannot answer for Mr.
Barnstable. Yes, I eat in much the same fashion."
For some reason the Utopian woman smiled at him. She had very pretty brown eyes, and though he liked her to smile, he wished that she had not smiled in the way she did.
"And you sleep?"
she asked. "From 6 to 10 hours, according to circumstances," said Mr. Burley.
"And you make love?"
The question perplexed and to a certain extent shocked our earthlings. What exactly did she mean? For some moments no one framed a reply. Mr. Barnstable's mind was filled with a hurrying rush of strange possibilities. Then Mr. Burley, with his fine intelligence and the quick evasiveness of a modern leader of men, stepped into the breach. "Not habitually, I can assure you," he said. "Not habitually." The woman with a red-bordered robe seemed to think this over for a swift moment. Then she smiled faintly.
"We must take you somewhere where we can talk of all these things," she said. Manifestly you come from some strange world. Our men of knowledge must get together with you and exchange ideas."
At 10:30 that morning, Mr. Barnstable had been motoring along the main road through Slough, and now at 1:30 he was soaring through Wonderland with his own world half forgotten.
"Marvelous," he repeated. "Marvelous. I knew that I should have a good holiday. But this. He was extraordinarily happy with the bright, unclouded happiness of a perfect dream. Never before had he enjoyed the delights of an explorer in new lands. Never before had he hoped to experience these delights. Only a few weeks before he had written an article for the Liberal, lamenting the end of the age of exploration, an article so thoroughly and aimlessly depressing that it had pleased Mr. Peeve extremely. He recalled that exploit now with but the faintest twinge of remorse. The Earthling party had been distributed among 4 small airplanes, and as Mr. Barnstable and his companion, Father Amerton, rose in the air, he looked back to see the automobiles and luggage being lifted with astonishing ease into 2 lightly built lorries. Each lorry put out a pair of glittering arms and lifted up its automobile as a nurse might lift up a baby. By contemporary earthly standards of safety, Mr. Barnstable's aviator flew very low. There were times when he passed between trees rather than over them, and this, even if at first it was a little alarming, permitted a fairly close inspection of the landscape. For the earlier part of the journey, it was garden pasture with grazing creamy cattle and patches of brilliantly colored vegetation of a nature unknown to Mr. Barnstable. Amidst this cultivation, narrow tracks, which may have been foot or cycle tracks, threaded their way. Here and there ran a road bordered with flowers and shaded by fruit trees. There were few houses and no towns or villages at all. The houses varied very greatly in size, from little isolated buildings, which Mr. Barnstable thought might be elegant summer houses or little temples, to clusters of roofs and turrets which reminded him of country chateaux or suggested extensive farming or dairying establishments. Here and there people were working in the fields or going to and fro on foot or on machines, but the effect of the whole was of an extremely underpopulated land. It became evident that they were going to cross the range of snowy mountains that had so suddenly blotted the distant view of Windsor Castle from the landscape. As they approached these mountains, broad stretches of gold corn land replaced the green of the pastures, and then the cultivation became more diversified. He noted unmistakable vineyards on sunny slopes, and the number of workers visible and the habitations multiplied. The little squadron of airplanes flew up a broad valley towards a pass, so that Mr. Barnstable was able to scrutinize the mountain scenery. Came chestnut woods and at last pines. There were cyclopean turbines athwart the mountain turrets and long, low, many-windowed buildings that might serve some industrial purpose. A skillfully graded road with exceedingly bold, light, and beautiful viaducts mounted toward the pass. There were more people, he thought, in the highland country than in the levels below, though still far fewer than he would have seen upon any comparable countryside on earth. 10 minutes of craggy desolation with the snowfield of a great glacier on one side intervened before he descended into the upland valley on the conference place where presently he alighted. This was a sort of lap in the mountain, terraced by masonry so boldly designed that it seemed a part of the geological substance of the mountain itself. It faced towards a wide artificial lake retained by a stupendous dam from the lower reaches of the valley. At intervals along this dam there were great stone pillars dimly suggestive of seated figures. He glimpsed a wide plain beyond, which reminded him of the valley of the Po, and then, as he ascended the straight line of the dam, came up to hide this further vision. Upon these terraces, and particularly upon the lower ones, were groups and clusters of flower-like buildings, and he distinguished paths and steps and pools of water as if the whole place were a garden. The airplanes made an easy landing on a turfy expanse. Close at hand was a graceful chalet that ran out from the shores of the lake over the water, and afforded mooring to a flotilla of gaily colored boats. It was Father Amerton who had drawn Mr. Barnstable's attention to the absence of villages. He now remarked that there was no church in sight, and that nowhere had he seen any spires or belfries. But Mr. Barnstable thought that some of the smaller buildings might be temples or shrines. "Religion may take different forms here," he said. "And how few babies or little children are visible," Father Amerton remarked. "Nowhere have I seen a mother with her child." On the other side of the mountains there was a place like the playing field of a big school. There were children there, and 1 or 2 other people dressed in white. "I saw that, but I was thinking of babes. Compare this with what one would see in Italy. The most beautiful and desirable young women,
added the reverend gentleman. Most desirable, and not a sign of maternity. Their aviator, a sun-tanned blonde with very blue eyes, helped them out of his machine, and they stood watching the descent of the other members of their party. Mr. Barnstable was astonished to note how rapidly he was becoming familiarized with the color and harmony of this new world. The strangest things in the whole spectacle now were the figures and clothing of his associates. Mr. Rupert Catskill in his celebrated grey top hat, Mr. Mush with his preposterous eyeglass, the peculiar long slenderness of Mr. Burley, and the square leather-clad lines of Mr. Burley's chauffeur struck him as being far more incredible than the graceful utopian forms about him. The aviator's interest and amusement enhanced Mr. Barnstable's perception of his companion's oddity, and then came a wave of profound doubt. "I suppose this is really real," he said to Father Amerton. "Really real? What else can it be? I suppose we are not dreaming all this." "Are your dreams and my dreams likely to coincide?" "Yes, but there are quite impossible things, absolutely impossible things." "As for instance?" "Well, how is it that these people are speaking to us in English, modern English?" "I never thought of that. It is rather incredible. They don't talk in English to one another." Mr. Barnstable stared in round-eyed amazement at Father Amerton, struck by the first time by a still more incredible fact. "They don't talk to anything to one another," he said, "and we haven't noticed it until this moment." End of Chapter 3.
Book 1, Chapter the 4th. The shadow of Einstein falls across the story, but passes lightly by. 1. Except for that one perplexing fact that all these utopians had apparently a complete command of idiomatic English, Mr. Barnstable found his vision of this new world developing with a congruity that no dream in his experience had ever possessed. It was so coherent, so orderly, that less and less was it like a strange world at all, and more like an arrival in some foreign but very highly civilized country. Under the direction of the brown-eyed woman in the scarlet-edged robe, the Earthlings were established in their quarters near the conference place in the most hospitable and comfortable fashion conceivable. 5 or 6 youths and girls made it their business to initiate the strangers in the little details of utopian domesticity. The separate buildings in which they were lodged had each an agreeable little dressing-room, and the bed, which had sheets of the finest linen and very light puffy coverlet, stood in an open loggia. Too open, Lady Stella thought, but then, as she said, "One feels so safe here." The luggage appeared, and the valises were identified as if they were in some hospitable earthly mansion. But Lady Stella had to turn 2 rather too friendly youths out of her apartment before she could open her dressing bag and administer a refreshment to her complexion. A few minutes later, some excitement was caused by an outbreak of wild laughter and the sounds of an amiable but hysterical struggle that came from Lady Stella's retreat. The girl who had remained with her had displayed a quite feminine interest in her equipment, and had come upon a particularly charming and diaphanous sleeping suit. For some obscure reason, this secret daintiness amused the young utopian extremely, and it was with some difficulty that Lady Stella restrained her from putting the garment on and dancing out in it for a public display. "Then you put it on," the girl insisted. "But you don't understand," cried Lady Stella. "It's almost sacred. It's for nobody to see, ever." "But why?" the utopian asked, puzzled beyond measure. Lady Stella found an answer impossible. The light meal that followed was by terrestrial standards an entirely satisfactory one. The anxiety of Mr. Freddie Mush was completely allayed. There were cold chicken and ham and a very pleasant meat pâté. There were also rather coarse-grained but most palatable bread, pure butter, an exquisite salad, fruit, cheese of the Gruyère type, and a light white wine which won for Mr. Burley the tribute that Moselle never did anything better. "You find our food very like your own?" asked the woman in the red-trimmed robe. "Exquisite quality," said Mr. Mush, with his mouth rather full. Food has changed very little in the last 3,000 years. People had found out all the best things to eat long before the last age of confusion. "It's too real to be real," Mr. Barnstable repeated to himself. "Too real to be real." He looked at his companions, elated, interested, and eating with appreciation. If it wasn't for the absurdity of these utopians speaking English with a clearness that tapped like a hammer inside his head, Mr. Barnstable would have had no doubt whatever of its reality. No servants waited at the clothless stone table. The woman in the white and scarlet robe and the two aviators shared the meal, and the guests attended to each other's requirements. Mr. Burley's chauffeur was for modestly shrinking to another table, until the great statesman reassured him with, "Sit down there, Pink, next to Mr. Mush." Other Utopians, with friendly but keenly observant eyes upon the Earthlings, came into the great pillared veranda in which the meal had been set, and smiled and stood about or sat down. There were no introductions and few social formalities. "All this is most reassuring," said Mr. Burley. "Most reassuring. I'm bound to say these beat the Chatsworth peaches. Is that cream, my dear Rupert, in the little brown jar in front of you? I guessed as much. If you are sure you can spare it, Rupert. Thank you." 2. Several of the Utopians made themselves known by name to the Earthlings. All their voices sounded singularly alike to Mr. Barnstable, and the words were as clear as print. The brown-eyed woman's name was Likeness. A man with a beard who might perhaps, Mr. Barnstable thought, have been as old as 40, was either Earthrid or Adam or Edom. The name, for all its sharpness of enunciation, had been very difficult to catch. It was as if large print hesitated. Earthrid conveyed that he was an ethnologist and historian, and that he desired to learn all that he possibly could about the ways of our world. He impressed Mr. Barnstable as having the easy carriage of some earthly financier or great newspaper proprietor, rather than the diffidence natural in our own everyday world to a merely learned man. Another of their hosts, Serpentine, was also, Mr. Barnstable learnt with surprise, for his bearing too was almost masterful, a scientific man. He called himself something that Mr. Barnstable could not catch. First, it sounded like atomic mechanician, and then, oddly enough, it sounded like molecular chemist. And then Mr. Barnstable heard Mr. Burley say to Mr. Mush, "He said physiochemist, didn't he?" "I thought he just called himself a materialist," said Mr. Mush. "I thought he said he weighed things," said Lady Stella. "Their intonation is peculiar," said Mr. Burley. "Sometimes they are almost too loud for comfort, and then there is a kind of gap in the sounds." When the meal was at an end, the whole party removed to another little building that was evidently planned for classes and discussions. It had a semicircular apse round which ran a series of white tablets, which evidently functioned at times as a lecturer's blackboard, since there were black and colored pencils and cloths for erasure lying on a marble ledge at a convenient height below the tablets. The lecturer could walk from point to point of this semicircle as he talked. Likeness, Earthrid, Serpentine, and the Earthlings seated themselves on a semicircular bench below this lecturer's track, and there was accommodation for about 80 or 100 people upon the seats before them. All these were occupied, and beyond stood a number of graceful groups against a background of rhododendron-like bushes, between which Mr. Barnstable caught glimpses of grassy vistas leading down to the shining waters of the lake. They were going to talk over this extraordinary eruption into their world. Could anything be more reasonable than to talk it over? Could anything be more fantastically impossible? "Odd that there are no swallows," said Mr. Mush suddenly in Mr. Barnstable's ear. "I wonder why there are no swallows." Mr. Barnstable's attention went to the empty sky. "No gnats or flies, perhaps," he suggested. It was odd that he had not missed the swallows before. "Shh," said Lady Stella. "He's beginning." 3. This incredible conference began. It was opened by the man named Serpentine, and he stood before his audience and seemed to make a speech. His lips moved, his hands assisted his statements, his expressions followed his utterance. And yet Mr. Barnstaple had the most subtle and indefensible doubt whether indeed Serpentine was speaking. There was something odd about the whole thing. Sometimes the thing said sounded with a peculiar resonance in his head. Sometimes it was indistinct and elusive, like an object seen through troubled waters. Sometimes, though Serpentine still moved his fine hands and looked toward his hearers, there were gaps of absolute silence, as if for brief intervals Mr. Barnstaple had gone deaf. Yet it was a discourse. It held together, and it held Mr. Barnstaple's attention. Serpentine had the manner of one who is taking great pains to be as simple as possible with a rather intricate question. He spoke, as it were, in propositions with a pause between each. "It had long been known," he began, "that the possible number of dimensions, like the possible number of anything else that could be enumerated, was unlimited." Yes, Mr. Barnstaple had got that, but it proved too much for Mr. Freddy Mush. "Oh, Lord," he said, "dimensions," and dropped his eyeglass and became despondently inattentive. "For most practical purposes," Serpentine continued, "the particular universe, the particular system of events in which we found ourselves and of which we formed part, could be regarded as occurring in a space of 3 rectilinear dimensions and as undergoing translation, which translation was in fact duration, through a 4th dimension, time. Such a system of events was necessarily a gravitational system." Said Mr. Burley sharply. "Excuse me, I don't see that." So he, at any rate, was following it too. "Any universe that endures must necessarily gravitate," Serpentine repeated, as if he were asserting some self-evident fact. "For the life of me, I can't see that," said Mr. Burley, after a moment's reflection. Serpentine considered him for a moment. "It is so," he said, and went on with his discourse. "Our minds," he continued, "had been evolved in the form of this practical conception of things. They accepted it as true, and it was only by great efforts of sustained analysis that we were able to realize that this universe in which we lived not only extended, but was, as it were, slightly bent and contorted into a number of other long unsuspected spatial dimensions. It extended beyond its 3 chief spatial dimensions into these others, just as a thin sheet of paper, which is practically 2-dimensional, extended not only by virtue of its thickness, but also of its crinkles and curvature into a 3rd dimension." "Am I going deaf?" asked Lady Stella in a stage whisper. "I can't catch a word of all this." "Nor I," said Father Amerton. Mr. Burley made a pacifying gesture towards these unfortunates without taking his eyes off Serpentine's face. Mr. Barnstaple knitted his brows, clasped his knees, knotted his fingers, held on desperately. He must be hearing. Of course he was hearing. Serpentine proceeded to explain that just as it would be possible for any number of practically 2-dimensional universes to lie side by side, like sheets of paper, in a 3-dimensional space, so in the many-dimensional space about which the ill-equipped human mind is still slowly and painfully acquiring knowledge, it is possible for an innumerable quantity of practically 3-dimensional universes to lie, as it were, side by side and to undergo a roughly parallel movement through time. The speculative work of Lowenstone and Cephalus had long since given the soundest basis for the belief that there actually were a very great number of such space and time universes, parallel to one another and resembling each other, nearly but not exactly, much as the leaves of a book might resemble one another. All of them would have duration. All of them would be gravitating systems. Mr. Burley shook his head to show that he still didn't see it. And those lying closest together would most nearly resemble each other. How closely they now had an opportunity of learning. For the daring attempts of those two great geniuses, Arden and Greenlake, to use the inaudible thrust of the atom to rotate a portion of the utopian material universe in that dimension, the F dimension, into which it had long been known to extend for perhaps the length of a man's arm, to rotate this fragment of utopian matter, much as a gate is swung on its hinges, had manifestly been altogether successful. The gate had swung back again, bringing with it a breath of close air, a storm of dust, and, to the immense amazement of Utopia, 3 sets of visitors from an unknown world. 3? Whispered Mr. Barnstable doubtfully. Did he say 3? Serpentine disregarded him. Our brother and sister have been killed by some unexpected release of force, but their experiment has opened a way that now need never be closed again, out of the present spatial limitations of Utopia into a whole vast folio of hitherto unimagined worlds. Close at hand to us, even as Lonestone guessed ages ago, nearer to us, as he put it, than the blood in our hearts. Nearer to us than breathing and closer than hands and feet, Father Amerton misquoted, waking up suddenly. But what is he talking about? I don't catch it. We discover another planet, much the same size as ours, to judge by the scale of its inhabitants, circulating, we may certainly assume, round a sun like that in our skies, a planet bearing life and being slowly subjugated, even as our own is being subjugated, by intelligent life which has, evidently, evolved under almost exactly parallel conditions to those of our own evolution. This sister universe to ours is, so far as we may judge by appearances, a little retarded in time in relation to our own. Our visitors wear something very like the clothing and display physical characteristics resembling those of our ancestors during the last age of confusion. We are not yet justified in supposing that their history has been strictly parallel to ours. No 2 particles of matter are alike. No 2 vibrations. In all the dimensions of being, in all the universes of God, there has never been and there can never be an exact repetition. That we have come to realize is the only impossible thing. Nevertheless, this world you call Earth is manifestly very near and like to this universe of ours. We are eager to learn from you Earthlings, to check our history, which is still very imperfectly known, by your experiences, to show you what we know, to make out what may be possible and desirable in intercourse and help between the people of your planet and ours. We, here, are the merest beginners in knowledge. We have learnt as yet scarcely anything more than the immensity of the things that we have yet to learn and do. In a million kindred things our 2 worlds may perhaps teach each other and help each other. Possibly there are streaks of heredity in your planet that have failed to develop or that have died out in ours. Possibly there are elements or minerals in one world that are rare or wanting in the other. The structure of your atoms, our worlds may intermarry to their common invigoration. He passed into the inaudible just when Mr. Barnstable was most moved and most eager to follow what he was saying. Yet a deaf man would have judged he was still speaking. Mr. Barnstable met the eye of Mr. Rupert Catskill, as distressed and puzzled as his own. Father Amerton's face was buried in his hands. Lady Stella and Mr. Mush were whispering softly together. They had long since given up any pretense of listening. "Such," said Serpentine, abruptly becoming audible again, "is our first rough interpretation of your apparition in our world, and of the possibilities of our interaction. I have put our ideas before you as plainly as I can. I would suggest that now one of you tell us simply and plainly what you conceive to be the truth about your world in relation to ours. End of Section 4. Book 1, Chapter the 5th. The Governance and History of Utopia. 1. Came a pause. The earthlings looked at one another, and their gaze seemed to converge upon Mr. Cecil Burleigh. That statesman feigned to be unaware of the general expectation. "Rupert," he said, "won't you—" "I reserve my comments," said Mr. Catskill. "Father Amerton, you are accustomed to treat of other worlds." "Not in your presence, Mr. Cecil, no." "But what am I to tell them?" "What you think of it," said Mr. Barnstable. "Exactly," said Mr. Catskill. "Tell them what you think of it." No one else appeared to be worthy of consideration. Mr. Burleigh rose slowly and walked thoughtfully to the center of the semicircle. He grasped his coat lapels and remained for some moments with face downcast, as if considering what he was about to say. "Mr. Serpentine," he began at last, raising a candid countenance and regarding the blue sky above the distant lake through his glasses. "Ladies and gentlemen—" He was about to make a speech, as though he was at a Primrose League garden party, or Geneva. It was preposterous, and yet what else was there to be done? "I must confess, sir, that although I am by no means a novice at public speaking, I find myself on this occasion somewhat at a loss. Your admirable discourse, sir, simple, direct, lucid, compact, and rising at times to passages of unaffected eloquence, has set me a pattern I would fain follow, and before which, in all modesty, I quail. You ask me to tell you as plainly and clearly as possible the outlined facts as we conceive them about this kindred world out of which with so little premeditation we have come to you. So far as my poor powers of understanding or discussing such recondite matters go, I do not think I can better or indeed supplement in any way your marvelous exposition of the mathematical aspects of the case. What you have told us embodies the latest, finest thoughts of terrestrial science, and goes, indeed, far beyond our current ideas. On certain matters, in, for example, the relationship of time and gravitation, I feel bound to admit that I do not go with you. But that is rather a failure to understand your position than any positive dissent. Upon the broader aspects of the case, there need be no difficulties between us. We accept your main proposition unreservedly, namely, that we conceive ourselves to be living in a parallel universe to yours, on a planet the very brother of your own, indeed, quite amazingly like yours, having regard to all the possible contrasts we might have found here. We are attracted by and strongly disposed to accept your view that our system is, in all probability, a little less seasoned and mellowed by the touch of time than yours, short perhaps by some hundreds or some thousands of years of your experiences. Assuming this, it is inevitable, sir, that a certain humility should mingle in our attitude towards you. As your juniors, it becomes us not to instruct but to learn. It is for us to ask, what have you done? To what have you reached? Rather than to display to you with an artless arrogance all that still remains for us to learn and do. "No," said Mr. Barnstable to himself, but half audible. "This is a dream. If it were anyone else—" He rubbed his knuckles into his eyes and opened them again, and there he was still, sitting next to Mr. Mush in the midst of these Olympian divinities. And Mr. Burleigh, that polished skeptic, who never believed, was never astonished, was leaning forward on his toes and speaking with the assurance of a man who has made 10,000 speeches. He could not have been more sure of himself and his audience in the Guildhall Hall in London. And they were understanding him, which was absurd. There was nothing to do but to fall in with this stupendous absurdity, and sit and listen. Sometimes Mr. Barnstable's mind wandered altogether from what Mr. Burley was saying. Then it returned and hung desperately to his discourse. In his halting, parliamentary way, his hands trifling with his glasses or clinging to the lapels of his coat, Mr. Burley was giving Utopia a brief account of the world of men, seeking to be elementary and lucid and reasonable, telling them of states and of empires, of wars and the Great War, of economic organization and disorganization, of revolutions and Bolshevism, of the terrible Russian famine that was beginning, of the difficulties of finding honest statesmen and officials, and of the unhelpfulness of newspapers, of all the dark and troubled spectacle of human life. Serpentine had used the term "the last age of confusion," and Mr. Burley had seized upon the phrase and was making much of it. It was a great oratorical impromptu. It must have gone on for an hour, and the Utopians listened with keen, attentive faces, now and then nodding their acceptance and recognition of this statement or that. "Very like" would come tapping into Mr. Barnstable's brain. "With us also, in the age of confusion." At last Mr. Burley, with the steady deliberation of an old parliamentary hand, drew to his end. Compliments. He bowed. He had done. Mr. Mush startled everyone by vigorous hand-clapping in which no one else joined. The tension in Mr. Barnstable's mind had become intolerable. He leapt to his feet. 2. He stood, making those weak, propitiatory gestures that come so naturally to the inexperienced speaker. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, "Utopians, Mr. Burley, I crave your pardon for a moment. There is a little matter. Urgent." For a brief interval he was speechless. Then he found attention and encouragement in the eye of Earthred. "Something I don't understand. Something incredible. I mean incompatible. The little rift turns everything into a fantastic phantasmagoria." The intelligence in Earthred's eye was very encouraging. Mr. Barnstable abandoned any attempt to address the company as a whole, and spoke directly to Earthred. "You live in Utopia, hundreds of thousands of years in advance of us. How is it that you are able to talk contemporary English, to use exactly the same language that we do? I ask you, how is that? It is incredible. It jars. It makes a dream of you. And yet you are not a dream. It makes me feel almost insane." Earthred smiled pleasantly. "We don't speak English," he said. Mr. Barnstable felt the ground slipping from under his feet. "But I hear you speaking English," he said. "Nevertheless, we do not speak it," said Earthred. He smiled still more broadly. "We don't, for ordinary purposes, speak anything." Mr. Barnstable, with his brain resigning its functions, maintained his pose of deferential attention. "Ages ago," Earthred continued, "we certainly used to speak languages. We made sounds and we heard sounds. People used to think and then chose and arranged words and uttered them. The hearer heard, noted, and retranslated the sounds into ideas. Then, in some manner, which we still do not understand perfectly, people began to get the idea before it was clothed in words and uttered in sounds. They began to hear in their minds as soon as the speaker had arranged his ideas and before he put them into word symbols even in his own mind. They knew what he was going to say before he said it. This direct transmission presently became common. It was found out that with a little effort most people could get over to each other in this fashion to some extent, and the new mode of communication was developed systematically. That is what we do now habitually in this world. We think directly to each other. We determine to convey the thought, and it is conveyed at once, provided the distance is not too great. We use sounds in this world now only for poetry and pleasure in moments of emotion, or to shout at a distance, or with animals, not for the transmission of ideas from human mind to kindred human mind any more. When I think to you, the thought, so far as it finds corresponding ideas and suitable words in your mind, is reflected in your mind. My thought clothes itself in words in your mind, which words you seem to hear, and naturally enough in your own language and your own habitual phrases. Very probably, the members of your party are hearing what I am saying to you, each with his own individual difference of vocabulary and phrasing." Mr. Barnstable had been punctuating this discourse with sharp, intelligent nods, coming now and then to the verge of interruption. Now he broke out with, "And that is why occasionally, as for instance when Mr. Serpentine made his wonderful explanation just now, when you soar into ideas of which we haven't even a shadow in our minds, we just hear nothing at all." "Are there such gaps?" asked Earthred. "Many, I fear, for all of us," said Mr. Burley. "It's like being deaf in spots," said Lady Stella. "Large spots." Father Amerton nodded agreement. "And that is why we cannot be clear whether you are called Earthred or Adam, and why I have found myself confusing Arden and green trees and forest in my mind." "I hope that now you are mentally more at your ease?" said Earthred. "Oh, quite," said Mr. Barnstable. "Quite. And all things considered, it is really very convenient for us that there should be this method of transmission. For otherwise, I do not see how we could have avoided weeks of linguistic bother. First, principles of our respective grammars, logic, significs, and so forth, boring stuff for the most part, before we could have got to anything like our present understanding." "A very good point indeed," said Mr. Burley, turning round to Mr. Barnstable in a very friendly way. "A very good point indeed. I should never have noted it if you had not called my attention to it. It is quite extraordinary. I had not noted anything of this difference. I was occupied, I am bound to confess, by my own thoughts. I suppose they were speaking English. Took it for granted." 3. It seemed to Mr. Barnstable that this wonderful experience was now so complete that there remained nothing more to wonder at except its absolute credibility. He sat in this beautiful little building, looking out upon dreamland flowers and the sunlit lake, amidst this strange mingling of week-end English costumes and this more than Olympian nudity that had already ceased to startle him. He listened and occasionally participated in the long informal conversation that now ensued. It was a discussion that brought to light the most amazing and fundamental differences of moral and social outlook. Yet everything had now assumed a reality that made it altogether natural to suppose that he would presently go home to write about it in the Liberal, and tell his wife, as much as might be advisable at the time, about the manners and costumes of this hitherto undiscovered world. He had not even a sense of intervening distances. Sydenham might have been just round the corner. Presently, two pretty young girls made tea and an equipage among the rhododendra and brought it round to people. Tea. It was what we should call China tea, very delicate, and served in little cups without handles, Chinese fashion, but it was real and very refreshing tea. The earlier curiosities of the Earthlings turned upon methods of government. This was perhaps natural in the presence of two statesmen as Mr. Burley and Mr. Catskill. "What form of government do you have?" asked Mr. Burley. "Is it a monarchy, or an autocracy, or a pure democracy? Do you separate the executive and legislative? And is there one central government for all your planet, or are there several governing centers?" It was conveyed to Mr. Burley and his companions with some difficulty that there was no central government in Utopia at all. "But surely," said Mr. Burley, "there is someone or something, some council or bureau or what-not somewhere, with which the final decision rests in case of collective action for the common welfare. some ultimate seat and organ of sovereignty. It seems to me there must be. No, the Utopians declared, there was no such concentration of authority in their world. In the past there had been, but it had long since diffused back into the general body of the community. Decisions in regard to any particular matter were made by the people who know most about that matter. But suppose it is a decision that has to be generally observed. A rule affecting the public health, for example. Who would enforce it? It would not need to be enforced. Why should it? But suppose someone refused to obey your regulation. We should inquire why he or she did not conform. There might be some exceptional reason. But failing that, we should make an inquiry into his mental and moral health. The mind doctor takes the place of the policeman, said Mr. Burley. I should prefer the policeman, said Mr. Rupert Catskill. You would, Rupert, said Mr. Burley, as who should say, got you that time. Then do you mean to say, he continued, addressing the Utopians with an expression of great intelligence, that your affairs are all managed by special bodies or organizations, one scarcely knows what to call them, without any coordination of their activities? The activities of our world, said Earthred, are all coordinated to secure the general freedom. We have a number of intelligences directed to the general psychology of the race and to the interaction of one collective function upon another. Well, isn't that group of intelligences a governing class? Said Mr. Burley. Not in the sense that they exercise any arbitrary will, said Earthred. They deal with general relations, that is all. But they rank no higher, they have no more precedence on that account than a philosopher has over a scientific specialist. This is a republic indeed, said Mr. Burley. But how it works, and how it came about, I cannot imagine. Your state is probably a highly socialistic one. You still live in a world in which nearly everything except the air, the high roads, the high seas, and the wilderness is privately owned? We do, said Mr. Catskill, owned and competed for. We have been through that stage. We found at last that private property in all but very personal things is an intolerable nuisance to mankind. We got rid of it. An artist or a scientific man has complete control of all the material he needs. We all own our own tools and appliances and have rooms and places of our own, but there is no property for trade or speculation. All this militant property, this property of maneuver, has been quite got rid of. But how we got rid of it is a long story. It was not done in a few years. The exaggeration of private property was an entirely natural and necessary stage in the development of human nature. It led at last to monstrous results, but it was only through these monstrous and catastrophic results that men learnt the need and nature of the limitations of private property. Mr. Burley had assumed an attitude which was obviously habitual to him. He sat very low in his chair, with his long legs crossed in front of him and the thumb and fingers of one hand placed with meticulous exactness against those of the other. "I must confess," he said, "that I am most interested in the peculiar form of anarchism which seems to prevail here. Unless I misunderstand you completely, every man attends to his own business as the servant of the state. I take it you have, you must correct me if I am wrong, a great number of people concerned in the production and distribution and preparation of food. They inquire, I assume, into the needs of the world. They satisfy them, and they are a law unto themselves in their way of doing it. They conduct researches, they make experiments. Nobody compels, obliges, restrains, or prevents them." "People talk to them about it," said Earthred with a faint smile. "And again others produce and manufacture and study metals for all mankind, and are also a law unto themselves. Others again see to the habitability of your world, plan and arrange these delightful habitations, say who shall use them and how they shall be used. Others pursue pure science. Others experiment with sensory and imaginative possibilities and are artists. Others, again, teach." "They are very important," said Likeness. "And they do it in harmony, in due proportion, without either a central legislature or executive. I will admit that all this seems admirable, but impossible. Nothing of the sort has ever been suggested yet in the world from which we come." "Something of the sort was suggested long ago by the Guild Socialists," said Mr. Barnstable. "Dear me," said Mr. Burley, "I know very little about the Guild Socialists. Who were they? Tell me." Mr. Barnstable tacitly declined that task. "The idea is quite familiar to our younger people," he said. "Lasky calls it the pluralistic state, as distinguished from the monistic state in which sovereignty is concentrated. Even the Chinese have it. A Pekin professor, Mr. S.C. Chang, has written a pamphlet on what he calls professionalism. I read it only a few weeks ago. He sent it to the office of the Liberal. He points out how undesirable it is and how unnecessary for China to pass through a phase of democratic politics on the Western model. He wants China to go right straight on to a collateral independence of functional classes, mandarins, industrials, agricultural workers, and so forth, much as we seem to find it here. Though that, of course, involves an educational revolution. Decidedly, the germ of what you call anarchism here is also in the air where we come from." "Dear me," said Mr. Burley, looking more intelligent and appreciative than ever. "And is that so? I had no idea." 4. The conversation continued desultory in form, and yet the exchange of ideas was rapid and effective. Quite soon, as it seemed to Mr. Barnstable, an outline of the history of Utopia from the last age of confusion onward shaped itself in his mind. The more he learnt of that last age of confusion, the more it seemed to resemble the present time on earth. In those days the Utopians had worn abundant clothing and lived in towns quite after the earthly fashion. A fortunate conspiracy of accidents, rather than any set design, had opened for them some centuries of opportunity and expansion. Climatic phases and political chances had smiled upon the race after a long period of recurrent shortage, pestilence, and destructive warfare. For the first time the Utopians had been able to explore the whole planet on which they lived, and these explorations had brought great virgin areas under the axe, the spade, and the plough. There had been an enormous increase in real wealth and in leisure and liberty. Many thousands of people were lifted out of the normal squalor of human life to positions in which they could, if they chose, think and act with unprecedented freedom. A few, a sufficient few, did. A vigorous development of scientific inquiry began, and, trailing after it, a multitude of ingenious inventions produced a great enlargement of practical human power. There had been previous outbreaks of the scientific intelligence in Utopia, but none before had ever occurred in such favorable circumstances or lasted long enough to come to abundant practical fruition. Now, in a couple of brief centuries, the Utopians, who had hitherto crawled about their planet like sluggish ants or traveled parasitically on larger and swifter animals, found themselves able to fly rapidly or speak instantaneously to any other point on the planet. They found themselves, too, in possession of mechanical power on a scale beyond all previous experience, and not simply of mechanical power. Physiological and then psychological science followed in the wake of physics and chemistry, and extraordinary possibilities of control over his own body and over his social life dawned upon the Utopian. But these things came, when at last they did come, so rapidly and confusingly that it was only a small minority of people who realized the possibilities, as distinguished from the concrete achievements of this tremendous expansion of knowledge. The rest took the novel inventions as they came, haphazard, with as little adjustment as possible of their thoughts and ways of living to the new necessities these novelties implied. The first response of the general population of Utopia to the prospect of power, leisure, and freedom thus opened out to it was proliferation. It behaved just as senselessly and mechanically as any other animal or vegetable species would have done. It bred until it had completely swamped the ampler opportunity that had opened before it. It spent the great gifts of science as rapidly as it got them in a mere insensate multiplication of the common life. At one time in the last age of confusion, the population of Utopia had mounted to over 2,000 million. "But what is it now?" asked Mr. Burley. "About 250 million, the Utopians told him. That had been the maximum population that could live a fully developed life upon the surface of Utopia. But now, with increasing resources, the population was being increased." A gasp of horror came from Father Amerton. He had been dreading this realization for some time. It struck at his moral foundations. "And you dare to regulate increase. You control it. Your women consent to bear children as they are needed, or refrain." "Of course," said Earthred. "Why not?" "I feared as much," said Father Amerton, and leaning forward he covered his face with his hands, murmuring, "I felt this in the atmosphere. The human stud farm, refusing to create souls. The wickedness of it. Oh, my God." Mr. Burley regarded the emotion of the reverend gentleman through his glasses with a slightly shocked expression. He detested catchwords, but Father Amerton stood for very valuable conservative elements in the community. Mr. Burley turned to the Utopian again. "This is extremely interesting," he said. "Even at present, our Earth contrives to carry a population of at least 5 times that amount." "But 20 millions or so will starve this winter. You told us a little while ago, in a place called Russia. And only a very small proportion of the rest are leading what even you would call full and spacious lives?" "Nevertheless, the contrast is very striking," said Mr. Burley. "It is terrible," said Father Amerton. The overcrowding of the planet in the last age of confusion was, these Utopians insisted, the fundamental evil out of which all the others that afflicted the race arose. An overwhelming flood of newcomers poured into the world and swamped every effort the intelligent minority could make to educate a sufficient proportion of them to meet the demands of the new and still rapidly changing conditions of life. And the intelligent minority was not itself in any position to control the racial destiny. These great masses of population that had been blundered into existence, swayed by damaged and decaying traditions and amenable to the crudest suggestions, were the natural prey and support of every adventurer with a mind blatant enough and a conception of success coarse enough to appeal to them. The economic system, clumsily and convulsively reconstructed to meet the new conditions of mechanical production and distribution, became more and more a cruel and impudent exploitation of the multitudinous congestion of the common man by the predatory and acquisitive few. That all-too-common man was hustled through misery and subjection from his cradle to his grave. He was cajoled and lied to. He was bought, sold, and dominated by an impudent minority, bolder and no doubt more energetic, but in all other respects no more intelligent than himself. It was difficult, Earthred said, for a Utopian nowadays to convey the monstrous stupidity, wastefulness, and vulgarity to which these rich and powerful men of the last age of confusion attained. "We will not trouble you," said Mr. Burley. "Unhappily, we know, only too well do we know." Upon this festering, excessive mass of population, disasters descended at last like wasps upon a heap of rotting fruit. It was its natural, inevitable destiny. A war that affected nearly the whole planet dislocated its flimsy financial system and most of its economic machinery beyond any possibility of repair. Civil wars and clumsily conceived attempts at social revolution continued the disorganization. a series of years of bad weather accentuated the general shortage. The exploiting adventurers, too stupid to realize what had happened, continued to cheat and hoodwink the commonality and burk any rally of honest men, as wasps will continue to eat even after their bodies have been cut away. The effort to make passed out of utopian life, triumphantly superseded by the effort to get. Production dwindled down towards the vanishing point. Accumulated wealth vanished. An overwhelming system of debt, a swarm of creditors, morally incapable of helpful renunciation, crushed out all fresh initiative. The long diastole in utopian affairs that had begun with the great discoveries passed into a phase of rapid systole. What plenty and pleasure was still possible in the world was filched all the more greedily by the adventurers of finance and speculative business. Organized science had long since been commercialized, and was applied now chiefly to a hunt for profitable patents and the forestalling of necessary supplies. The neglected lamp of pure science waned, flickered, and seemed likely to go out again altogether, leaving Utopia in the beginning of a new series of dark ages, like those before the age of discovery began. "It is really very like a gloomy diagnosis of our own outlook," said Mr. Burley. "Extraordinarily like. How Dean Inge would have enjoyed all this." "To an infidel of his stamp, no doubt, it would seem most enjoyable," said Father Amerton a little incoherently. These comments annoyed Mr. Barnstable, who was urgent to hear more. "And then," he said to Earthred, "what happened?" 5. What happened, Mr. Barnstable gathered, was a deliberate change in utopian thought. A growing number of people were coming to understand that amidst the powerful and easily released forces that science and organization had brought within reach of man, the old conception of social life in the state as a limited and legalized struggle of men and women to get the better of one another was becoming too dangerous to endure, just as the increased dreadfulness of modern weapons was making the separate sovereignty of nations too dangerous to endure. There had to be new ideas and new conventions of human association if history was not to end in disaster and collapse. All societies were based on the limitation by laws and taboos and treaties of the primordial fierce combativeness of the ancestral man-ape. That ancient spirit of self-assertion had now to undergo new restrictions commensurate with the new powers and dangers of the race. The idea of competition to possess, as the ruling idea of intercourse, was, like some ill-controlled furnace, threatening to consume the machine it had formerly driven. The idea of creative service had to replace it. To that idea, the human mind and will had to be turned if social life was to be saved. Propositions that had seemed in former ages to be inspired and exalted idealism began now to be recognized not simply as sober psychological truth, but as practical and urgently necessary truth. In explaining this, Earthred explained himself in a manner that recalled to Mr. Barnstable's mind certain very familiar phrases. He seemed to be saying that whosoever would save his life should lose it, and that whosoever would give his life should thereby gain the whole world. Father Amerton's thoughts, it seemed, were also responding in the same manner, for he suddenly interrupted with, "But what you are saying is a quotation." Earthred admitted that he had a quotation in mind, a passage from the teachings of a man of great poetic power who had lived long ago in the days of spoken words. He would have proceeded, but Father Amerton was too excited to let him do so. "But who was this teacher?" he asked. "Where did he live? How was he born? How did he die?" A picture was flashed upon Mr. Barnstable's consciousness of a solitary-looking, pale-faced figure, beaten and bleeding, surrounded by armored guards, in the midst of a thrusting, jostling, sun-bit crowd which filled a narrow, high-walled street. Behind, some huge, ugly implement was borne along, dipping and swaying with the swing of the multitude. "Did he die upon the cross in this world also?" cried Father Amerton. "Did he die upon the cross?" This prophet in Utopia, they learnt, had died very painfully, but not upon the cross. He had been tortured in some way, but neither the Utopians nor these particular earthlings had sufficient knowledge of the technicalities of torture to get any idea over about that, and then apparently he had been fastened upon a slowly turning wheel and exposed until he died. It was the abominable punishment of a cruel and conquering race, and it had been inflicted upon him because his doctrine of universal service had alarmed the rich and dominant who did not serve. Mr. Barnstable had a momentary vision of a twisted figure upon that wheel of torture in the blazing sun, and, marvelous triumph over death, out of a world that could do such a deed had come this great and peaceful universal beauty about him. But Father Amerton was pressing his questions. "But did you not realize who he was? Did not this world suspect?" A great many people thought that this man was a god, but he had been accustomed to call himself merely a son of God or a son of man. Father Amerton stuck to his point. "But you worship him now?" "We follow his teaching because it was wonderful and true," said Earthred. "But worship?" "No." "But does nobody worship?" "There were those who worshipped him?" "There were those who worshipped him. There were those who quailed before the stern magnificence of his teaching, and yet who had a tormenting sense that he was right in some profound way. So they played a trick upon their own uneasy consciences by treating him as a magical god instead of as a light to their souls. They interwove with his execution ancient traditions of sacrificial kings. Instead of receiving him frankly and clearly and making him a part of their understandings and wills, they pretended to eat him mystically and make him a part of their bodies. They turned his wheel into a miraculous symbol, and they confused it with the equator and the sun and the ecliptic, and indeed with anything else that was round. In cases of ill luck, ill health, or bad weather, it was believed to be very helpful for the believer to describe a circle in the air with the forefinger. And since this teacher's memory was very dear to the ignorant multitude because of his gentleness and charity, it was seized upon by cunning and aggressive types who constituted themselves champions and exponents of the wheel, who grew rich and powerful in its name, led people into great wars for its sake, and used it as a cover and justification for envy, hatred, tyranny, and dark desires. Until, at last, men said that, had that ancient prophet come again to Utopia, his own triumphant wheel would have crushed and destroyed him afresh. Father Amerton seemed inattentive to this communication. He was seeing it from another angle. "But surely," he said, "there is a remnant of believers still, despised perhaps, but a remnant." There was no remnant. The whole world followed that teacher of teachers, but no one worshipped him. On some old treasured buildings the wheel was still to be seen carved, often with the most fantastic decorative elaborations. And in museums and collections there were multitudes of pictures, images, charms, and the like. "I don't understand this," said Father Amerton. "It is too terrible. I am at a loss. I do not understand." 6. A fair and rather slender man with a delicately beautiful face, whose name Mr. Barnstable was to learn later was Lion, presently took over from Earthred the burden of explaining and answering the questions of the Earthlings. He was one of the educational coordinators in Utopia. He made it clear that the change over in Utopian affairs had been no sudden revolution. No new system of laws and customs, no new method of economic cooperation based on the idea of universal service to the common good, had sprung abruptly into being complete and finished. Throughout a long period, before and during the last age of confusion, the foundations of the new state were laid by a growing multitude of inquirers and workers, having no set plan or preconceived method, but brought into unconscious cooperation by a common impulse to service and a common lucidity and veracity of mind. It was only towards the climax of the last age of confusion in Utopia that psychological science began to develop with any vigor, comparable to the vigor of the development of geographical and physical science during the preceding centuries. And the social and economic disorder which was checking experimental science and crippling the organized work of the universities was stimulating inquiry into the processes of human association and making it desperate and fearless. The impression given Mr. Barnstable was not of one of those violent changes which our world has learnt to call revolutions, but of an increase of light, a dawn of new ideas, in which the things of the old order went on for a time with diminishing vigor, until people began, as a matter of common sense, to do the new things in the place of the old. The beginnings of the new order were in discussions, books, and psychological laboratories. The soil in which it grew was found in schools and colleges. The old order gave small rewards to the schoolmaster, but its dominant types were too busy with the struggle for wealth and power to take much heed of teaching. It was left to any man or woman who would give thought and labor without much hope of tangible rewards to shape the world anew in the minds of the young. And they did so shape it. In a world ruled ostensibly by adventurer politicians, in a world where men came to power through floundering business enterprises and financial cunning, it was presently being taught and understood that extensive private property was socially a nuisance, and that the state could not do its work properly nor education produce its proper results side by side with a class of irresponsible rich people. For by their very nature, they assailed, they corrupted, they undermined every state undertaking. Their flaunting existences distorted and disguised all the values of life. They had to go for the good of the race. "Didn't they fight?" asked Mr. Catskill pugnaciously. They had fought irregularly but fiercely. The fight to delay or arrest the coming of the universal scientific state, the educational state in Utopia, had gone on as a conscious struggle for nearly 5 centuries. The fight against it was the fight of the greedy, passionate, prejudiced, and self-seeking men against the crystallization into concrete realities of this new idea of association for service. It was fought wherever ideas were spread. It was fought with dismissals and threats and boycotts and storms of violence, with lies and false accusations, with prosecutions and imprisonments, with lynching rope, tar and feathers, paraffin, bludgeon and rifle, bomb and gun. But the service of the new idea that had been launched into the world never failed. It seized upon the men and women it needed with a compelling power. Before the scientific state was established in Utopia, more than 1 million martyrs had been killed for it, and those who had suffered lesser wrongs were beyond all reckoning. Point after point was won in education, in social laws, in economic method. No date could be fixed for the change. A time came when Utopia perceived that it was day and that a new order of things had replaced the old. "So it must be," said Mr. Barnstable, as though Utopia were not already present about him. "So it must be." A question was being answered. Every Utopian child is taught to the full measure of its possibilities, and directed to the work that is indicated by its desires and capacity. It is born well. It is born of perfectly healthy parents. Its mother has chosen to bear it after due thought and preparation. It grows up under perfectly healthy conditions. Its natural impulses to play and learn are gratified by the subtlest educational methods. Hands, eyes, and limbs are given every opportunity of training and growth. It learns to draw, write, express itself, use a great variety of symbols to assist and extend its thought. Kindness and civility become ingrained habits, for all about it are kind and civil. And in particular, the growth of its imagination is watched and encouraged. It learns the wonderful history of its world and its race, how man has struggled and still struggles out of his earlier animal narrowness and egotism towards an empire over being that is still but faintly apprehended through dense veils of ignorance. All its desires are made fine. It learns from poetry, from example and the love of those about it, to lose its solicitude for itself in love. Its sexual passions are turned against its selfishness. Its curiosity flowers into scientific passion. Its combativeness is set to fight disorder. Its inherent pride and ambition are directed towards an honorable share in the common achievement. It goes to the work that attracts it and chooses what it will do. If the individual is indolent, there is no great loss. There is plenty for all in Utopia. But then it will find no lovers, nor will it ever bear children, because no one in Utopia loves those who have neither energy nor distinction. There is much pride of the mate in utopian love, and there is no idle rich society in Utopia, nor games and shows for the mere looker-on. There is nothing for the mere looker-on. It is a pleasant world indeed for holidays, but not for those who would continuously do nothing. For centuries now, utopian science has been able to discriminate among births, and nearly every utopian alive would have ranked as an energetic creative spirit in former days. There are few dull and no really defective people in Utopia. The idle strains, the people of lethargic dispositions or weak imaginations, have mostly died out. The melancholic type has taken its dismissal and gone. Spiteful and malignant characters are disappearing. The vast majority of utopians are active, sanguine, inventive, receptive, and good-tempered. "And you have not even a parliament?" asked Mr. Burley, still incredulous. Utopia has no parliament, no politics, no private wealth, no business competition, no police nor prisons, no lunatics, no defectives, nor cripples. And it has none of these things because it has schools and teachers who are all that schools and teachers can be. Politics, trade, and competition are the methods of adjustment of a crude society. Such methods of adjustment have been laid aside in Utopia for more than 1,000 years. There is no rule nor government needed by adult utopians, because all the rule and government they need they have had in childhood and youth. Said Lion, "Our education is our government." End of Section 5. Book 1, Chapter the 6th. Some Earthly Criticisms. 1. At times during that memorable afternoon and evening, it seemed to Mr. Barnstaple that he was involved in nothing more remarkable than an extraordinary dialogue about government and history, a dialogue that had in some inexplicable way become spectacular. It was as if all this was happening only in his mind, and then the absolute reality of his adventure would return to him with overwhelming power, and his intellectual interest fade to inattention in the astounding strangeness of his position. In these latter phases, he would find his gaze wandering from face to face of the Utopians who surrounded him, resting for a time on some exquisite detail of the architecture of the building, and then coming back to these divinely graceful forms. Then, incredulously, he would revert to his fellow earthlings. Not one of these utopian faces but was as candid, earnest, and beautiful as the angelic faces of an Italian painting. One woman was strangely like Michelangelo's Delphic Sibyl. They sat in easy attitudes, men and women together, for the most part concentrated on the discussion, but every now and then Mr. Barnstaple would meet the direct scrutiny of a pair of friendly eyes, or find some utopian face intent upon the costume of Lady Stella, or the eyeglass of Mr. Mush. Mr. Barnstaple's first impression of the Utopians had been that they were all young people. Now he perceived that many of these faces had a quality of vigorous maturity. None showed any of the distinctive marks of age as this world notes them, but both Earthred and Lion had lines of experience about eyes and lips and brow. The effect of these people upon Mr. Barnstaple mingled stupefaction with familiarity in the strangest way. He had a feeling that he had always known that such a race could exist, and that this knowledge had supplied the implicit standard of 1,000 judgments upon human affairs. And at the same time he was astonished to the pitch of incredulity to find himself in the same world with them. They were at once normal and wonderful in comparison with himself and his companions, who were, on their part, at the same time queer and perfectly matter-of-fact. And, together with a strong desire to become friendly and intimate with these fine and gracious persons, to give himself to them and to associate them with himself by service and reciprocal acts, there was an awe and fear of them that made him shrink from contact with them and quiver at their touch. He desired their personal recognition of himself as a fellow and companion so greatly that his sense of his own ungraciousness and unworthiness overwhelmed him. He wanted to bow down before them. Beneath all the light and loveliness of things about him lurked the intolerable premonition of his ultimate rejection from this new world. So great was the impression made by the Utopians upon Mr. Barnstaple, so entirely did he yield himself up to his joyful acceptance of their grace and physical splendor, that for a time he had no attention left over to note how different from his own were the reactions of several of his earthling companions. The aloofness of the Utopians from the queerness, grotesqueness, and cruelty of normal earthly life made him ready for the most uncritical approval of their institutions and ways of life. It was the behavior of Father Amerton which first awakened him to the fact that it was possible to disapprove of these wonderful people very highly, and to display a very considerable hostility to them. At first, Father Amerton had kept a round-faced, round-eyed wonder above his round collar. He had shown a disposition to give the lead to anyone who chose to take it, and he had said not a word until the naked beauty of dead Greenlake had surprised him into an expression of unclerical appreciation. But during the journey to the lakeside and the meal and the opening arrangements of the conference there was a reaction, and this first naive and deferential astonishment gave place to an attitude of resistance and hostility. It was as if this new world, which had begun by being a spectacle, had taken on the quality of a proposition which he felt he had either to accept or confute. Perhaps it was that the habit of mind of a public censor was too strong for him, and that he could not feel normal again until he began to condemn. Perhaps he was really shocked and distressed by the virtual nudity of these lovely bodies about him. But he began presently to make queer grunts and coughs, to mutter to himself, and to betray an increasing incapacity to keep still. He broke out first into an interruption when the question of population was raised. For a little while his intelligence prevailed over this emotional stir when the profit of the wheel was discussed, but then his gathering preoccupations resumed their sway. "I must speak out," Mr. Barnstaple heard him mutter. "I must speak out." Now suddenly he began to ask questions. "There are some things I want to have clear," he said. "I want to know what moral state this so-called Utopia is in. Excuse me." He got up. He stood with wavering hands, unable for a moment to begin. Then he went to the end of the row of seats and placed himself so that his hands could rest on the back of a seat. He passed his fingers through his hair, and he seemed to be inhaling deeply. An unwonted animation came into his face, which reddened and began to shine. A horrible suspicion crossed the mind of Mr. Barnstaple, that so it was he must stand when he began those weekly sermons of his, those fearless denunciations of almost everything, in the church of St. Barnabas in the West. The suspicion deepened to a still more horrible certainty. "Friends, brothers of this new world, I have certain things to say to you that I cannot delay saying. I want to ask you some soul-searching questions. I want to deal plainly with you about some plain and simple but very fundamental matters. I want to put things to you frankly and as man to man, not being mealy-mouthed about urgent if delicate things. Let me come without parley to what I have to say. I want to ask you if in this so-called state of Utopia you still have and respect and honor the most sacred thing in social life. Do you still respect the marriage bond?" He paused, and in the pause the Utopian reply came through to Mr. Barnstaple. "In Utopia there are no bonds." But Father Amerton was not asking questions with any desire for answers. He was asking questions pulpit fashion. "I want to know," he was booming out, "if that holy union revealed to our first parents in the Garden of Eden holds good here, if that sanctified, lifelong association of one man and one woman, in good fortune and ill fortune, excluding every other sort of intimacy, is the rule of your lives. I want to know." "But he doesn't want to know," came a Utopian intervention. "If that shielded and guarded dual purity—" Mr. Burley raised a long white hand. "Father Emerton," he protested, "please." The hand of Mr. Burley was a potent hand that might still wave towards preferment. Few things under heaven could stop Father Emerton when he was once launched upon one of his soul storms, but the hand of Mr. Burley was among such things. "Has followed another still more precious gift, and been cast aside here and utterly rejected of men. What is it, Mr. Burley?" "I wish you would not press this matter further just at present, Father Emerton, until we have learnt a little more. Institutions are manifestly very different here. Even the institution of marriage may be different." The preacher's face lowered. "Mr. Burley," he said, "I must. If my suspicions are right, I want to strip this world forthwith of its hectic preference to a sort of health and virtue." "Not much stripping required," said Mr. Burley's chauffeur in a very audible aside. A certain testiness became evident in Mr. Burley's voice. "Then ask questions," he said. "Ask questions. Don't orate, please. They don't want us to orate." "I've asked my question," said Father Emerton sulkily, with a rhetorical glare at Earthred, and remained standing. The answer came clear and explicit. In Utopia, there was no compulsion for men and women to go about in indissoluble pairs. For most Utopians, that would be inconvenient. Very often, men and women, whose work brought them closely together, were lovers and kept very much together, as Arden and Greenlake had done. But they were not obliged to do that. There had not always been this freedom. In the old crowded days of conflict, and especially among the agricultural workers and employed people of Utopia, men and women who had been lovers were bound together under severe penalties for life. They lived together in a small home, which the woman kept in order for the man. She was his servant, and bore him as many children as possible, while he got food for them. The children were desired because they were soon helpful on the land or as wage-earners. But the necessities that had subjugated women to that sort of pairing had passed away. People paired indeed with their chosen mates, but they did so by an inner necessity and not by any outward compulsion. Father Emerton had listened with ill-concealed impatience. Now he jumped with, "Then I was right, and you have abolished the family?" His finger pointed at Earthred and made it almost a personal accusation. No, Utopia had not abolished the family. It had enlarged and glorified the family until it embraced the whole world. Long ago, that prophet of the wheel, whom Father Emerton seemed to respect, had preached that very enlargement of the ancient narrowness of home. They had told him, while he preached, that his mother and his brethren stood without and claimed his attention. But he would not go to them. He had turned to the crowd that listened to his words, "Behold my mother and my brethren." Father Emerton slapped the seat back in front of him loudly and startlingly. "A quibble!" he cried. "A quibble! Satan too can quote the Scriptures." It was clear to Mr. Barnstaple that Father Emerton was not in complete control of himself. He was frightened by what he was doing, and yet impelled to do it. He was too excited to think clearly or control his voice properly, so that he shouted and boomed in the wildest way. He was letting himself go and trusting to the habits of the pulpit of St. Barnabas to bring him through. "I perceive now how you stand. Only too well do I perceive how you stand. From the outset, I guessed how things were with you. I waited to be perfectly sure, before I bore my testimony. But it speaks for itself. The shamelessness of your costume, the licentious freedom of your manners. Young men and women, smiling, joining hands, near to caressing, when averted eyes, are the least tribute you could pay to modesty. And this vile talk of lovers loving, without bonds or blessings, without rules or restraint. What does it mean? Whither does it lead? Do not imagine, because I am a priest, a man pure and virginal in spite of great temptations, do not imagine that I do not understand. Have I no vision of the secret places of the heart? Do not the wounded sinners, the broken potsherds creep to me with their pitiful confessions? And I will tell you plainly whither you go and how you stand. This so-called freedom of yours is nothing but license. Your so-called Utopia, I see plainly, is nothing but a hell of unbridled indulgence. Unbridled indulgence! Mr. Burley held up a protesting hand, but Father Amerton's eloquence soared over the obstruction. He beat upon the back of the seat before him. "I will bear my witness," he shouted. "I will bear my witness. I will make no bones about it. I refuse to mince matters, I tell you. You are all living in promiscuity. That is the word for it. In animal promiscuity. In bestial promiscuity." Mr. Burley had sprung to his feet. He was holding up his two hands and motioning the London Boanerges to sit down. "No, no," he cried. "You must stop, Mr. Amerton. Really, you must stop. You are being insulting. You do not understand. Sit down, please. I insist." "Sit down and hold your peace," said a very clear voice, "or you will be taken away." Something made Father Amerton aware of a still figure at his elbow. He met the eyes of a lithe young man who was scrutinizing his build as a portrait painter might scrutinize a new sitter. There was no threat in his bearing. He stood quite still, and yet his appearance threw an extraordinary quality of evanescence about Father Amerton. The great preacher's voice died in his throat. Mr. Burley's bland voice was lifted to avert a conflict. "Mr. Serpentine, sir, I appeal to you and apologize. He is not fully responsible. We others regret the interruption, the incident. I pray you, please do not take him away, whatever taking away may mean. I will answer personally for his good behavior. Do sit down, Mr. Amerton, please, now, or I shall wash my hands of the whole business." Father Amerton hesitated. "My time will come," he said, and looked the young man in the eyes for a moment, and then went back to his seat. Earthridge spoke quietly and clearly. "You earthlings are difficult guests to entertain. This is not all. Manifestly, this man's mind is very unclean. His sexual imagination is evidently inflamed and diseased. He is angry and anxious to insult and wound, and his noises are terrific. Tomorrow he must be examined and dealt with." "How?" said Father Amerton, his round face suddenly grey. "How do you mean, dealt with?" "Please do not talk," said Mr. Burley. "Please do not talk any more. You have done quite enough mischief." For the time the incident seemed at an end, but it had left a queer little tinge of fear in Mr. Barnstable's heart. These Utopians were very gentle-mannered and gracious people indeed, but just for a moment the hand of power had seemed to hover over the Earthling party. Sunlight and beauty were all about the visitors. Nevertheless, they were strangers, and quite helpless strangers in an unknown world. The Utopian faces were kindly, and their eyes curious, and in a manner friendly, but much more observant than friendly. It was as if they looked across some impassable gulf of difference. And then Mr. Barnstable, in the midst of his distress, met the brown eyes of likeness, and they were kindlier than the eyes of the other Utopians. She, at least, understood the fear that had come to him, he felt, and she was willing to reassure him and be his friend. Mr. Barnstable looked at her, feeling for the moment much as a stray dog might do who approaches a doubtfully amiable group and gets a friendly glance and a greeting. 2. Another mind that was also in active resistance to Utopia was that of Mr. Freddie Mush. He had no quarrel indeed with the religion or morals or social organization of Utopia. He had long since learnt that no gentleman of serious aesthetic pretensions betrays any interest whatever in such matters. His perceptions were by hypothesis too fine for them, but presently he made it clear that there had been something very ancient and beautiful called the balance of nature, which the scientific methods of Utopia had destroyed. What this balance of nature of his was, and how it worked on Earth, neither the Utopians nor Mr. Barnstaple were able to understand very clearly. Under cross-examination, Mr. Mush grew pink and restive, and his eyeglass flashed defensively. "I hold by the swallows," he repeated. "If you can't see my point about that, I don't know what else I can say." He began with the fact, and reverted to the fact that there were no swallows to be seen in Utopia, and there were no swallows to be seen in Utopia because there were no gnats nor midges. There had been an enormous deliberation reduction of insect life in Utopia, and that had seriously affected every sort of creature that was directly or indirectly dependent upon insect life. So soon as the new state of affairs was securely established in Utopia, and the educational state working, the attention of the Utopian community had been given to the long-cherished idea of a systematic extermination of tiresome and mischievous species. A careful inquiry was made into the harmfulness and the possibility of eliminating the housefly, for example, wasps and hornets, various species of mice and rats, rabbits, stinging nettles. 10,000 species, from disease germ to rhinoceros and hyena, were put upon their trial. Every species found was given an advocate. Of each it was asked, "What good is it? What harm does it do? How can it be extirpated? What else may go with it if it goes? Is it worth while wiping it out of existence? Or can it be mitigated and retained?" And even when the verdict was death final and complete, Utopia set about the business of extermination with great caution. A reserve would be kept, and was in many cases still being kept, in some secure isolation, of every species condemned. Most infectious and contagious fevers had been completely stamped out. Some had gone very easily. Some had only been driven out of human life by proclaiming a war and subjecting the whole population to discipline. Many internal and external parasites of man and animals had also been got rid of completely. And further, there had been a great cleansing of the world from noxious insects, from weeds and vermin and hostile beasts. The mosquito had gone, the housefly, the blowfly, and indeed a great multitude of flies had gone. They had been driven out of life by campaigns involving an immense effort, and extending over many generations. It had been infinitely more easy to get rid of such big annoyances as the hyena and the wolf than to abolish these smaller pests. The attack upon the flies had involved the virtual rebuilding of a large proportion of Utopian houses, and a minute cleansing of them all throughout the planet. The question of what else would go if a certain species went was one of the most subtle that Utopia had to face. Certain insects, for example, were destructive, and offensive grubs in the opening stage of their lives were evil as caterpillar or pupa, and then became either beautiful in themselves or necessary to the fertilization of some useful or exquisite flowers. Others offensive in themselves were a necessary irreplaceable food to pleasant and desirable creatures. It was not true that swallows had gone from Utopia, but they had become extremely rare. And rare too were a number of little insectivorous birds, the flycatcher, for example, that harlequin of the air. But they had not died out altogether. The extermination of insects had not gone to that length. Sufficient species had remained to make some districts still habitable for these delightful birds. Many otherwise obnoxious plants were a convenient source of chemically complex substances that were still costly or tedious to make synthetically, and so had kept a restricted place in life. Plants and flowers, always simpler and more plastic in the hands of the breeder and hybridizer than animals, had been enormously changed in Utopia. Our earthlings were to find 100 sorts of foliage and of graceful and scented blossoms that were altogether strange to them. Plants, Mr. Barnstaple learnt, had been trained and bred to make new and unprecedented secretions, waxes, gums, essential oils and the like, of the most desirable quality. There had been much befriending and taming of big animals. The larger carnivora, combed and cleaned, reduced to a milk dietary, emasculated in spirit and altogether becatted, were pets and ornaments in Utopia. The almost extinct elephant had increased again, and Utopia had saved her giraffes. The brown bear had always been disposed to sweets and vegetarianism, and had greatly improved in intelligence. The dog had given up barking and was comparatively rare. Sporting dogs were not used, nor small pet animals. Horses Mr. Barnstaple did not see, but as he was a very modern urban type, he did not miss them very much, and he did not ask any questions about them while he was actually in Utopia. He never found out whether they had or had not become extinct. As he heard on his first afternoon in that world of this revision and editing, this weeding and cultivation of the kingdoms of nature by mankind, it seemed to him to be the most natural and necessary phase in human history. After all, he said to himself, it was a good invention to say that man was created a gardener. And now man was weeding and cultivating his own strain. The Utopians told of eugenic beginnings, of a new and surer decision in the choice of parents, of an increasing certainty in the science of heredity. And as Mr. Barnstaple contrasted the firm, clear beauty of face and limb that every Utopian displayed with the carelessly assembled features and bodily disproportions of his earthly associates, he realized that already, with but 3,000 years or so of advantage, these Utopians were passing beyond man towards a nobler humanity. They were becoming different in kind. 3. They were different in kind. As the questions and explanations and exchanges of that afternoon went on, it became more and more evident to Mr. Barnstaple that the difference of their bodies was as nothing to the differences of their minds. Innately better to begin with, the minds of these children of light had grown up uninjured by any such tremendous frictions, concealments, ambiguities, and ignorances as crippled the growing mind of an earthling. They were clear and frank and direct. They had never developed that defensive suspicion of the teacher, that resistance to instruction, which is the natural response to teaching that is half aggression. They were beautifully unwary in their communications. The ironies, concealments, insincerities, vanities, and pretensions of earthly conversation seemed unknown to them. Mr. Barnstaple found this mental nakedness of theirs as sweet and refreshing as the mountain air he was breathing. It amazed him that they could be so patient and lucid with being so underbred. Underbred was the word he used in his mind. Himself, he felt, the most underbred of all. He was afraid of these Utopians. Snobbish and abject before them, he was like a mannerless earthly lout in a drawing-room, and he was bitterly ashamed of his own abjection. All the other earthlings except Mr. Burley and Lady Stella betrayed the defensive spite of consciously inferior creatures struggling against that consciousness. Like Father Amerton, Mr. Burley's chauffeur was evidently greatly shocked and disturbed by the unclothed condition of the Utopians. His feelings expressed themselves by gestures, grimaces, and an occasional sarcastic comment such as, "I don't think," or "What-oh?" These he addressed for the most part to Mr. Barnstaple, for whom, as the owner of a very little old car, he evidently mingled feelings of profound contempt and social fellowship. He would also direct Mr. Barnstaple's attention to anything that he considered remarkable in bearing or gesture, by means of a peculiar stare and grimace combined with raised eyebrows. He had a way of pointing with his mouth and nose that Mr. Barnstaple, under more normal circumstances, might have found entertaining. Lady Stella, who had impressed Mr. Barnstaple at first as a very great lady of the modern type, he was now beginning to feel was on her defense and becoming rather too ladylike. Mr. Burley, however, retained a certain aristocratic sublimity. He had been a great man on earth for all his life, and it was evident that he saw no reason why he should not be accepted as a great man in Utopia. On earth he had done little and had been intelligently receptive with the happiest results. That alert, questioning mind of his, free of all persuasions, convictions, or revolutionary desires, fell with the utmost ease into the pose of a distinguished person inspecting in a sympathetic but entirely non-committal manner the institutions of an alien state. "Tell me," that engaging phrase laced his conversation. The evening was drawing on. The clear utopian sky was glowing with the gold of sunset, and a towering mass of cloud above the lake was fading from pink to a dark purple, when Mr. Rupert Catskill imposed himself upon Mr. Barnstable's attention. He was fretting in his place. "I have something to say," he said. "I have something to say." Presently he jumped up and walked to the center of the semicircle from which Mr. Burley had spoken earlier in the afternoon. "Mr. Serpentine," he said, "Mr. Burley, there are a few things I should be glad to say, if you can give me this opportunity of saying them." 4. He took off his gray top hat, went back and placed it on his seat, and returned to the center of the apse. He put back his coat-tails, rested his hands on his hips, thrust his head forward, regarded his audience for a moment with an expression half cunning, half defiant, muttered something inaudible, and began. His opening was not prepossessing. There was some slight impediment in his speech, the little brother of a lisp, against which his voice beat gutturally. His first few sentences had an effect of being jerked out by unsteady efforts. Then it became evident to Mr. Barnstable that Mr. Catskill was expressing a very definite point of view. He was offering a reasoned and intelligible view of Utopia. Mr. Barnstable disagreed with that criticism. Indeed, he disagreed with it violently, but he had to recognize that it expressed an understandable attitude of mind. Mr. Catskill began with a sweeping admission of the beauty and order of Utopia. He praised the glowing health he saw on every cheek, the wealth, tranquility, and comfort of Utopian life. They had tamed the forces of nature and subjugated them altogether to one sole end, to the material comfort of the race. "But Arden and Green Lake?" murmured Mr. Barnstable. Mr. Catskill did not hear or heed the interruption. "The first effect, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Serpentine, I should say, the first effect upon an earthly mind is overwhelming. Is it any wonder," he glanced at Mr. Burley and Mr. Barnstable, "is it any wonder that admiration has carried some of us off our feet? Is it any wonder that for a time your almost magic beauty has charmed us into forgetting much that is in our own natures, into forgetting deep and mysterious impulses, cravings, necessities, so that we have been ready to say, 'Here at last is Lotus Land. Here let us abide, let us adapt ourselves to this planned and ordered splendor, and live our lives out here and die.' I, too, Mr. Serpentine, succumbed to that magic for a time, but only for a time. Already, sir, I find myself full of questionings." His bright, headlong mind had seized upon the fact that every phase in the weeding and cleansing of Utopia from pests and parasites and diseases had been accompanied by the possibility of collateral limitations and losses. Or perhaps it would be juster to say that that fact had seized upon his mind. He ignored the deliberation and precautions that had accompanied every step in the process of making a world securely healthy and wholesome for human activity. He assumed there had been losses with every gain. He went on to exaggerate these losses and ran on glibly to the inevitable metaphor of throwing away the baby with its bath. Inevitable, that is, for a British parliamentarian. The Utopians, he declared, were living lives of extraordinary ease, safety, and, may I say so, indulgence. "They work," said Mr. Barnstable, but with 1,000 annoyances and disagreeables gone, had not something else greater and more precious gone also? Life on earth was, he admitted, insecure, full of pains and anxieties, full indeed of miseries and distresses and anguish, but also, and indeed by reason of these very things, it had moments of intensity, hopes, joyful surprises, escapes, attainments, such as the ordered life of Utopia could not possibly afford. You have been getting away from conflicts and distresses. Have you not also been getting away from the living and quivering realities of life?" He launched out upon a eulogy of earthly life. He extolled the vitality of life upon earth, as though there were no signs of vitality in the high splendor about him. He spoke of the thunder of our crowded cities, of the urge of our teeming millions, of the broad tides of commerce and industrial effort and warfare that swayed and came and went in the hives and harbors of our race. He had the knack of the plausible phrase and that imaginative touch which makes for eloquence. Mr. Barnstaple forgot that slight impediment and the thickness of the voice that said these things. Mr. Catskill boldly admitted all the earthly evils and dangers that Mr. Burley had retailed. Everything that Mr. Burley had said was true. All that he had said fell indeed far short of the truth. Famine we knew, and pestilence. We suffered from 1,000 diseases that Utopia had eliminated. We were afflicted by 1,000 afflictions that were known to Utopia now only by ancient tradition. The rats gnaw, and the summer flies persecute and madden. At times life reeks and stinks. I admit it, sir, I admit it. We go down far below your extremest experiences into discomforts and miseries, anxieties and anguish of soul and body, into bitterness, terror, and despair. Yea, but do we not also go higher? I challenge you with that. What can you know in this immense safety of the intensity, the frantic, terror-driven intensity of many of our efforts? What can you know of reprieves and interludes and escapes? Think of our many happinesses beyond your ken. What do you know here of the sweet early days of convalescence, of going for a holiday out of disagreeable surroundings, of taking some great risk to body or fortune and bringing it off, of winning a bet against enormous odds, of coming out of prison? And, sir, it has been said that there are those in our world who have found a fascination even in pain itself. Because our life is dreadfuler, sir, it has, and it must have, moments that are infinitely brighter than yours. It is titanic, sir, where this is merely tidy. And we are inured to it and hardened by it. We are tempered to a finer edge. That is the point to which I am coming. Ask us to give up our earthly disorder, our miseries and distresses, our high death rates and our hideous diseases, and at the first question every man and woman in the world would say, "Yes, willingly, yes." At the first question, sir. Mr. Catskill held his audience for a moment on his extended finger. And then we should begin to take thought. We should ask, as you say your naturalist asked about your flies and such-like offensive small game, we should ask, what goes with it? What is the price? And when we learnt that the price was to surrender that intensity of life, that tormented energy, that pickled and experienced toughness, that rat-like, wolf-like toughness our perpetual struggle engenders, we should hesitate. We should hesitate. In the end, sir, I believe, I hope and believe, indeed I pray and believe, we should say no. We should say no. Mr. Catskill was now in a state of great cerebral exaltation. He was making short thrusting gestures with his clenched fist. His voice rose and fell and boomed. He swayed and turned about, glanced for the approval of his fellow earthlings, flung stray smiles at Mr. Burley. This idea that our poor, wrangling, nerveless, chance-driven world was really a fierce and close-knit system of powerful reactions, in contrast with the evening serenities of a made and finished Utopia, had taken complete possession of his mind. Never before, sir, have I realized, as I realize now, the high, the terrible and adventurous destinies of our earthly race. I look upon this golden lotus land of yours, this divine perfected land from which all conflict has been banished. Mr. Barnstaple caught a faint smile on the face of the woman who had reminded him of the Delphic Sibyl. and I admit and admire its order and beauty, as some dusty and resolute pilgrim might pause on his exalted and mysterious quest, and admit and admire the order and beauty of the pleasant gardens of some prosperous Sybarite. And like that pilgrim, I may beg leave, sir, to question the wisdom of your way of living. For I take it, sir, that it is now a proven thing that life and all the energy and beauty of life are begotten by struggle and competition and conflict. We were moulded and wrought in hardship, and so, sir, were you. And yet you dream here that you have eliminated conflict forever. Your economic state, I gather, is some form of socialism. You have abolished competition in all the businesses of peace. Your political state is one universal unity. You have altogether cut out the bracing and ennobling threat and the purging and terrifying experience of war. Everything is ordered and provided for. Everything is secure. Everything is secure, sir, except for one thing. I grieve to trouble your tranquillity, sir, but I must breathe the name of that one forgotten thing, degeneration. What is there here to prevent degeneration? Are you preventing degeneration? What penalties are there any longer for indolence? What rewards for exceptional energy and effort? What is there to keep men industrious? What watchful when there is no personal danger and no personal loss, but only some remote danger or injury to the community? For a time, by a sort of inertia, you may keep going. You may seem to be making a success of things. I admit it. You do seem to be making a success of things. Autumnal glory, sunset splendor, while about you, in universes parallel to yours, parallel races still toil, still suffer, still compete, and eliminate and gather strength and energy. Mr. Catskill flourished his hand at the Utopians in rhetorical triumph. I would not have you think, sir, that these criticisms of your world are offered in a hostile spirit. They are offered in the most amiable and helpful spirit. I am the skeleton, but the most friendly and apologetic skeleton at your feast. I ask my searching and disagreeable question because I must. Is it indeed the wise way that you have chosen? You have sweetness and light and leisure. Granted. But if there is all this multitude of universes, of which you have told us, Mr. Serpentine, so clearly and illuminatingly, and if one may suddenly open into another as ours has done into yours, I would ask you most earnestly, how safe is your sweetness, your light and your leisure? We talk here, separated by we know not how flimsy a partition from innumerable worlds. And at that thought, sir, it seems to me that as I stand here in the great golden calm of this place, I can almost hear the trampling of hungry myriads as fierce and persistent as rats or wolves, the snarling voices of races inured to every pain and cruelty, the threat of terrible heroisms and pitiless aggressions. He brought his discourse to an abrupt end. He smiled faintly. It seemed to Mr. Barnstaple that he triumphed over Utopia. He stood with hands on his hips, and, as if he bent his body by that method, bowed stiffly. "Sir," he said, with that ghost of a lisp of his eye on Mr. Burley, "I have said my say." He turned about and regarded Mr. Barnstaple for a moment with his face screwed up almost to the appearance of a wink. He nodded his head as if he tapped a nail with a hammer, jerked himself into activity, and returned to his proper place. 5. Earthred did not so much answer Mr. Catskill as sit, elbow on knee and chin on hand, thinking audibly about him. "The gnawing vigor of the rat," he mused, "the craving pursuit of the wolf, the mechanical persistence of wasp and fly and disease germ have gone out of our world. That is true. We have obliterated that much of life's devouring forces, and lost nothing worth having. Pain, filth, indignity for ourselves or any creatures, they have gone or they go. But it is not true that competition has gone from our world. Why does he say it has? Everyone here works to his or her utmost, for service and distinction. None may cheat himself out of toil or duty, as men did in the age of confusion, when the mean and acquisitive lived and bred in luxury upon the heedlessness of more generous types. Why does he say we degenerate? He has been told better already. The indolent and inferior do not procreate here. And why should he threaten us with fancies of eruptions from other, fiercer, more barbaric worlds? It is we who can open the doors into such other universes or close them as we choose. Because we know. We can go to them. When we know enough we shall, but they cannot come to us. There is no way but knowledge out of the cages of life. What is the matter with the mind of this man? These earthlings are only in the beginnings of science. They are still, for all practical ends, in that phase of fear and taboos that come also in the development of Utopia before confidence and understanding, out of which phase our own world struggled during the last age of confusion. The minds of these earthlings are full of fears and prohibitions, and though it has dawned upon them that they may possibly control their universe, the thought is too terrible yet for them to face. They avert their minds from it. They still want to go on thinking, as their fathers did before them, that the universe is being managed for them better than they can control it for themselves. Because if that is so, they are free to obey their own violent little individual motives. Leave things to God, they cry, or leave them to competition. "Evolution was our blessed word," said Mr. Barnstaple, deeply interested. "It is all the same thing. God, or evolution, or what you will, so long as you mean a power beyond your own which excuses you from your duty. Utopia says, 'Do not leave things at all. Take hold.' But these earthlings still lack the habit of looking at reality undraped. This man with the white linen fetter round his neck is afraid even to look upon men and women as they are. He is disgustingly excited by the common human body. This man with the glass lens before his left eye struggles to believe that there is a wise old Mother Nature behind the appearances of things, keeping a balance. It was fantastic to hear about this balance of nature. Cannot he with 2 eyes and a lens see better than that? This last man who spoke so impressively thinks that this old beldame Nature is a limitless source of will and energy, if only we submit to her freaks and cruelties and imitate her most savage moods, if only we sufficiently thrust and kill and rob and ravish one another. He too preaches the old fatalism and believes it is the teaching of science. These earthlings do not yet dare see what our Mother Nature is. At the back of their minds is still the desire to abandon themselves to her. They do not see that, except for our eyes and wills, she is purposeless and blind. She is not awful, she is horrible. She takes no heed to our standards, nor to any standards of excellence. She made us by accident. All her children are bastards, undesired. She will cherish or expose them, pet or starve or torment without rhyme or reason. She does not heed, she does not care. She will lift us up to power and intelligence, or debase us to the mean feebleness of the rabbit, or the slimy white filthiness of 1,000 of her parasitic inventions. There must be good in her, because she made all that is good in us. But also there is endless evil. Do not you earthlings see the dirt of her, the cruelty, the insane indignity of much of her work?" "Phew! Worse than nature red in tooth and claw," murmured Mr. Freddy Mush. "These things are plain," mused Earthred, "if they dared to see. Half the species of life in our planet also, half and more than half of all the things alive, were ugly or obnoxious, inane, miserable, wretched, with elaborate diseases, helplessly ill-adjusted to nature's continually fluctuating conditions, when first we took this old hag, our mother, in hand. We have, after centuries of struggle, suppressed her nastier fancies, and washed her and combed her and taught her to respect and heed the last child of her wantonings, man. With man came Logos, the word and the will into our universe, to watch it and fear it, to learn it and cease to fear it, to know it and comprehend it and master it, so that we of Utopia are no longer the beaten and starved children of nature, but her free and adolescent sons. We have taken over the old lady's estate. Every day we learn a little better how to master this little planet. Every day our thoughts go out more surely to our inheritance, the stars, and the deeps beyond and beneath the stars. "You have reached the stars?" cried Mr. Barnstable. "Not yet, not even the other planets. But very plainly the time draws near when those great distances will cease to restrain us." He paused. "Many of us will have to go out into the deeps of space, and never return, giving their lives. And into these new spaces countless brave men." Earthred turned towards Mr. Catskill. "We find your frankly expressed thoughts particularly interesting today. You help us to understand the past of our own world. You help us to deal with an urgent problem that we will presently explain to you. There are thoughts and ideas like yours in our ancient literature of 2,000 or 3,000 years ago. The same preaching of selfish violence as though it was a virtue. Even then intelligent men knew better, and you yourself might know better if you were not wilfully set in wrong opinions. But it is plain to see from your manner and bearing that you are very wilful indeed in your opinions. You are not, you must realize, a very beautiful person, and probably you are not very beautiful in your pleasures and proceedings. But you have superabundant energy, and so it is natural for you to turn to the excitements of risk and escape, to think that the best thing in life is the sensation of conflict and winning. Also, in the economic confusion of such a world as yours, there is an intolerable amount of toil that must be done, toil so disagreeable that it makes everyone of spirit anxious to thrust away as much of it as possible, and to claim exemption from it on account of nobility, gallantry, or good fortune. People in your world no doubt persuade themselves very easily that they are justifiably exempted, and you are under that persuasion. You live in a world of classes. Your badly trained mind has been under no necessity to invent its own excuses. The class into which you were born had all its excuses ready for you. So it is, you take the best of everything without scruple, and you adventure with life, chiefly at the expense of other people, with a mind trained by all its circumstances to resist the idea that there is any possible way of human living that can be steadfast and disciplined, and at the same time vigorous and happy. You have argued against that persuasion all your life, as though it were your personal enemy. It is your personal enemy. It condemns your way of life altogether. It damns you utterly for your adventures. Confronted now with an ordered and achieved beauty of living, you still resist. You resist to escape dismay. You argue that this world of ours is unromantic, wanting in intensity, decadent, feeble. Now, in the matter of physical strength, grip hands with that young man who sits beside you." Mr. Catskill glanced at the extended hand and shook his head knowingly. "You go on talking," he said. "Yet, when I tell you that neither our wills nor our bodies are as feeble as yours, your mind resists obstinately. You will not believe it. If for a moment your mind admits it, afterwards it recoils to the system of persuasions that protect your self-esteem. Only one of you accepts our world at all, and he does so rather because he is weary of yours than willing for ours. So I suppose it has to be. Yours are age of confusion minds, trained to conflict, trained to insecurity and secret self-seeking. In that fashion, nature and your state have taught you to live, and so you must needs live until you die. Such lessons are to be unlearnt only in 10,000 generations, by the slow education of 3,000 years. And we are puzzled by the question, what are we to do with you? We will try our utmost to deal fairly and friendly with you if you will respect our laws and ways. But it will be very difficult, we know, for you. You do not realize yet how difficult your habits and preconceptions will make it for you. Your party so far has behaved very reasonably and properly, in act if not in thought. But we have had another experience of earthling ways today of a much more tragic kind. Your talk of fiercer, barbaric worlds breaking in upon us has had its grotesque parallel in reality today. It is true, there is something fierce and rat-like and dangerous about earthly men. You are not the only earthlings who came into Utopia through this gate that swung open for a moment today. There are others. "Of course," said Mr. Barnstable. "I should have guessed it. That third lot." "There is yet another of these queer locomotive machines of yours in Utopia." "The grey car," said Mr. Barnstable to Mr. Burley. "It wasn't 100 yards ahead of you." "Raced us from Hounslow," said Mr. Burley's driver. "Real hot stuff." Mr. Burley turned to Mr. Freddie Mush. "I think you said you recognized someone?" "Lord Barralonga, sir, almost to a certainty, and I think Miss Greta Gray." "There were 2 other men," said Mr. Barnstable. "They will complicate things," said Mr. Burley. "They do complicate things," said Earthred. "They have killed a man." "A Utopian?" "These other people, there are 5 of them, whose names you seem to know, came into Utopia just in front of your 2 vehicles. Instead of stopping as you did when they found themselves on a new, strange road, they seem to have quickened their pace very considerably. They passed some men and women, and they made extraordinary gestures to them and abominable noises produced by an instrument specially designed for that purpose. Further on, they encountered a silver cheetah and charged at it and ran right over it, breaking its back. They do not seem to have paused to see what became of it. A young man named Gold came out into the road to ask them to stop. But their machine is made in the most fantastic way, very complex and very foolish. It is quite unable to stop short suddenly. It is not driven by a single engine that is completely controlled. It is a complicated internal conflict. It has a sort of engine that drives it forward by a complex cogged gear on the axle of the hind wheels, and it has various clumsy stopping contrivances by means of friction at certain points. You can apparently drive the engine at the utmost speed and at the same time jam the wheels to prevent them going round. When this young man stepped forward in front of them, they were quite unable to stop. They may have tried to do so. They say they did. Their machine swerved dangerously and struck him with its side." "And killed him?" "And killed him instantly. His body was horribly injured. But they did not stop even for that. They slowed down and had a hasty consultation, and then, seeing that people were coming, they set their machine in motion again and made off. They seem to have been seized with a panic fear of restraint and punishment. Their motives are very difficult to understand. At any rate, they went on. They rode on and on into our country for some hours. An aeroplane was presently set to follow them, and another to clear the road in front of them. It was very difficult to clear the road, because neither our people nor our animals understand such vehicles as theirs, nor such behavior. In the afternoon they got among mountains and evidently found our roads much too smooth and difficult for their machine. It made extraordinary noises as though it was gritting its teeth, and emitted a blue vapor with an offensive smell. At one corner, where it should have stopped short, it skated about and slid suddenly sideways and rolled over a cliff and fell for perhaps twice the height of a man into a torrent." "And they were killed?" asked Mr. Burley, with, as it seemed to Mr. Barnstable, a touch of eagerness in his voice. Not one of them." "Oh," said Mr. Burley. "Then what happened?" "One of them has a broken arm, and another is badly cut about the face. The other 2 men and the woman are uninjured, except for fright and shock. When our people came up to them, the 4 men held their hands above their heads. Apparently, they feared they would be killed at once, and did this as an appeal for mercy." "And what are you doing with them?" "We are bringing them here. It is better, we think, to keep all you earthlings together. At present, we cannot imagine what must be done to you. We want to learn from you, and we want to be friendly with you if it is possible. It has been suggested that you should be returned to your world. In the end, that may be the best thing to do. But at present, we do not know enough to do this certainly." Arden and Greenlake, when they made the attempt to rotate a part of our matter through the F dimension, believed that they would rotate it in empty space in that dimension. The fact that you were there, and you were caught into our universe, is the most unexpected thing that has happened in Utopia for 1,000 years. End of section 6.
Chapter the 7th. The Bringing In of Lord Baralonga's Party. Part 1. The conference broke up upon this announcement, but Lord Baralonga and his party were not brought to the conference gardens until long after dark. No effort was made to restrain or control the movements of the earthlings. Mr. Burley walked down to the lake with Lady Stella and the psychologist, whose name was Lion, asking and answering questions. Mr. Burley's chauffeur wandered rather disconsolately, keeping within hail of his employer. Mr. Rupert Catskill took Mr. Mush off by the arm, as if to give him instructions. Mr. Barnstable wanted to walk about alone to recall and digest the astounding realizations of the afternoon, and to accustom himself to the wonder of this beautiful world, so beautiful, and now in the twilight so mysterious also, with its trees and flowers becoming dim and shapeless notes of pallor and blackness, and with the clear forms and gracious proportions of its buildings melting into a twilight indistinctness. The earthiness of his companions intervened between him and the world into which he felt like he might otherwise have been accepted and absorbed. He was in it, but in it only as a strange and discordant intruder. Yet he loved it already and desired it, and was passionately anxious to become a part of it. He had a vague but very powerful feeling that if only he could get away from his companions, if only in some way he could cast off his earthly clothing and everything upon him that marked him as earthly and linked him to earth, he would, by the very act of casting that off, become himself a native to Utopia. And then that this tormenting sense, this bleak, distressing strangeness would vanish out of his mind. He would suddenly find himself a Utopian in nature and reality, and it was earth that would become the incredible dream, a dream that would fade at last completely out of his mind. For a time, however, Father Emerton's need of a hearer prevented any such detachment from earthly thoughts and things. He stuck close to Mr. Barnstable and maintained a stream of questions and comments that threw over this utopian scene the quality of some Earl's Court exhibition that the two of them were visiting and criticizing together. It was evidently so provisional, so disputable and unreal to him, that at any moment Mr. Barnstable felt he would express no astonishment if a rift in the scenery suddenly let in the clatter of the Earl's Court railway station, or gave a glimpse of the conventional Gothic spire of St. Barnabas in the west. At first Father Emerton's mind was busy chiefly with the fact that on the morrow he was to be dealt with on account of the scene in the conference. "How can they deal with me?" he said for the 4th time. "I beg your pardon," said Mr. Barnstable. Every time Mr. Emerton began speaking, Mr. Barnstable said, "I beg your pardon," in order to convey to him that he was interrupting a train of thought. But every time Mr. Barnstable said, "I beg your pardon," Mr. Emerton would merely remark, "You ought to consult someone about your hearing," and then go on with what he had to say. "How can I be dealt with?" he asked Mr. Barnstable in the circumambient dusk. "How can I be dealt with?" "Oh, psychoanalysis or something of that sort," said Mr. Barnstaple. "It takes two to play at that game," said Father Emerton, but it seemed to Mr. Barnstaple with a slight favor of relief in his tone. "Whatever they ask me, whatever they suggest to me, I will not fail. I will bear my witness." "I have no doubt they will find it hard to suppress you," said Mr. Barnstaple bitterly. For a time they walked among the tall, sweet-smelling, white-flowered shrubs in silence. Now and then Mr. Barnstaple would quicken or slacken his pace, with the idea of increasing his distance from Father Emerton, but quite mechanically Father Emerton responded to these efforts. "Promiscuity," he began again presently. "What other word could you use?" "I really beg your pardon," said Mr. Barnstaple. "What other word could I have used but promiscuity? What else could one expect, with people running about in this amazing want of costume, but the morals of a monkey's cage? They admit that our institution of marriage is practically unknown to them." "It's a different world," said Mr. Barnstaple irritably. "A different world. The laws of morality hold good for every conceivable world. But in a world in which people propagated by fission and there was no sex? Morality would be simpler, but it would be the same morality." Presently Mr. Barnstaple was begging his pardon again. "I was saying that this is a lost world." "It doesn't look lost," said Mr. Barnstaple. "It has rejected and forgotten salvation." Mr. Barnstaple put his hands in his pockets and began to whistle the barcarolle from the Tales of Hoffmann very softly to himself. Would Father Emerton never leave him? Could nothing be done with Father Emerton? At the old shows at Earl's Court, there used to be wire baskets for waste paper and cigarette ends and bores generally. If one could only tip Father Emerton suddenly into some such receptacle. Salvation has been offered them, and they have rejected it and well-nigh forgotten it. And that is why we have been sent to them. We have been sent to them to recall them to the one thing that matters, to the one forgotten thing. Once more we have to raise the healing symbol, as Moses raised it in the wilderness. Ours is no light mission. We have been sent into this hell of sensuous materialism. Oh, Lord!" said Mr. Barnstaple, and relapsed into the barcarolle. "I beg your pardon," he exclaimed again presently. "Where's the pole star? What has happened to the Wain?" Mr. Barnstaple looked up. He had not thought of the stars before, and he looked up prepared in this fresh universe to see the strangest constellations. But just as the life and size of the planet they were on ran closely parallel to the Earth's, so he beheld above him a starry vault of familiar forms. And just as the utopian world failed to be altogether parallel to its sister universe, so did these constellations seem to be a little out in their drawing. Orion, he thought, straddled wider and with a great unfamiliar nebula at one corner. And it was true. The Wain was flattened out, and the pointers pointed to a great void in the heavens. "Their pole star gone! The pointers, the Wain askew! It is symbolical," said Father Emerton. It was only too obviously going to be symbolical. Mr. Barnstaple realized that a fresh storm of eloquence was imminent from Father Emerton. At any cost, he felt this nuisance must be abated. Part 2. On earth, Mr. Barnstaple had been a passive victim to bores of all sorts, delicately and painfully considerate of the mental limitations that made their insensitive pressure possible. But the free air of Utopia had already mounted to its head and released initiatives that his excessively deferential recognition of others had hitherto restrained. He had had enough of Father Emerton. It was necessary to turn off Father Emerton, and he now proceeded to do so with a simple directness that surprised himself. "Father Emerton," he said, "I have a confession to make to you." "Ah!" cried Father Emerton. "Please, anything." You have been walking about with me and shouting at my ears until I am strongly impelled to murder you. If what I have said has struck home, it hasn't struck home. It has been a tiresome, silly, deafening jabbering in my ears. It wearies me indescribably. It prevents my attending to the marvelous things about us. I see exactly what you mean when you say that there is no pole star here, and that is symbolical. Before you begin, I appreciate the symbol, and a very obvious, weak, and ultimately inaccurate symbol it is. But you are one of those obstinate spirits who believes, in spite of all evidence, that the eternal hills are still eternal, and the fixed stars are fixed forever. I want you to understand that I am entirely out of sympathy with all this stuff of yours. You seem to embody all that is wrong and ugly and impossible in Catholic teaching. I agree with these utopians that there is something wrong with your mind about sex. In all probability, a nasty twist given to it in early life, and that what you keep saying and hinting about sexual life here is horrible and outrageous. And I am equally hostile to you and exasperated and repelled by you when you speak of religion proper. You make religion disgusting just as you would make sex disgusting. You are a dirty priest. What you call Christianity is a black and ugly superstition, a mere excuse for malignity and persecution. It is an outrage upon Christ. If you are a Christian, then most passionately I declare myself not a Christian. But there are other meanings for Christianity than those you put upon it, and in another sense this Utopia here is Christian beyond all dreaming, utterly beyond your understanding. We have come into this glorious world which, compared to our world, is like a bowl of crystal compared to an old tin can. And you have the insufferable impudence to say that we have been sent hither as missionaries to teach them God knows what. God does know what, said Father Amerton, a little taken aback, but coming up very pluckily. Oh, cried Mr. Barnstable, and was for a moment speechless. Listen to me, my friend, said Father Amerton, catching at his sleeve. Not for my life, cried Mr. Barnstable, recoiling. See, down that vista, away there on the shore of the lake. Those black figures are Mr. Burley, Mr. Mush, and Lady Stella. They brought you here. They belong to your party, and you belong to them. If they had not wanted your company, you would not have been in their car. Go to them. I will not have you with me any longer. I refuse you and reject you. That is your way. This, by this little building, is mine. Don't follow me, or I will lay hands on you and bring in these utopians to interfere between us. Forgive my plainness, Mr. Amerton, but get away from me. Get away from me. Mr. Barnstable turned, and seeing that Father Amerton stood hesitating at the parting of the ways, took to his heels and ran from him. He fled along an alley behind tall hedges, turned sharply to the right and then to the left, passed over a high bridge that crossed in front of a cascade that flung a dash of spray in his face, blundered by two couples of lovers who whispered softly in the darkling, ran deviously across flower-studded turf, and at last threw himself down, breathless, upon the steps that led up to a terrace that looked towards the lake and mountains, and was adorned, it seemed in the dim light, with squat stone figures of seated vigilant animals and men. "Ye merciful stars!" cried Mr. Barnstable. "At last I am alone." He sat on these steps for a long time, with his eyes upon the scene about him, drinking in the satisfying realization that for a brief interval at any rate, with no earthly presence to intervene, he and Utopia were face to face. Part 3. He could not call this world the world of his dreams, because he had never dared to dream of a world so closely shaped to the desires and imaginations of his heart. But surely this world it was, or a world the very fellow of it, that had lain deep beneath the thoughts and dreams of thousands of sane and troubled men and women in the world of disorder from which he had come. It was no world of empty peace, no such golden decadence of indulgence as Mr. Catskill tried to imagine it. It was a world, Mr. Barnstable perceived, intensely militant, conquering and to conquer, prevailing over the obduracy of force and matter, over the lifeless separations of empty space and all the antagonistic mysteries of being. In Utopia in the past, obscured by the superficial exploits of statesmen like Burleigh and Catskill, and the competition of traders and exploiters every whit as vile and vulgar as their earthly compeers, the work of quiet and patient thinkers and teachers had gone on, and the foundations which sustained this serene intensity of activity had been laid. How few of these pioneers had ever felt more than a transitory gleam of the righteous loveliness of the world their lives made possible? And yet even in the hate and turmoil and distresses of the days of confusion, there must have been an earnest enough of the exquisite and glorious possibilities of life. Over the foulest slums the sunset called to the imaginations of men, and from mountain ridges, across great valleys, from cliffs and hillsides, and by the uncertain and terrible splendors of the sea, men must have had glimpses of the conceivable and attainable magnificence of being. Every flower petal, every sunlit leaf, the vitality of young things, the happy moments of the human mind transcending itself in art, all these things must have been material for hope, incentive to effort, and now, at last, this world. Mr. Barnstaple lifted up his hands like one who worships to the friendly multitude of the stars above him. "I have seen," he whispered. "I have seen." Little lights and soft glows of illumination were coming out here and there over this great park of flower-like buildings and garden spaces that sloped down towards the lake. A circling aeroplane, itself a star, hummed softly overhead. A slender girl came past him down the steps and paused at the sight of him. "Are you one of the earthlings?" came the question, and a beam of soft light shone momentarily upon Mr. Barnstaple from the bracelet on her arm. "I came today," said Mr. Barnstaple, peering up at her. "You are the man who came alone in a little machine of tin, with rubber airbags round the wheels, very rusty underneath, and painted yellow. I have been looking at it." "It is not a bad little car," said Mr. Barnstaple. "At first we thought the priest came in it with you. He is no friend of mine." "There were priests like that in Utopia many years ago. They caused much mischief among the people." "He was with the other lot," said Mr. Barnstaple. "For their week-end party, I should think him rather a mistake." She sat down a step or so above him. "It is wonderful that you should come here out of your world to us. Do you find this world of ours very wonderful? I suppose many things that seem quite commonplace to me because I have been born among them seem wonderful to you. You are not very old. I am 11. I am learning the history of the ages of confusion, and they say your world is still in an age of confusion. It is just as though you came to us out of the past, out of history. I was in the conference and I was watching your face. You love this present world of ours. At least you love it much more than your other people do. I want to live all the rest of my life in it. I wonder if that is possible. Why should it not be possible? It would be easier than sending me back. I should not be very much in the way. I should only be here for 20 or 30 years at the most, and I would learn everything I could and do everything I was told. But isn't there work that you have to do in your own world?" Mr. Barnstaple made no answer to that. He did not seem to hear it. It was the girl who presently broke the silence. "They say that when we Utopians are young, before our minds and characters are fully formed and matured, we are very much like the men and women in the age of confusion. We are more egotistical then, they tell us. Life about us is still so unknown, we are adventurous and romantic. I suppose I am egotistical yet, and adventurous. And it does still seem to me that in spite of many terrible and dreadful things, there was much that must have been wildly exciting and desirable in that past, which is still so like your present. What can it have been like to have been a general entering a conquered city, or a prince being crowned, or to be rich and be able to astonish people by acts of power and benevolence, or to be a martyr led out to die for some splendid misunderstood cause? These things sound better in stories and histories than in reality," said Mr. Barnstaple after due consideration. "Did you hear Mr. Rupert Catskill, the last of the Earthlings to make a speech? He thought romantically, but he did not look romantic. He has lived most romantically. He has fought bravely in wars. He has been a prisoner and escaped wonderfully from prison. His violent imaginations have caused the deaths of thousands of people. And presently we shall see another romantic adventurer in this Lord Baralonga they are bringing hither. He is enormously rich and tries to astonish people with his wealth, just as you have dreamt of astonishing people. Are they not astonished? Romance is not reality, said Mr. Barnstaple. He is one of a number of floundering, corrupting rich men who are a weariness to themselves and an intolerable nuisance to the rest of our world. They want to do vulgar, showy things. This man Baralonga was an assistant to a photographer, and something of an actor when a certain invention called moving pictures came into our world. He became a great prospector in the business of showing these pictures, partly by accident, partly by the unscrupulous cheating of various investors. Then he launched out into speculations in shipping and in a trade we carry on in our world in frozen meat brought from great distances. He made food costly for many people and impossible for some, and so he grew rich. For in our world men grow weary by intercepting rather than by serving, and having become ignobly rich, certain of our politicians, for whom he did some timely services, ennobled him by giving him the title of Lord. Do you understand the things I am saying? Was your age of confusion so like ours? You did not know it was so ugly. Forgive me if I disillusion you about the age of confusion and its romantic possibilities. But I have just stepped out of the dust and disorder and noise of its indiscipline, out of limitation, cruelties, and distresses, out of a weariness in which hope dies. Perhaps if my world attracts you, you may yet have an opportunity of adventuring out of all this into its disorders. That will be an adventure indeed. Who knows what may happen between our worlds? But you will not like it, I'm afraid. You cannot imagine how dirty our world is. Dirt and disease, these are in the trailing skirts of all romance. A silence fell between them. He followed his own thoughts, and the girl sat and wondered over him. At length he spoke again. "Shall I tell you what I was thinking of when you spoke to me?" "Yes." "Your world is the consummation of 1,000,000 ancient dreams. It is wonderful. It is wonder, high as heaven. But it is a great grief to me that 2 dear friends of mine cannot be here with me to see what I am seeing. It is queer how strong the thought of them is in my mind. One has passed now beyond all the universes, alas, but the other is still in my world. You are a student, my dear. Every one of your world, I suppose, is a student here, but in our world students are a class apart. We 3 were happy together, because we were students and not yet caught into the mills of senseless toil, and we were none the less happy because we were miserably poor and often hungry together. We used to talk and dispute together in our students' debating society, discussing the disorders of our world and how someday they might be bettered. Was there, in your age of confusion, that sort of eager, hopeful, poverty-struck student life?" "Go on," said the girl with her eyes intent on his dim profile. "In old novels I have read of just that hungry, dreaming student world. We 3 agreed that the supreme need of our time was education. We agreed that was the highest service we could join. We all set about it in our various ways, I the least useful of the 3. My friends and I drifted a little apart. They edited a great monthly periodical that helped to keep the world of science together, and my friend, serving a careful and grudging firm of publishers, edited school books for them, conducted an educational paper, and also inspected schools for our university. He was too heedless of pay and profit ever to become even passably well off, though these publishers profited greatly by his work. His whole life was a continual service of toil for teaching. He did not take as much as a month's holiday in any year in his life. While he lived, I thought little of the work he was doing, but since he died I have heard from teachers whose schools he inspected, and from book writers whom he advised, of the incessant high quality of his toil and the patience and sympathy of his work. On such lives as his, this utopia in which your sweet life is opening is founded. On such lives our world of earth will yet build its utopia. But the life of this friend of mine ended abruptly in a way that tore my heart. He worked too hard and too long through a crisis in which it was inconvenient for him to take a holiday. His nervous system broke down with shocking suddenness. His mind gave way. He passed into a phase of acute melancholia and died. For it is perfectly true, old nature has neither righteousness nor pity. This happened a few weeks ago. That other old friend and I, with his wife, who had been his tireless helper, were chief among the mourners at his funeral. Tonight the memory of that comes back to me with extraordinary vividness. I do not know how you dispose of your dead here, but on earth the dead are mostly buried in the earth. We are burnt, said the girl. Those who are liberal-minded in our world burn also. Our friend was burnt, and we stood and took our part in a service according to the rites of our ancient religion in which we no longer believed. And presently we saw his coffin, covered with wreaths and flowers, slide from before us out of our sight through the gates that led to the furnaces of the crematorium, and as it went, taking with it so much of my youth, I saw that my other dear old friend was sobbing, and I too was wrung to the pitch of tears to think that so valiant and devoted and industrious a life should end, as it seemed, so miserably and thanklessly. The priest had been reading a long contentious discourse by a theological writer named Paul, full of bad arguments by analogy and weak assertions. I wish that instead of the ideas of this ingenious ancient, we could have had some discourse upon the real nobility of our friend, on the pride and intensity of his work, and on his scorn for mercenary things. All his life he had worked with unlimited devotion for such a world as this, and yet I doubt if he had ever had any realization of the clearer, nobler life for man that his life and the toil of such lives as his were making sure and certain in the days to come. He lived by faith. He lived too much by faith. There was not enough sunlight in his life. If I could have him here now, and that other dear friend who grieved for him so bitterly, if I could have them both here, if I could give up my place here to them so that they could see, as I see, the real greatness of their lives reflected in these great consequences of such lives as theirs, then I could rejoice in Utopia indeed. But I feel now as if I had taken my old friend's savings and was out spending them on myself. Mr. Barnstable suddenly remembered the youth of his hearer. Forgive me, my dear child, for running on in this fashion, but your voice was kind. The girl's answer was to bend down and brush his extended hand with her soft lips. Then suddenly she sprang to her feet. "Look at that light," she said, "among the stars." Mr. Barnstable stood up beside her. "That is the aeroplane bringing Lord Barralonga and his party. Lord Barralonga who killed a man today. Is he a very big, strong man, ungovernable and wonderful?" Mr. Barnstable, struck by a sudden doubt, looked sharply at the sweet upturned face beside him. "I have never seen him, but I believe he is a youngish, baldish, undersized man, who suffers very gravely from a disordered liver and kidneys. This has prevented the dissipation of his energies upon youthful sports and pleasures, and enabled him to concentrate upon the acquisition of property. And so he was able to buy the noble title that touches your imagination. Come with me and look at him." The girl stood still and met his eyes. She was 11 years old, and she was as tall as he was. But there was no romance in the past? Only in the hearts of the young, and it died. But is there no romance? Endless romance, and it all has to come. It comes for you. Part 4. The bringing in of Lord Barralonga and his party was something of an anticlimax to Mr. Barnstable's wonderful day. He was tired, and quite unreasonably he resented the invasion of Utopia by these people. The two parties of earthlings were brought together in a brightly lit hall near the lawn upon which the Barralonga aeroplane had come down. The newcomers came in a group together, blinking, travel-worn, and weary-looking. But it was evident they were greatly relieved to encounter other Earthlings in what was to them a still intensely puzzling experience, for they had had nothing to compare with the calm and lucid discussion of the conference place. Their lapse into this strange world was still an incomprehensible riddle for them. Lord Barrolonga was the owner of the gnome-like face that had looked out at Mr. Barnstaple when the large grey car had passed him on the Maidenhead Road. His skull was very low and broad above his brows, so that he reminded Mr. Barnstaple of the flat stopper of a glass bottle. He looked hot and tired. He was considerably dishevelled, as if from a struggle, and one arm was in a sling. His little brown eyes were as alert and wary as those of a wicked urchin in the hands of a policeman. Sticking close to him like a familiar spirit was a small, almost jockey-like chauffeur, whom he addressed as Ridley. Ridley's face also was marked by the stern determination of a man in a difficult position not in any manner to give himself away. His left cheek and ear had been cut in the automobile smash and were liberally adorned with sticking plaster. Miss Greta Gray, the lady of the party, was a frankly blonde beauty in a white flannel tailor-made suit. She was extraordinarily unruffled by the circumstances in which she found herself. It was as if she had no sense whatsoever of their strangeness. She carried herself with the habitual hauteur of a beautiful girl almost professionally exposed to the risk of unworthy advances, anywhere. The other two people of the party were a gray-faced, gray-clad American, also very wary-eyed, who was, Mr. Barnstaple learnt from Mr. Mush, Hunker, the cinema king, and a thoroughly ruffled-looking Frenchman, a dark, smartly dressed man, with an imperfect command of English, who seemed rather to have fallen into Lord Barrolonga's party than to have belonged to it properly. Mr. Barnstaple's mind leapt to the conclusion, and nothing occurred afterwards to change his opinion, that some interest in the cinematograph had brought this gentleman within range of Lord Barrolonga's hospitality, and that he had been caught, as a foreigner may so easily be caught, into the embrace of a thoroughly uncongenial week-end expedition. As Lord Barrolonga and Mr. Hunker came forward to greet Mr. Burley and Mr. Catskill, this Frenchman addressed himself to Mr. Barnstaple with the inquiry whether he spoke French. "I cannot understand," he said. "We were to have gone to Wiltshire, and then one horrible thing has happened after another. What is it we have come to, and what sort of people are all these people who speak most excellent French? Is it a joke of Lord Barrolonga, or a dream, or what has happened to us?" Mr. Barnstaple attempted some explanation. "Another dimension," said the Frenchman. "Another world? That is all very well, but I have my business to attend to in London. I have no need to be brought back in this way to France, some sort of France, some other France in some other world. It is too much of a joke altogether." Mr. Barnstaple attempted some further exposition. It was clear from his interlocutor's puzzled face that the phrases he used were too difficult. He turned helplessly to Lady Stella and found her ready to undertake the task. "This lady," he said, "will be able to make things plain to you. Lady Stella, this is Monsieur Emile Dupont," the Frenchman bowed. "I am what you call a journalist and a publicist. I am interested in the cinematograph from the point of view of education and propaganda. That is why I am here with His Lordship Barrolonga." French conversation was Lady Stella's chief accomplishment. She sailed into it now very readily. She took over the elucidation of Monsieur Dupont, and only interrupted it to tell Miss Greta Gray how pleasant it was to have another woman with her in this strange world. Relieved of Monsieur Dupont, Mr. Barnstaple stood back and surveyed the little group of Earthlings in the center of the hall and the circle of tall, watchful Utopians about them, and rather aloof from them. Mr. Burley was being distantly cordial to Lord Barrolonga, and Mr. Hunker was saying what a great pleasure it was to him to meet Britain's foremost statesman. Mr. Catskill stood in the most friendly manner beside Barrolonga. They knew each other well, and Father Amerton exchanged comments with Mr. Mush. Ridley and Penck, after some moments of austere regard, had gone apart to discuss the technicalities of the day's experience in undertones. Nobody paid any attention to Mr. Barnstaple. It was like a meeting at a railway station. It was like a reception. It was utterly incredible and altogether commonplace. He was weary. He was saturated and exhausted by wonder. "Oh, I am going to my bed," he yawned suddenly. "I am going to my little bed." He made his way through the friendly-eyed Utopians out into the calm starlight. He nodded to the strange nebula at the corner of Orion as a weary parent might nod to importunate offspring. He would consider it again in the morning. He staggered drowsily through the gardens to his own particular retreat. He disrobed and went to sleep as immediately and profoundly as a tired child.
End of section 7.
Chapter the 8th. Early Morning in Utopia. Part 1. Mr. Barnstaple awakened slowly out of profound slumber. He had a vague feeling that a very delightful and wonderful dream was slipping from him. He tried to keep on with the dream and not to open his eyes. It was about a great world of beautiful people who had freed themselves from 1,000 earthly troubles. But it dissolved and faded from his mind. It was not often nowadays that dreams came to Mr. Barnstaple. He lay very still with his eyes closed, reluctantly coming awake to the affairs of every day. The cares and worries of the last fortnight resumed their sway. Would he ever be able to get away for a holiday by himself? Then he remembered that he had already got his valise stowed away in the Yellow Peril. But surely that was not last night. That was the night before last, and he had started. He remembered now starting and the little thrill of getting through the gate before Mrs. Barnstaple suspected anything. He opened his eyes and fixed them on a white ceiling, trying to recall that journey. He remembered turning into the Camberwell New Road and the bright exhilaration of the morning, Vauxhall Bridge and that nasty tangle of traffic at Hyde Park Corner. He always maintained that the west of London was far more difficult for motoring than the east. Then, had he gone to Uxbridge? No. He recalled the road to Slough, and then came a blank in his mind. What a very good ceiling this was! Not a crack nor a stain. But how had he spent the rest of the day? He must have got somewhere because he was in a thoroughly comfortable bed, an excellent bed, with a thrush singing. He had always maintained that a good thrush could knock spots off a nightingale, but this thrush was a perfect Caruso. And another answering it, in July. Pangbourne and Caversham were wonderful places for nightingales, in June, but this was July, and thrushes. Across these drowsy thought phantoms came the figure of Mr. Rupert Catskill, hands on hips, face and head thrust forward, speaking, saying astonishing things. To a naked seated figure with a grave, intent face, and other figures, one with a face like the Delphic Sibyl. Mr. Barnstaple began to remember that in some way he had got himself mixed up with a weekend party at the Taplow Court. Now, had this speech been given at Taplow Court? At Taplow Court they wear clothes, but perhaps the aristocracy in retirement and privacy? Utopia. But was it possible? Mr. Barnstaple sat up in his bed in a state of extreme amazement. Impossible, he said. He was lying in a little loggia half open to the air. Between the slender pillars of fluted glass, he saw a range of snow-topped mountains, and in the forest a great cluster of tall spikes bearing deep red flowers. The bird was still singing, a glorified thrush in a glorified world. Now he remembered everything. Now it was all clear. The sudden twisting of the car, the sound like the snapping of a fiddle string, and Utopia. Now he had it all. From the sight of the sweet dead green lake to the bringing in of Lord Barralonga under the strange unfamiliar stars. It was no dream. He looked at his hand on the exquisitely fine coverlet. He felt his rough chin. It was a world real enough for shaving, and for a very definite readiness for breakfast. Very, for he had missed his supper. And as if in answer to his thought, a smiling girl appeared ascending the steps to his sleeping place and bearing a little tray. After all, there was much to be said for Mr. Burley. To his swift statesmanship it was that Mr. Barnstaple owed this morning cup of tea. "Good morning," said Mr. Barnstaple. "Why not?" said the young Utopian, and put down his tea and smiled at him in a motherly fashion and departed. "Why not a good morning, I suppose?" said Mr. Barnstaple, and meditated for a moment, chin on knees, and then gave his attention to the bread and butter and tea. Part 2. The little dressing-room in which he found his clothes lying just as he had dumped them overnight was at once extraordinarily simple and extraordinarily full of interest for Mr. Barnstaple. He paddled about it, humming as he examined it. The bath was much shallower than an ordinary earthly bath. Apparently the Utopians did not believe in lying down and stewing. And the forms of everything were different, simpler, and more graceful. On earth, he reflected, art was largely wit. The artist had a certain limited selection of obdurate materials and certain needs, and his work was a clever reconciliation of the obduracy and the necessity and of the idiosyncrasy of the substance to the aesthetic preconceptions of the human mind. How delightful, for example, was the earthly carpenter dealing cleverly with the grain and character of this wood or that. But here the artist had a limitless control of material, and that element of witty adaptation had gone out of his work. His data were the human mind and body. Everything in this little room was unobtrusively but perfectly convenient and difficult to misuse. If you splashed too much, a thoughtful outer rim tidied things up for you. In a tray by the bath was a very big fine sponge, so either Utopians still dived for sponges, or they grew them, or trained them, who could tell, to come up of their own accord. As he set out his toilet things, a tumbler was pushed off a glass shelf onto the floor and did not break. Mr. Barnstaple, in an experimental mood, dropped it again, and still it did not break. He could not find taps at first, though there was a big washing basin as well as a bath. Then he perceived a number of studs on the walls with black marks that might be Utopian writing. He experimented. He found very hot water and then very cold water filling his bath, a fountain of probably soapy warm water, and other fluids, one with an odor of pine and one with a subdued odor of chlorine. The Utopian characters on these studs set him musing for a time. They were the first writing he had seen. They appeared to be word characters, but whether they represented sounds or were greatly simplified hieroglyphics he could not imagine. Then his mind went off at a tangent in another direction, because the only metal apparent in this dressing-room was gold. There was, he noted, an extraordinary lot of gold in the room. It was set and inlaid in gold. The soft yellow lines gleamed and glittered. Gold evidently was cheap in Utopia. Perhaps they knew how to make it. He roused himself to the business of his toilet. There was no looking-glass in the room, but when he tried what he thought was the handle of a cupboard door, he found himself opening a triple full-length mirror. Afterwards he was to discover that there were no displayed mirrors in Utopia. Utopians, he was to learn, thought it indecent to be reminded of themselves in that way. The Utopian method was to scrutinize oneself, see that one was all right, and then forget oneself for the rest of the day. He stood now surveying his pajamaed and unshaven self with extreme disfavor. Why do respectable citizens favor such ugly pink-striped pajamas? When he unpacked his nail-brush and toothbrush, shaving-brush and washing-glove, they seemed to him to have the coarseness of popular burlesque. His toothbrush was a particularly ignoble instrument. He wished now he had bought a new one at the chemist's shop near Victoria Station. And what nasty, queer things his clothes were! He had a fantastic idea of adopting Utopian ideas of costume, but a reflective moment before his mirror restrained him. Then he remembered that he had packed a silk tennis shirt and flannels. Suppose he wore those, without a collar, stud, or tie, and went barefooted. He surveyed his feet. As feet went on earth, they were not unsightly feet. but on earth they had just been wasted. Part 3. A particularly clean and radiant Mr. Barnstaple, white-clad, bare-necked and barefooted, presently emerged into the utopian sunrise. He smiled, stretched his arms, and took a deep breath of the sweet air. Then suddenly his face became hard and resolute. From another little sleeping-house not 200 yards away, Father Amerton was emerging. Intuitively, Mr. Barnstaple knew he meant either to forgive or be forgiven for the overnight quarrel. It would be a matter of chance whether he would select the role of offender or victim. What was certain was that he would smear a dreary mess of emotional personal relationship over the jewel-like clearness and brightness of the scene. A little to the right of Mr. Barnstaple and in front of him were wide steps leading down towards the lake. 3 strides, and he was going down these steps 2 at a time. It may have been his hectic fancy, but it seemed to him that he heard the voice of Father Amerton. "Mr. Barnstaple," in pursuit. Mr. Barnstaple doubled and doubled again, and crossed a bridge across an avalanche gully. A bridge with huge masonry in back and roof, and with delicate pillars of prismatic glass towards the lake. The sunlight entangled in these pillars broke into splashes of red and blue and golden light. Then, at a turfy corner gay with blue gentians, he narrowly escaped a collision with Mr. Rupert Catskill. Mr. Catskill was in the same costume that he had worn on the previous day, except that he was without his grey top hat. He walked with his hands clasped behind him. "Hello," he said. "What's the hurry? We seem to be the first people up." "I saw Father Amerton." "That accounts for it. You were afraid of being caught up in a service, matins or prime or whatever he calls it. Wise man to run. He shall pray for the lot of us. Me too." He did not wait for any endorsement from Mr. Barnstaple, but went on talking. "You have slept well. What did you think of the old fellow's answer to my speech, eh? Evasive clichés. When in doubt, abuse the plaintiff's attorney. We don't agree with him because we have bad hearts." "What old fellow do you mean?" "The worthy gentleman who spoke after me." "Uthred? But he's not 40. He's 73. He told us afterwards. They live long here, a lingering business. Our lives are but a fitful hectic fervor from their point of view. But as Tennyson said, better 50 years of Europe than a cycle of Cathay. He evaded my points. This is Lotus Land, Sunset Land. We shan't be thanked for disturbing its slumbers." "I doubt their slumbers." "Perhaps the socialist bug has bit you too." "Yes, I see it has. Believe me, this has the most complete demonstration of decadence it would be possible to imagine. Complete. And we shall disturb their slumbers, never fear. Nature, you will see, is on our side, in a way no one has thought of yet." "But I don't see the decadence," said Mr. Barnstaple. "None so blind as those who won't see. It's everywhere. Their large, flush pseudo-health, like fatted cattle, and their treatment of Baralonga. They don't know how to treat him. They don't even arrest him. They've never arrested anyone for 1,000 years. He careers through their land, killing and slaying and frightening and disturbing, and they're flabbergasted. Sir, simply flabbergasted. It's like a dog running amok in a world full of sheep. If he hadn't had a side slip, I believe he would be hooting and snorting and careering along now, killing people. They've lost the instinct of social defense. I wonder. A very good attitude of mind, if indulged in moderation. But when your wondering is over, you will begin to see that I am right, Ah, there on that terrace. Isn't that my Lord Baralonga and his French acquaintance? It is, inhaling the morning air. I think with your permission I will go and have a word with them. Which way did you say Father Amerton was? I don't want to disturb his devotions. This way? Then if I go to the right—" He grimaced amiably over his shoulder. Part 4. Mr. Barnstaple came upon 2 Utopians gardening. They had 2 light silvery wheelbarrows. and they were cutting out old wood and overblown clusters from a line of thickets that sprawled over a rough-heaped ridge of rock and foamed with crimson and deep red roses. These gardeners had great leather gauntlets and aprons of tanned skin, and they carried hooks and knives. Mr. Barnstable had never before seen such roses as they were tending here. Their fragrance filled the air. He did not know that double roses could be got on mountains. Bright red single sorts he had seen high up in Switzerland, but not such huge flowered monsters as these. They dwarfed their leaves. Their wood was in long, thorny, snaky red-streaked stems that writhed wide and climbed to the rocky lumps over which they grew. Their great petals fell like red snow and like drifting moths, and like blood upon the soft soil that sheltered amidst the brown rocks. "You are the first Utopians I've actually seen at work," he said. "This isn't our work," smiled the nearer of the two, a fair-haired, freckled, blue-eyed youth. "But as we are for these roses, we have to keep them in order." "Are they your roses?" "Many people think these double mountain roses too much trouble and a nuisance with their thorns and sprawling branches. And many people think only the single sorts of roses ought to be grown in these high places, and that this lovely sort ought to be left to die out up here. Are you for our roses?" "Such roses as these?" said Mr. Barnstable. "Altogether." "Good. Then just bring me up my barrow closer for all this litter. We're responsible for the good behavior of all this thicket reaching right down there almost to the water." "And you have to see to it yourselves?" "Who else?" "But couldn't you get someone? Pay someone to see to it for you?" "Oh, hoary relic from an ancient past," the young man replied. "Oh, fossil ignoramus from a barbaric universe. Don't you realize there is no working class in Utopia? It died out 1,500 years or so ago. Wages, slavery, pimping, and so forth are done with. We read about them in books. Who loves the rose must serve the rose himself. But you work. Not for wages. Not because anyone else loves or desires something else and is too lazy to serve it or get it himself. We work part for the brain, part for the will of Utopia." "May I ask at what?" "I explore the interior of our planet. I study high-pressure chemistry, and my friend—" He interrogated his friend, whose dark face and brown eyes appeared suddenly over a foam of blossom. "I do food. A cook. Of sorts. Just now I am seeing to your earthling dietary. It's most interesting and curious, but I should think it rather destructive. I plan your meals. I see you look anxious, but I saw to your breakfast last night." He glanced at a minute wristwatch under the gauntlet of his gardening glove. "It will be ready in about an hour. How was the early tea?" "Excellent," said Mr. Barnstable. "Good," said the dark young man. "I did my best. I hope the breakfast will be as satisfactory. I had to fly 200 kilometers for a pig last night and kill it and cut it up myself and find out how to cure it. Eating bacon has gone out of fashion in Utopia. I hope you will find my rashers satisfactory." "It seems very rapid curing for a rasher," said Mr. Barnstable. "We could have done without it. Your spokesman made such a point of it." The fair young man struggled out of the thicket and wheeled his barrow away. Mr. Barnstable wished the dark young man good morning. "Why shouldn't it be?" asked the dark young man. Part 5. He discovered Ridley and Penk approaching him. Ridley's face and ear were still adorned with sticking plaster, and his bearing was eager and anxious. Penk followed a little way behind him, holding one hand to the side of his face. Both were in their professional dress, white-top caps, square-cut leather coats, and black gaiters. They had made no concessions to utopian laxity. Ridley began to speak as soon as he judged Mr. Barnstable was within earshot. "You don't happen to know, mister, where these decadents shoved our car? I thought your car was all smashed up." "Not a Rolls-Royce, not like that. Windscreen, mudguards, and the on footboard, perhaps. We went over sideways. I want to have a look at it, and I didn't turn the petrol off. The carburetor was leaking a bit. My fault. I hadn't been careful enough with the strainer. If she runs out of petrol, Where's one to get more of it in this blasted Elysium? I ain't seen a sign anywhere. I know if I don't get that car into running order before Lord Barrowlonger wants it, there's going to be trouble. Mr. Barnstable had no idea where the cars were. "Haven't you a car of your own?" asked Ridley reproachfully. "I have, but I've never given it a thought since I got out of it." "Own a driver," said Ridley bitterly. "Anyhow, I can't help you find your cars. Have you asked any of the Utopians?" "Not us. We don't like the style of 'em," said Ridley. "They'll tell you." "And watch us? Whatever we do to our cars. They don't get a chance of looking into a Rolls-Royce every day in the year. Next thing we shall have them driving off in 'em. I don't like the place, and I don't like these people. They're queer. They ain't decent. His lordship says there are a lot of degenerates, and it seems to me his lordship is about right. I ain't a Puritan, but all this running about without clothes is a bit too thick for me. I wish we knew where they'd stowed those cars." Mr. Barnstable was considering Penk. "You haven't hurt your face?" he asked. "Nothing to speak of," said Penk. "I suppose we ought to be getting on." Ridley looked at Penk and then at Mr. Barnstable. "He's had a bit of a contusion," he remarked, a faint smile breaking through his sourness. "We better be getting on if we're going to find those cars," said Penk. A grin of intense enjoyment appeared upon Ridley's face. "He's bumped against something." "Oh, shut it," said Penk. But the thing was too good to keep back. "One of these girls hit him." "What do you mean?" said Mr. Barnstable. "You haven't been taking liberties." "I have not," said Penk. "But as Mr. Ridley's been so obliging as to start the topic, I suppose I've got to tell what happened. It just illustrates the uncertainties of being among a lot of half-savage, half-crazy people like we got among." Ridley smiled and winked at Mr. Barnstable. "Regular hard clout she gave him. Knocked him over. He put his hand on her shoulder and clop, over he went. Never saw anything like it." "Rather unfortunate," said Mr. Barnstable. "It all happened as second-like." "It's a pity it happened." "Don't you go making any mistake about it, mister, and don't go running off with any false ideas about it," said Penk. "I don't want the story to get about. It might do me a lot of harm with Mr. Burley. Pity Mr. Ridley couldn't hold his tongue. What provoked her I do not know. She came into me room as I was getting up, and she wasn't what you might call wearing anything. She looked a bit saucy, in my way of thinking. And, well, something came into me head, and I said to her something. Well, just the least little bit sporty, so to speak. One can't always control one's thoughts, can one? A man's a man. If a man is expected to be civil in his private thoughts to girls without a stitch, so to speak, well, I don't know. I really do not know. It's against nature. I never said it, whatever it was I thought of. Mr. Ridley here will bear me out. I never said a word to her. I hadn't opened my lips when she hit me. Knocked me over, she did, like a ninepin. Didn't even seem angry about it. And hook it sideways. It was a surprise as much to me as anything floored me." "But Ridley says you touched her." "Laid me out on her shoulder, perhaps, in a sort of fatherly way, as she was turning to go, not being sure whether I wasn't going to speak to her, I admit. And there you are. If I'm to get into trouble because I was wantonly hit—" Penk conveyed despair of the world by an eloquent gesture. Mr. Barnstable considered. "I shan't make any trouble," he said. "But all the same, I think we must all be very careful with these Utopians. Their ways are not our ways." "Thank God," said Ridley. "The sooner I get out of this world and back to old England, the better I shall like it." He turned to go. "You should hear his lordship," said Ridley over his shoulder. "He says it's just a world of bally degenerates, rotten degenerates. In fact, if you excuse me, horrible, bloody awful degenerates, eh? That about gets him." "The young woman's arm doesn't seem to have been very degenerate," said Mr. Barnstable, standing the shock bravely. "Don't it?" said Ridley bitterly. "That's all you know. Why? If there's one sign more sure than another about degeneration, it's when women take to knocking men about. It's against instinct. In any respectable, decent world, such a thing couldn't possibly have happened. Nohow." "Nohow," echoed Penk. "In our world, such a girl would jolly soon have a lesson. Jolly soon, see?" But Mr. Barnstable's roving eye had suddenly discovered Father Amerton approaching very rapidly across a wide space of lawn and making arresting gestures. Mr. Barnstable perceived he must act at once. "Now here's someone who will certainly be able to help you find your cars, if he cares to do so. He's a most helpful man, Father Amerton, and the sort of views he has about women are the sort of views you have. You are bound to get on together, if you will stop him and put the whole case to him, plainly and clearly." He set off at a brisk pace toward the lake shore. He could not be far now from the little summer house that ran over the water against which the gaily colored boats were moored. If he were to get into one of these and pull out into the lake, he would have Father Amerton at a very serious disadvantage, even if that good man followed suit. One cannot have a really eloquent emotional scene when one is pulling hard in pursuit of another boat. Part 6. As Mr. Barnstable untied the bright white canoe with the big blue eye painted at its prow that he had chosen, Lady Stella appeared on the landing stage. She came out of the pavilion that stood over the water, and something in her quick movement as she emerged suggested to Mr. Barnstable's mind that she had been hiding there. She glanced about her and spoke very eagerly. "Are you going to row out upon the lake, Mr. Barnstable? May I come?" She was attired, he noted, in a compromise between the earthly and the utopian style. She was wearing what might have been either a very simple custard-colored tea-robe or a very sophisticated bath-wrap. It left her slender, pretty arms bare and free except for a bracelet of amber and gold, and on her bare feet, and they were unusually shapely feet, were sandals. Her head was bare, and her dark hair very simply done with a little black and gold fillet round it that suited her intelligent face. Mr. Barnstable was an ignoramus about feminine costume, but he appreciated the fact that she had been clever in catching the utopian notes. He helped her into the canoe. "We will paddle right out, a good way," she said with another glance over her shoulder, and sat down. For a time Mr. Barnstable paddled straight out so that he had nothing before him but sunlit water and sky, the low hills that closed in the lake towards the great plain, the huge pillars of the distant dam, and Lady Stella. She affected to be overcome by the beauty of the conference garden slope with its houses and terraces behind him, but he could see that she was not really looking at the scene as a whole, but searching it restlessly for some particular object or person. She made conversational efforts on the loveliness of the morning and on the fact that the birds were singing in July. "But here it is not necessarily July," said Mr. Barnstable. "How stupid of me! Of course not. We seem to be in a fine May. It is probably very early," she said. "I forgot to wind my watch." "Oddly enough, we seem to be at about the same hours in our two worlds," said Mr. Barnstable. "My wristwatch says 7. "No," said Lady Stella, answering her own thoughts and with her eyes on the distant gardens. "This is a utopian girl. Have you met any others of our party this morning?" Mr. Barnstable brought the canoe round so that he too could look at the shore. From here they could see how perfectly the huge terraces and avalanche walls and gullies mingled and interwove with the projecting ribs and cliffs of the mountain masses behind. The shrub tangles passed up into hanging pine woods. The torrents and cascades from the snowfield above were caught and distributed amidst the emerald slopes and gardens of the conference park. The terraces that retained the soil and held the whole design spread out on either hand to a great distance and were continued up into the mountain substance. They were built of a material that ranged through a wide variety of colors, from a deep red to a purple-veined white, and they were diversified by great arches over torrents and rock gullies, by huge round openings that sprouted water, and by cascades of steps. The buildings of the place were distributed over these terraces and over the grassy slopes they contained, singly or in groups and clusters, buildings of purple and blue and white, as light and delicate as the alpine flowers about them. For some moments Mr. Barnstable was held silent by this scene, and then he attended to Lady Stella's question. "I met Rupert Catskill and the two chauffeurs," he said, "and I saw Father Amerton and Lord Barralonga and Monsieur Dupont in the distance. I've seen nothing of Mr. Mush or Mr. Burley. Mr. Cecil won't be about for hours yet. He will lie in bed until 10 or 11, He always takes a good rest in the morning when there is any great mental exertion before him." The lady hesitated and then asked, "I suppose you haven't seen Miss Greta Gray?" "No," said Mr. Barnstable. "I wasn't looking for our people. I was just strolling about and avoiding somebody." "The censor of manners and costumes?" "Yes. That, in fact, is why I took this canoe." The lady reflected and decided on a confidence. "I was running away from someone, too. Not the preacher. Miss Gray." Lady Stella apparently went off at a tangent. "This is going to be a very difficult world to stay in. These people have very delicate taste. We may easily offend them." "They are intelligent enough to understand." "Do people who understand necessarily forgive? I've always doubted that proverb." Mr. Barnstable did not wish the conversation to drift away into generalities, so he paddled and said nothing. "You see, Miss Gray used to play Farin in a revue." "I seem to remember something about it. There was a fuss in the newspapers. That perhaps gave her a bias." 3 long sweeps with the paddle. "But this morning she came to me and told me that she was going to wear complete utopian costume." "Meaning?" "A little rouge and face powder. It doesn't suit her the least little bit, Mr. Barnstable. It's a faux pas. It's indecent. But she's running about the gardens. She might meet anyone. It's lucky Mr. Cecil isn't up. If she meets Father Amerton. But it's best not to think of that. You see, Mr. Barnstable, these utopians and their sun-browned bodies and everything are in the picture. They don't embarrass me. But Miss Gray, an earthly, civilized woman taken out of her clothes, looks taken out of her clothes, peeled, a sort of bleached white. That nice woman who seems to hover around us, likeness, when she advised me what to wear, never for one moment suggested anything of the sort. But of course I don't know Miss Gray well enough to talk to her, and besides, one never knows how a woman of that sort is going to take a thing." Mr. Barnstable stared shoreward. Nothing was to be seen of an excessively visible Miss Greta Gray. Then he had a conviction. "Likeness will take care of her," he said. "I hope she will. Perhaps if we stay out here for a time." "She will be looked after," said Mr. Barnstable. "But I think Miss Gray and Lord Barralonga's party generally are going to make trouble for us. I wish they hadn't come through with us." "Mr. Cecil thinks that," said Lady Stella. "Naturally, we shall all be thrown very much together and judged in a lump." "Naturally," Lady Stella echoed. She said no more for a little while, but it was evident that she had more to say. Mr. Barnstable paddled slowly. "Mr. Barnstable," she began presently. Mr. Barnstable's paddle became still. "Mr. Barnstable, are you afraid?" Mr. Barnstable judged himself. "I have been too full of wonder to be afraid." Lady Stella decided to confess. "I am afraid," she said. "It wasn't at first. Everything seemed to go so easily and simply. But in the night I woke up horribly afraid." "No," considered Mr. Barnstable. "No, it hasn't taken me like that yet. Perhaps it will." Lady Stella leaned forward and spoke confidently, watching the effect of her words on Mr. Barnstable. "These utopians, I thought at first they were just simple, healthy human beings, artistic and innocent. But they are not, Mr. Barnstable. There is something hard and complicated about them, something that goes beyond us that we don't understand. And they don't care for us. They look at us with heartless eyes. Likeness is kind, but hardly any of the others are the least bit kind. And I think they find us inconvenient." Mr. Barnstable thought it over. "Perhaps they do. I have been so preoccupied with admiration, so much of this is fine beyond dreaming, that I have not thought very much of how we affected them. But yes, they seem to be busy about other things, and not very attentive to us, except the ones who have evidently been assigned to watch and study us. And Lord Barralonga's headlong rush through the country must certainly have been inconvenient." "He killed a man." "I know." They remained thoughtfully silent for some moments. "And there are other things," Lady Stella resumed. "They think quite differently from our way of thinking. I believe they despise us already. I noted something. Last evening you were not with us by the lake when Mr. Cecil asked them about their philosophy. He told them things about Hegel and Bergson and Lord Halden and his own wonderful skepticism. He opened out unusually. It was very interesting to me. But I was watching Uthred and Leon, and in the midst of it I am convinced, that they were talking to each other in that silent way they have, about something quite different. They were just shamming attention. And when Freddie Mush tried to interest them in some Neo-Georgian poetry and the effect of war upon literature, and how he hoped that they had something half as beautiful as the Iliad and Utopia, though he confessed he couldn't believe that they had, they didn't even pretend to listen. They did not answer him at all. Our minds don't matter a bit to them. In these subjects, they are 3,000 years further on, but we might be interesting as learners. Would it have been interesting to have taken a Hottentot about London explaining things to him, after one had gotten over the first fun of showing off his ignorance? Perhaps it would, but I don't think they would want us here very much, and I don't think they're going to like us very much, and I don't know what they are likely to do to us if we give too much trouble, and so I am afraid." She broke out in a new place. "In the night I was reminded of my sister Mrs. Kelling's monkeys. It's a mania with her. They run about the gardens and come into the house, and the poor things are always in trouble. They don't quite know what they may do and what they may not do. They all look frightfully worried, and they get slapped and carried to the door and thrown out and all sorts of things like that. They spoil things and make her guests uneasy. You never seem to know what a monkey's going to do, and everybody hates to have them about except my sister, and she keeps on scolding them. Come down, Jacko. Put that down, Sadie." Mr. Barnstable laughed. "It isn't going to be quite so bad as that with us, Lady Stella. We are not monkeys." She laughed too. "Oh, perhaps it isn't. But all the same, in the night I felt it might be. We are inferior creatures. One has to admit it." She knitted her brows. Her pretty face expressed great intellectual effort. "Do you realize how we are cut off? Perhaps you will think it silly of me, Mr. Barnstable, but last night before I went to bed I sat down to write my sister a letter and tell her about all the things while they were fresh in my mind. And suddenly I realized I might as well write to Julius Caesar." Mr. Barnstable hadn't thought of that. "That's a thing I can't get out of my head, Mr. Barnstable. No letters, no telegrams, no newspapers, no Bradshaw in Utopia. All these things we care for really. All the people we live for, cut off. I don't know for how long, but completely cut off. How long are they likely to keep us here?" Mr. Barnstable's face became speculative. "Are you sure they can never send us back?" the lady asked. "There seems to be some doubt, but they are astonishingly clever people. It seemed so easy coming here, just as if one had walked around a corner. But of course, properly speaking, we are out of space and time. More out of it than even dead people. The North Pole or Central Africa is a whole universe nearer home than we are. It's hard to grasp that. In this sunlight it all seems so bright and familiar. Yet last night there were moments when I wanted to scream." She stopped short and scanned the shore. Then very deliberately she sniffed. Mr. Barnstable became aware of a peculiarly sharp and appetizing smell drifting across the water to him. "Yes," he said. "It's breakfast bacon!" cried Lady Stella with a squeak in her voice. "Exactly as Mr. Burley told them," said Mr. Barnstable, mechanically turning the canoe shoreward. "Breakfast bacon! That's the most reassuring thing that has happened yet. Perhaps, after all of it, it was silly to feel frightened. And there they are signaling to us." She waved her arm. "Greta in a white robe, as you prophesied, and Mr. Mush in a sort of toga talking to her. Where could he have got that toga?" A faint sound of voices calling reached them. "Coming!" cried Lady Stella. "I hope I haven't been pessimistic," said Lady Stella, "but I felt horrid in the night." End of section 8.
Book the Second, Quarantine Crag. Chapter the First, The Epidemic. 1. The shadow of the great epidemic in Utopia fell upon our little band of Earthlings in the second day after their eruption. For more than 20 centuries, the Utopians had had the completest freedom from infectious and contagious disease of all sorts. Not only had the graver epidemic fevers and all sorts of skin diseases gone out of the lives of animals and men, but all the minor infections of colds, coughs, influenzas, and the like had also been mastered and ended. By isolation, by the control of carriers, and so forth, the fatal germs had been cornered and obliged to die out. And there had followed a corresponding change in the utopian physiology. Secretions and reactions that had given the body resisting power to infection had diminished. The energy that produced them had been withdrawn to other more serviceable applications. The utopian physiology, relieved of these merely defensive necessities, had simplified itself and become more direct and efficient. This cleaning up of infections was such ancient history in Utopia that only those who specialized in the history of pathology understood anything of the miseries mankind had suffered under from this source. And even these specialists do not seem to have had any idea of how far the race had lost its former resistance to infection. The first person to think of this lost resisting power seems to have been Mr. Rupert Catskill. Mr. Barnstaple recalled that when they had met early on the first morning of their stay in the conference gardens, he had been hinting that nature was in some unexplained way on the side of the Earthlings. If making them obnoxious was being on their side, then certainly nature was on their side. By the evening of the second day after their arrival, nearly everybody who had been in contact with the Earthlings, with the exception of Lichness, Serpentine, and 3 or 4 others who had retained something of their ancestral antitoxins, was in a fever, with cough, sore throat, aching bones, headache, and such physical depression and misery as Utopia had not known for 20 centuries. The first inhabitant of Utopia to die was that leopard which had sniffed at Mr. Rupert Catskill on his first arrival. It was found unaccountably dead on the second morning after that encounter. In the afternoon of the same day, one of the girls who had helped Lady Stella to unpack her bags sickened suddenly and died. Utopia was even less prepared for the coming of these disease germs than for the coming of the Earthlings who brought them. The monstrous multitude of general and fever hospitals, doctors, drug shops, and so forth that had existed in the last age of confusion had long since passed out of memory. There was a surgical service for accidents, and a watch kept upon the health of the young, and there were places of rest at which those who were extremely old were assisted. But there remained scarcely anything of the hygienic organization that had formerly struggled against disease. Abruptly, the utopian intelligence had to take up again a tangle of problems long since solved and set aside, to improvise forgotten apparatus and organizations for disinfection and treatment, and to return to all the disciplines of the war against diseases that had marked an epoch in its history 20 centuries before. In one respect, indeed, that war had left Utopia with certain permanent advantages. Nearly all the insect disease carriers had been exterminated, and rats and mice and the untidier sorts of small bird had passed out of the problem of sanitation. That set very definite limits to the spread of the new infections, and to the nature of the infections that could be spread. It enabled the Earthlings only to communicate such ailments as could be breathed across an interval or conveyed by a contaminating touch. Though not one of them was ailing at all, it became clear that someone among them had brought latent measles into the utopian universe, and that 3 or 4 of them had liberated a long-suppressed influenza. Themselves too tough to suffer, they remained at the focus of these 2 epidemics, while their victims coughed and sneezed and kissed and whispered them about the utopian planet. It was not until the afternoon of the second day after the eruption that Utopia realized what had happened, and set itself to deal with this relapse into barbaric solicitudes. 2. Mr. Barnstaple was probably the last of the Earthlings to hear of the epidemic. He was away from the rest of the party upon an expedition of his own. It was early clear to him that the Utopians did not intend to devote any considerable amount of time or energy to the edification of their Earthling visitors. After the éclaircissement of the afternoon of the eruption, there were no further attempts to lecture to the visitors upon the constitution and methods of Utopia, and only some very brief questioning upon the earthly state of affairs. The Earthlings were left very much together to talk things out among themselves. Several Utopians were evidently entrusted with their comfort and well-being, but they did not seem to think that their functions extended to edification. Mr. Barnstaple found much to irritate him in the ideas and comments of several of his associates, and so he obeyed his natural inclination to explore Utopia for himself. There was something that stirred his imagination in the vast plain below the lake that he had glimpsed before his aeroplane descended into the valley of the conference, and on his second morning he had taken a little boat and rowed out across the lake to examine the dam that retained its waters and to get a view of the great plain from the parapet of the dam. The lake was much wider than he had thought it, and the dam much larger. The water was crystalline clear and very cold, and there were but few fish in it. He had come out immediately after his breakfast, but it was near midday before he had got to the parapet of the great dam, and could look down the lower valley to the great plain. The dam was built of huge blocks of red and gold-veined rock, but steps at intervals gave access to the roadway along its crest. The great seated figures which brooded over the distant plain had been put there, it would seem, in a mood of artistic lightheartedness. They sat as if they watched or thought. Vast, rude shapes, half mountainous, half human. Mr. Barnstaple guessed them to be perhaps 200 feet high. By pacing the distance between two of them, and afterwards counting the number of them, he came to the conclusion that the dam was between 7 and 10 miles long. On the far side it dropped sheerly for perhaps 500 feet, and it was sustained by a series of enormous buttresses that passed almost insensibly into native rock. In the bays between these buttresses hummed great batteries of water turbines, and then, its first task done, the water dropped foaming and disheveled and gathered in another broad lake retained by a second great dam 2 miles or so away and perhaps 1,000 feet lower. Far away was a third lake and a third dam, and then the plain. Only 3 or 4 minute-looking utopians were visible amidst all this titanic engineering. Mr. Barnstaple stood, the smallest of objects, in the shadow of a brooding colossus and peered over these nearer things at the hazy levels of the plain beyond. What sort of life was going on there? The relationship of plain to mountain reminded him very strongly of the Alps and the great plain of northern Italy, down into which he had walked as the climax of many a summer holiday in his youth. In Italy he knew that those distant levels would be covered with clustering towns and villages and carefully irrigated and closely cultivated fields. A dense population would be toiling with an ant-like industry in the production of food, forever increasing its numbers until those inevitable consequences of overcrowding, disease, and pestilence established a sort of balance between the area of the land and the number of families scraping at it for nourishment. As a toiling man can grow more food than he can actually eat, and as virtuous women can bear more children than the land can possibly employ, a surplus of landless population would be gathered in wen-like towns and cities, engaged there in legal and financial operations against the agriculturalist, or in the manufacture of just plausible articles for sale. 99 out of every 100 of this population would be concentrated from childhood to old age upon the difficult task which is known as getting a living. Amidst it, sustained by a pretense of magical propitiations, would rise shrines and temples, supporting a parasitic host of priests and monks and nuns. Eating and breeding, the simple routines of the common life since human societies began, complications of food-getting, elaborations of acquisitiveness and a tribute paid to fear. Such would be the spectacle that any warm and fertile stretch of earth would still display. There would be gleams of laughter and humor there, brief interludes of holiday, flashes of youth before its extinction in adult toil, but a driven labor, the spite and hates of overcrowding, the eternal uncertainty of destitution would dominate the scene. Decrepitude would come by 60. Women would be old and worn out by 40. But this utopian plain below, sunlit and fertile though it was under another law. Here that common life of mankind, its ancient traditions, its hoary jests and tales repeated generation after generation, its seasonal festivals, its pious fears and spasmodic indulgences, its limited yet incessant and pitifully childish hoping, and its abounding misery and tragic futility, had come to an end. It had passed forever out of this older world. That high tide of common living had receded and vanished while the soil was still productive and the sun still shone. It was with something like awe that Mr. Barnstaple realized how clean a sweep had been made of the common life in a mere score of centuries, how boldly and dreadfully the mind of man had taken hold, soul and body and destiny, of the life and destiny of the race. He knew himself now for the creature of transition he was, so deep in the habits of the old, so sympathetic with the idea of the new that has still but scarcely dawned on earth. For long he had known how intensely he loathed and despised that reeking peasant life which is our past. He realized now for the first time how profoundly he feared the high, austere utopian life which lies before us. This world he looked out upon seemed very clean and dreadful to him. What were they doing upon those distant plains? What daily life did they lead there? He knew enough of Utopia now to know that the whole land would be like a garden, with every natural tendency to beauty seized upon and developed, and every innate ugliness corrected and overcome. These people could work and struggle for loveliness, he knew, for his 2 rose growers had taught him as much. And to and fro the food folk and the housing people and those who ordered the general life went, keeping the economic machine running so smoothly that one heard nothing of the jangling and jarring and internal breakages that constitute the dominant melody in our Earth's affairs. The ages of economic disputes and experiments had come to an end. The right way to do things had been found, and the population of this utopia, which had shrunken at one time to only 200 million, was now increasing again to keep pace with the constant increase in human resources. Having freed itself from 1,000 evils that would otherwise have grown with its growth, the race could grow indeed. And down there under the blue haze of the Great Plain, almost all those who were not engaged in the affairs of food and architecture, health, education, and the correlation of activities, were busied upon creative work. They were continually exploring the world without, or the world within, through scientific research and artistic creation. They were continually adding to their collective power over life, or to the realized worth of life. Mr. Barnstaple was accustomed to think of our own world as a wild rush of inventions and knowledge, but all the progress of Earth for 100 years could not compare, he knew, with the forward swing of these millions of associated intelligences in one single year. Knowledge swept forward here, and darkness passed as the shadow of a cloud passes on a windy day. Down there they were assaying the minerals that lie in the heart of their planet and weaving a web to capture the sun and the stars. Life marched here. It was terrifying to think with what strides. Terrifying, because at the back of Mr. Barnstaple's mind, as at the back of so many intelligent minds in our world still, had been the persuasion that presently everything would be known and the scientific process come to an end, and then we should be happy forever after. He was not really acclimated to progress. He had always thought of Utopia as a tranquility with everything settled for good. Even today it seemed tranquil under that level haze, but he knew that this quiet was the steadiness of a mill race, which seems almost motionless in its quiet onrush until a bubble or a fleck of foam or some stick or leaf shoots along it and reveals its velocity. And how did it feel to be living in Utopia? The lives of the people must be like the lives of very successful artists or scientific workers in this world. A continual refreshing discovery of new things, a constant adventure into the unknown and untried. For recreation they went about their planet, and there was much love and laughter and friendship in Utopia, and an abundant, easy, informal social life. Games that did not involve bodily exercise, those substitutes of the half-witted for research and mental effort, had gone entirely out of life. But many active games were played for the sake of fun and bodily vigor. It must be a good life for those who had been educated to live it, indeed, a most enviable life. And pervading it all must be the happy sense that it mattered. It went on to endless consequences. And they loved, no doubt, subtly and deliciously, but perhaps a little hardly. Perhaps in those distant plains there was not much pity or tenderness. Bright and lovely beings they were, in no way pitiful. There would be no need for those qualities. Yet the woman, Lichness, looked kind. Did they keep faith or need to keep faith as earthly lovers do? What was love like in Utopia? Lovers still whispered in the dusk. What was the essence of love? A preference? A sweet pride? A delightful gift won? The most exquisite reassurance of body and mind? What could it be like to love and be loved by one of these utopian women? To have her glowing face close to one's own? To be quickened into life by her kiss? Mr. Barnstaple sat in his flannels, barefooted, in the shadow of a stone colossus. He felt like some minute stray insect, perched upon the big dam. It seemed to him that it was impossible that this triumphant utopian race could ever fall back again from its magnificent attack upon the dominion of all things. High and tremendously this world had clamored and was still clamoring. Surely it was safe now in its attainment. Yet all this stupendous security and mastery of nature had come about in the little space of 3,000 years. The race could not have altered fundamentally in that brief interval. Essentially, it was still a Stone Age race. It was not 20,000 years away from the dangers when it knew nothing of metals and could not read or write. Deep in its nature, arrested and undeveloped, there still lay the seeds of anger and fear and dissension. There must still be many uneasy and insubordinate spirits in this utopia. Eugenics had scarcely begun here. He remembered the keen, sweet face of the young girl who had spoken to him in the starlight on the night of his arrival, and the note of romantic eagerness in her voice when she had asked if Lord Baralonga was not a very vigorous and cruel man. Did the romantic spirit still trouble imaginations here? Possibly only adolescent imaginations. Might not some great shock or some phase of confusion still be possible to this immense order? Might not its system of education become wearied by its task of discipline and fall a prey to the experimental spirit? Might not the unforeseen be still lying in wait for this race? Suppose there should prove to be an infection of Father Amerton's religious fervor, or Rupert Catskill's incurable craving for fantastic enterprises. No, it was inconceivable. The achievement of this world was too calmly great and assured. Mr. Barnstaple stood up and made his way down the steps of the great dam to where, far below, his little skiff floated like a minute flower petal upon the clear water. 3. He became aware of a considerable commotion in the conference places. There were more than 30 aeroplanes circling in the air and descending and ascending from the park, and a great number of big white vehicles were coming and going by the pass road. Also, people seemed to be moving briskly among the houses, but it was too far off to distinguish what they were doing. He stared for a time, and then got into his little boat. He could not watch what was going on as he returned across the lake because his back was towards the slopes. But once an aeroplane came down very close to him, and he saw its occupant looking at him as he rowed, and once when he rested from rowing and sat around to look, he saw what he thought was a litter carried by 2 men. As he drew near the shore, a boat put off to meet him. He was astonished to see that its occupants were wearing what looked like helmets of glass with white pointed visors. He was enormously astonished and puzzled. As they approached, their message resonated into his mind. Quarantine. You have to go into quarantine. You Earthlings have started an epidemic, and it is necessary to put you into quarantine. Then these glass helmets must be a sort of gas mask. When they came alongside him, he saw that this was so. They were made of highly flexible and perfectly translucent material. 4. Mr. Barnstaple was taken past some sleeping loggias where utopians were lying in beds, while others who wore gas masks waited upon them. He found that all the Earthlings and all their possessions, except their cars, were assembled in the hall of the first day's conference. He was told that the whole party were to be removed to a new place where they could be isolated and treated. The only utopians with the party were 2 who wore gas masks and lounged in the open portico in attitudes disagreeably suggestive of sentries or custodians. The Earthlings sat about in little groups among the seats, except for Mr. Rupert Catskill, who was walking up and down in the apse, talking. He was hatless, flushed, and excited, with his hair in some disorder. "It's what I foresaw would happen all along," he repeated. "Didn't I tell you nature was on our side? Didn't I say it?" Mr. Burleigh was shocked and argumentative. "For the life of me, I can't see the logic of it," he declared. "Here we are, absolutely the only perfectly immune people here, and we are to be isolated." "They say they catch things from us," said Lady Stella. "Very well," said Mr. Burleigh, making his point with his long white hand. "Very well, then let them be isolated. This is Chinese. This is topsy-turvy. I'm disappointed in them." "I suppose it's their world," said Mr. Hunker, "and we've got to do things their way." Mr. Catskill concentrated upon Lord Baralonga and the 2 chauffeurs. "I welcome this treatment. I welcome it." "What's your idea, Rupert?" said his lordship. "We lose our freedom of action." "Not at all," said Mr. Catskill. "Not at all. We gain it. We are to be isolated. We are to be put by ourselves in some island or mountain. Well and good, well and good. This is only the beginning of our adventures. We shall see what we shall see." "But how?" "Wait a little, until we can speak more freely. These are panic measures. This pestilence is only in its opening stage. Everything is just beginning, trust me." Mr. Barnstaple sat sulkily by his valise, avoiding the challenge of Mr. Catskill's eye. End of Chapter 9.
Book 2, Chapter 2. The Castle on the Crag. Section 1. The quarantine place to which the Earthlings were taken must have been at a very considerable distance from the place of the conference, because they were nearly 6 hours upon their journey, and all the time they were flying high and very swiftly. They were all together in one flying ship. It was roomy and comfortable, and could have held perhaps 4 times as many passengers. They were accompanied by about 30 Utopians in gas masks, among whom were 2 women. The aviators wore dresses of a white fleecy substance that aroused the interest and envy of both Miss Grey and Lady Stella. The flying ship passed down the valley and over the great plain and across a narrow sea, and another land with a rocky coast and dense forests, and across a great space of empty sea. There was scarcely any shipping to be seen upon the sea at all. It seemed to Mr. Barnstaple that no earthly ocean would be so untravelled. Only once or twice did he see very big drifting vessels, quite unlike any earthly ships. Huge rafts or platforms they seemed to be, rather than ships, and once or twice he saw what was evidently a cargo boat, one with rigged masts and sails, and the air was hardly more frequented. After he was out of sight of land, he saw only 3 aeroplanes until the final landfall. They crossed a rather thickly inhabited, very delightful-looking coastal belt, and came over what was evidently a rainless desert country, given over to mining and to vast engineering operations. Far away were very high snowy mountains, but the aeroplane descended before it came to these. For a time the earthlings were flying over enormous heaps of slaggy accumulations, great mountains of them, that seemed to be derived from a huge well-like excavation that went down into the earth to an unknown depth. A tremendous thunder of machinery came out of this pit, and much smoke. Here there were crowds of workers, and they seemed to be living in camps among the debris. Evidently the workers came to this place merely for spells of work. There were no signs of homes. The aeroplane of the earthlings skirted this region and flew on over a rocky and almost treeless desert, deeply cut by steep gorges of the canyon type. Few people were to be seen, but there were abundant signs of engineering activity. Every torrent, every cataract was working a turbine, and great cables followed the cliffs of the gorges and were carried across the desert places. In the wider places of the gorges there were pine woods and a fairly abundant vegetation. The high crag which was their destination stood out, an almost completely isolated headland, in the fork between 2 convergent canyons. It towered up to a height of perhaps 2,000 feet above the foaming clash of the torrents below. A great mass of pale greenish and purple rocks, jagged and buttressed and cleft deeply by joint planes and white crystalline veins. The gorge on one side of it was much steeper than that on the other. It was so overhung indeed as to be darkened like a tunnel, and here within 100 feet or so of the brow a slender metallic bridge had been flung across the gulf. Some yards above it were projections that might have been the remains of an earlier bridge of stone. Behind, the crag fell steeply for some hundreds of feet to a long slope covered with a sparse vegetation which rose again to the main masses of the mountain, a wall of cliffs with a level top. It was on this slope that the aeroplane came down alongside of 3 or 4 smaller machines. The crag was surmounted by the tall ruins of an ancient castle, within the circle of whose walls clustered a number of buildings which had recently harbored a group of chemical students. Their researches, which had been upon some question of atomic structure, quite incomprehensible to Mr. Barnstaple, were finished now, and the place had become vacant. Their laboratory was still stocked with apparatus and material, and water and power were supplied to it from higher up the gorge by means of pipes and cables. There was also an abundant store of provisions. A number of Utopians were busily adapting the place to its new purpose of isolation and disinfection when the earthlings arrived. Serpentine appeared in the company of a man in a gas mask whose name was Cedar. This Cedar was a cytologist, and he was in charge of the arrangements for this improvised sanatorium. Serpentine explained that he himself had flown to the crag in advance, because he understood the equipment of the place and the research that had been going on there, and because his knowledge of the earthlings and his comparative immunity to their infections made him able to act as an intermediary between them and the medical men who would now take charge of their case. He made these explanations to Mr. Burleigh, Mr. Barnstaple, Lord Baralonga, and Mr. Hunker. The other Earthlings stood about in small groups beside the aeroplane from which they had alighted, regarding the castellated summit of the crag, the scrubby bushes of the bleak upland about them, and the towering clefts of the adjacent canyons, with no very favorable expressions. Mr. Catskill had gone apart nearly to the edge of the great canyon, was standing with his hands behind his back in an attitude almost Napoleonic, lost in thought, gazing down into those sunless depths. The roar of the unseen waters below, now loud, now nearly inaudible, quivered in the air. Miss Greta Gray had suddenly produced a Kodak camera. She had been reminded of its existence when packing for this last journey. She was taking a snapshot of the entire party. Cedar said that he would explain the method of treatment he proposed to follow, and Lord Baralonga called Rupert to bring Mr. Catskill into the group of Cedar's hearers. Cedar was as explicit and concise as Earthred had been. It was evident, he said, that the Earthlings were the hosts of a variety of infectious organisms which were kept in check in their bodies by immunizing counter-substances, but against which the Utopians had no defenses ready and could hope to secure immunity only after a painful and disastrous epidemic. The only way to prevent this epidemic devastating their whole planet, indeed, was firstly to gather together and cure all the cases affected, which was being done by converting the conference park into a big hospital, and next to take the Earthlings in hand and isolate them absolutely from the Utopians until they could be cleaned of their infections. It was, he confessed, an inhospitable thing to do to the Earthlings, but it seemed the only possible thing to do, to bring them into this peculiarly high and dry desert air, and there to devise methods for their complete physical cleansing. If that was possible, it would be done, and then the Earthlings would again be free to go and come as they pleased in Utopia. "But suppose it is not possible," said Mr. Catskill abruptly. "I think it will be." "But if you fail?" Cedar smiled at Serpentine. "Physical research is taking up the work in which Arden and Greenlake were foremost, and it will not be long before we are able to repeat their experiment, and then to reverse it, with us as your raw material. Not until we are fairly sure of a safe landing for you." "You mean," said Mr. Mush, who had joined the circle about Cedar and Serpentine, "that you are going to send us back?" "If we cannot keep you," said Cedar, smiling. "Delightful prospect," said Mr. Mush, unpleasantly, "to be shot across space in a gun, experimentally." "And may I ask," came the voice of Father Amerton, "may I ask the nature of this treatment of yours, these experiments of which we are to be the guinea pigs, so to speak? Is it to be anything in the nature of vaccination?" "Injections," explained Mr. Barnstaple. "I have hardly decided yet," said Cedar. "The problem raises questions this world has forgotten for ages." "I must say at once that I am a confirmed anti-vaccinationist," said Father Amerton. "Absolutely. Vaccination is an outrage on nature. If I had any doubts before I came into this world of vitiation, I have no doubts now, not a doubt. If God had meant us to have these serums and ferments in our bodies, He would have provided more natural and dignified means of getting them there than a squirt." Cedar did not discuss the point. He went on to further apologies. For a time he must ask the Earthlings to keep within certain limits, to confine themselves to the crag and the slopes below it as far as the mountain cliffs. And further, it was impossible to set young people to attend to them, as had hitherto been done. They must cook for themselves and see to themselves generally. The appliances were all to be found above, upon the crest of the crag, and he and Serpentine would make any explanations that were needful. They would find there was ample provision for them. "Then are we to be left alone here?" asked Mr. Catskill. "For a time. When we have our problem clearer, we will come again and tell you what we mean to do." "Good," said Mr. Catskill. "Good." "I wish I hadn't sent my maid by train," said Lady Stella. "I have come to my last clean collar," said Monsieur Dupont, with a little humorous grimace. "It is no joke this week-end with Lord Baralonga." Lord Baralonga turned suddenly to his particular minion. "I believe that Ridley has the makings of a very good cook." "I don't mind trying my hand," said Ridley. "I've done most things, and once I used to look after a steam car." "A man who can keep one of those things in order can do anything," said Mr. Pank, with unusual emotion. "I've no objection to being a temporary general utility along of Mr. Ridley. I began my career in the pantry, and I ain't ashamed to own it." "If this gentleman will show us the gadget," said Mr. Ridley, indicating Serpentine. "Exactly," said Mr. Pank. "And if all of us give as little trouble as possible," said Miss Greta, bravely. "I think we shall be able to manage," said Mr. Burleigh to Cedar, "if at first you can spare us a little advice and help." Section 2. Cedar and Serpentine remained with the Earthlings upon Quarantine Crag till late in the afternoon. They hoped to prepare a supper and set it out in the courtyard of the castle. They departed with a promise to return on the morrow, and the Earthlings watched them and their accompanying aeroplane soar up into the sky. Mr. Barnstaple was surprised to find himself distressed at their going. He had a feeling that mischief was brewing amongst his companions, and that the withdrawal of these Utopians removed a check upon this mischief. He had helped Lady Stella in the preparation of an omelette. He had to carry back a dish and a frying pan to the kitchen after it was served, so that he was the last to seat himself at the supper table. He found the mischief he dreaded well afoot. Mr. Catskill had finished his supper already, and was standing with his foot upon a bench orating to the rest of the company. "I ask you, ladies and gentlemen," Mr. Catskill was saying, "I ask you, is not destiny writ large upon this day's adventure? Not for nothing was this place a fortress in ancient times. Here it is, ready to be a fortress again. A fortress, and such an adventure as will make the stories of Cortez and Pizarro pale their ineffectual fires." "My dear Rupert," cried Mr. Burleigh, "what have you got in that head of yours now?" Mr. Catskill waved two fingers dramatically. "The conquest of a world." "Good God!" cried Mr. Barnstaple, "are you mad?" "As Clive," said Mr. Catskill, "or Sultan Baber when he marched to Panapat." "It's a tall proposition," said Mr. Hunker, who seemed to have had his mind already prepared for these suggestions, "but I'm inclined to give it a hearing. The alternative, so far as I can figure it out, is to be scoured and whitewashed inside and out, and then fired back into our own world, with a chance of hitting something hard on the way. You tell them, Mr. Catskill." "Tell them," said Lord Baralonga, who had also been prepared. "It's a gamble, I admit, but there are situations where one has to gamble, or be gambled with. I'm all for the active voice." "It's a gamble, certainly," said Mr. Catskill, "but upon this narrow peninsula, upon this square mile or so of territory, the fate, sir, of two universes awaits decision. This is no time for the faint heart and the paralyzing touch of discretion. Plan swiftly, act swiftly." "This is simply thrilling," cried Miss Greta Gray, clasping her hands about her knees and smiling radiantly at Mr. Mush. "These people," Mr. Barnstaple interrupted, "are 3,000 years ahead of us. We are like a handful of Hottentots in a showman's van at Earl's Court, planning the conquest of London." Mr. Catskill, hands on hips, turned with extraordinary good humour upon Mr. Barnstaple. 3,000 years away from us, yes. 3,000 years ahead of us, no. That is where you and I join issue. You say these people are supermen. Supermen. I say they are degenerate men. Let me call your attention to my reasons for this belief. In spite of their beauty, their very considerable material and intellectual achievements, and so forth. Ideal people, I admit. What then? My case is that they have reached a summit and passed it, that they are going on by inertia, and that they have lost the power not only of resistance to disease, that weakness we shall develop more and more, but also of meeting strange and distressing emergencies. They are gentle, altogether too gentle. They are ineffectual. They do not know what to do. Here's Father Amerton. He disturbed that first meeting in the most insulting way. You know you did, Mr. Amerton. I'm not blaming you. You are morally sensitive, and there were things to outrage you. He was threatened, as a little boy is threatened by a feeble old woman. Something was to be done to him. Has anything been done to him? A man and a woman came and talked to me, said Father Amerton. And what did you do? Simply confuted them, lifted up my voice and confuted them. What did they say? What could they say? We all thought tremendous things were going to be done to poor Father Amerton. Well, and now take a graver case. Our friend Lord Baralonga ran amuck with his car and killed a man. Even at home they'd have endorsed your license, you know, and fined your man. But here, the thing has scarcely been mentioned since. Why? Because they do not know what to say about it or do about it. And now they have put us here and begged us to be good, until they are ready to come and try experiments upon us and inject things into us, and I don't know what. And if we submit, sir, if we submit, we lose one of our greatest powers over these people, our power of at once giving and resisting melees, and in addition, I know not what powers of initiative that may very well be associated with that physiological toughness of which we are to be robbed. They may trifle with our ductless glands. But science tells us that these very glands secrete our personalities. Mentally, morally, we shall be dissolved. If we submit, sir, if we submit. But suppose we do not submit. What then? Well, said Lord Baralonga, what then? They will not know what to do. Do not be deceived by any outward show of beauty and prosperity. These people are living, as the ancient Peruvians were living in the time of Pizarro, in an enervating dream. They have drunken the debilitating draught of socialism, and as in ancient Peru there is no health, nor power or will left in them any more. A handful of resolute men and women who can dare, may not only dare, but triumph in the face of such a world. And thus it is I lay my plans before you. You mean to jump this entire utopian planet, said Mr. Hunker. Big orders, said Lord Baralonga. I mean, sir, to assert the rights of a more vigorous form of social life over a less vigorous form of social life. Here we are in a fortress. It is a real fortress and quite defensible. While you others have been unpacking, Baralonga and Hunker and I have been seeing to that. There is the sheltered well, so that if need arises we can get water from the canyon below. The rock is excavated into chambers and shelters. The wall on the land side is sound and high, glazed so that it cannot be scaled. This great archway can easily be barricaded when the need arises. Steps go down through the rock to that little bridge which can, if necessary, be cut away. We have not yet explored all the excavations. In Mr. Hunker we have a chemist. He was a chemist before the movie picture claimed him as its master, and he says there is ample material in the laboratory for a store of bombs. This party, I can find, can muster 5 revolvers with ammunition. I scarcely dared hope for that. We have food for many days. Oh, this is ridiculous, cried Mr. Barnstaple, standing up and then sitting down again. This is preposterous, to turn on these friendly people. But they can blow this little headland to smithereens whenever they want to. Ah, said Mr. Catskill, and held him with his outstretched finger. We thought of that. But we can take a leaf from the book of Cortez, who in the very center of Mexico held Montezuma as his prisoner and hostage. We too will have our hostage. Before we lift a finger, first our hostage. Aerial bombs! Is there such a thing in Utopia, or such an idea? And again, we must have our hostage. Somebody of importance, said Mr. Hunker. Cedar and Serpentine are both important people, said Mr. Burley, in tones of disinterested observation. But surely, sir, you do not countenance the schoolboy's dream of piracy, cried Mr. Barnstaple, sincerely shocked. Schoolboys, cried Father Amerton, a cabinet minister, a peer, and a great entrepreneur. My dear sir, said Mr. Burley, we are, after all, only envisioning eventualities. For the life of me, I do not see why we should not thresh out these possibilities, though I pray to heaven we may never have to realize them. You were saying, Rupert? We have to establish ourselves here and assert our independence and make ourselves felt by these utopians. 'Ere, said Mr. Ridley cordially. 1 or 2 I'd like to make feel personally. We have to turn this prison into a capital, into the first foothold of mankind in this world. It is like a foot thrust into a reluctant door that must never more close upon our race. It is closed, said Mr. Barnstaple. Except by the mercy of these utopians we shall never see our world again, and even with their mercy it is doubtful. That's been keeping me awake nights, said Mr. Hunker. It's an idea that must have occurred to all of us, said Mr. Burleigh. and it's an idea that's so thundering disagreeable that one hasn't cared to talk about it," said Lord Baralonga. "I never had it until this moment," said Penk. "You don't really mean to say, sir, we can't get back?" "Things will be as they will be," said Mr. Burleigh. "That is why I am anxious to hear Mr. Catskill's ideas." Mr. Catskill rested his hands on his hips, and his manner became very solemn. "For once," he said, "I am in agreement with Mr. Barnaby. I believe that the chances are against our ever seeing the dear cities of our world again." "I felt that," said Lady Stella, with white lips. "I knew that 2 days ago." "And so behold my week end expand to an eternity," said Monsieur Dupont, and for a long time no one said another word. "It's as if," Pank said at last, "why, one might be dead." "But I must be back," Miss Greetockay broke out abruptly, as one who sets aside a foolish idea. "It's absurd. I have to go on at the Alhambra on September the 2nd. It's imperative. We came here quite easily. It's ridiculous to say I can't go back in the same way." Lord Baralonga regarded her with affectionate malignity. "You wait," he said. "But I must," she sang. "There are such things as impossibilities, even for Miss Greta Gray." "Charter a special aeroplane," she said. "Anything." He regarded her with an elfin grin, and shook his head. "My dear man," she said, "you've only seen me in a holiday mood so far. Work is serious. My dear girl, that Alhambra of yours is about as far from us now as the court of King Nebuchadnezzar. It can't be done." "But it must," she said, in her queenly way, "and that's all about it." Section 3. Mr. Barnstaple got up from the table and walked apart to where a gap in the castle wall gave upon the darkling wilderness without. He sat down there. His eyes went from the little group talking around the supper table to the sunlit crest of the cliffs across the canyon and to the wild and lonely mountain slopes below the headland. In this world he might have to live out the remainder of his days, and those days might not be very numerous if Mr. Catskill had his way. Sydenham and his wife and the boys were indeed as far as the court of King Nebuchadnezzar. He had scarcely given his family a thought since he had posted his letter at Victoria. Now he felt a queer twinge of desire to send them some word or token, if only he could. Queer that they would never hear from him or of him again. How would they get on without him? Would there be any difficulty about the account at the bank, or about the insurance money? He had always intended to have a joint and several account with his wife at the bank, and he never quite liked to do it. Joint and several. Thing every man ought to do. His attention came back to Mr. Catskill unfolding his plans. "We have to make up our minds to what may be a very prolonged stay here. Do not let us deceive ourselves upon that score. It may last for years. It may last for generations." Something struck Penk in that. "I don't hardly see," he said, "how that can be. Generations?" "I'm coming to that," said Mr. Catskill. "Unhappily," said Mr. Penk, and became profoundly restrained and thoughtful with his eyes on Lady Stella. "We have to remain a little alien community in this world until we dominate it, as the Romans dominated the Greeks, and until we master its science and subdue it to our purpose. That may mean a long struggle, may mean a very long struggle indeed, and meanwhile we must maintain ourselves as a community. We must consider ourselves a colony, a garrison, until that day of reunion comes. We must hold our hostages, sir, and not only our hostages. May be necessary for our purpose, and if it is necessary for our purpose, so be it, to get in others of these utopians, to catch them young, before this so-called education of theirs unfits them for our purpose, to train them in the great traditions of our empire and our race." Mr. Hunker seemed on the point of saying something, but refrained. Monsieur Dupont got up sharply from the table, walked 4 paces away, returned and stood still, watching Mr. Catskill. "Generations?" said Mr. Penk. "Yes," said Mr. Catskill, "generations. For here we are strangers. Strangers like that other little band of adventurers who established their citadel 25 centuries ago upon the Capitol beside the Russian Tiber. This is our capital, a greater capital of a greater Rome in a vaster world, and like that band of Roman adventurers, we too may have to reinforce our scanty numbers at the expense of the Sabines about us, and take to ourselves servants and helpers and mates. No sacrifice is too great for the high possibility of this adventure." Monsieur Dupont seemed to nerve himself for the sacrifice. "Duly married," injected Father Amerton. "Duly married," said Mr. Catskill in parentheses. "And so, sir, we will hold out here and maintain ourselves and dominate this desert countryside and spread our prestige and our influence and our spirit into the inert body of this decadent utopian world, until at last we are able to master the secret that Arden and Greenlake were seeking, and recover the way back to our own people, opening to the crowded millions of our empire." Section 4. "Just a moment," said Mr. Hunker. "Just a moment. About this empire." "Exactly," said Monsieur Dupont, recalled abruptly from some romantic daydream. "About your empire." Mr. Catskill regarded them thoughtfully and defensively. "When I say empire, I mean it in the most general sense." "Exactly," snapped Monsieur Dupont. "I was thinking generally of our Atlantic civilization." "Before, sir, you go on to talk of Anglo-Saxon unity and the English-speaking race," said Monsieur Dupont, with a rising note of bitterness in his voice, "permit me to remind you, sir, of one very important fact that you seem to be overlooking. The language of Utopia, sir, is French. I want to remind you of that. I want to recall it to your mind. I will lay no stress here on the sacrifices and martyrdoms that France has endured in the cause of civilization." The voice of Mr. Burleigh interrupted. "A very natural misconception, but if you will pardon the correction, the language of Utopia is not French." Of course Mr. Barnstaple reflected. Monsieur Dupont had not heard the explanation of the language difficulty. "Permit me, sir, to believe the evidence of my own ears," the Frenchman replied with dignified politeness. "These Utopians, I can assure you, speak French, and nothing but French, and very excellent French it is." "They speak no language at all," said Mr. Burleigh. "Not even English?" sneered Monsieur Dupont. "Not even English." "Not League of Nations, perhaps? But, bah, why do I argue? They speak French. Not even a Boche would deny it. It needs an Englishman." A beautiful wrangle, thought Mr. Barnstaple. There was no Utopian present to undeceive Monsieur Dupont, and he stuck to his belief magnificently. With a mixture of pity and derision and anger, Mr. Barnstaple listened to this little band of lost human beings in the twilight of a vast, strange, possibly inimical world, growing more and more fierce and keen in a dispute over the claims of their three nations to dominate Utopia, claims based entirely upon greeds and misconceptions. Their voices rose to shouts and sank to passionate intensity as their lifelong habits of national egotism reasserted themselves. Mr. Hunker would hear nothing of an empire. Monsieur Dupont would hear of nothing but the supreme claim of France. Mr. Catskill twisted and turned. To Mr. Barnstaple this conflict of patriotic prepossession seemed like a dogfight on a sinking ship. But at last Mr. Catskill, persistent and ingenious, made headway against his two antagonists. He stood at the end of the table explaining that he had used the word empire loosely, apologizing for using it, explaining that when he said empire he had all Western civilization in mind. "When I said it," he said, turning to Mr. Hunker, "I meant a common brotherhood of understanding." He faced toward Monsieur Dupont. "I meant our tried and imperishable entente." "There are at least no Russians here," said Monsieur Dupont, "and no Germans." "True," said Lord Baralonga. "We start ahead of the Hun here, and we can keep ahead." "And I take it," said Mr. Hunker, "that Japanese are barred." "No reason why we shouldn't start clean with a complete color bar," reflected Lord Baralonga. "This seems to me a white man's world." "At the same time," said Monsieur Dupont, coldly and insistently, "you will forgive me if I ask you for some clearer definition of our present relationship, and for some guarantee, some effective guarantee, that the immense sacrifices France has made and still makes in the cause of civilized life will receive their proper recognition and their due reward in this adventure." "I only ask for justice," said Monsieur Dupont. Section 5. Indignation made Mr. Barnstaple bold. He got down from his perch upon the wall and came up to the table. "Are you mad," he said, "or am I? This squabble over flags and countries and fanciful rites and deserts, it is hopeless folly. Do you not realize even now the position we are in?" His breath failed him for a moment. Then he resumed. "Are you incapable of thinking of human affairs except in terms of flags and fighting and conquest and robbery? Can you not realize the proportion of things and the quality of this world into which we have fallen? As I have said already, we are like some band of savages in a show at Earl's Court, plotting the subjugation of London. We are like suppressed cannibals in the hearts of a great city, dreaming of a revival of our ancient and forgotten filthiness. What are our chances in this fantastic struggle?" Mr. Ridley spoke reprovingly. "You are forgetting everything you've just been told. Everything. Arf, their population is laid out with flu and measles, and there's no such thing as a healthy fighting will left in all Utopia." "Precisely," said Mr. Catskill. "Well, suppose you have chances. That makes your scheme the more hopeful. It also makes it the more horrible. Here we are lifted up out of the troubles of our time to a vision, to a reality of civilization such as our own world could only hope to climb to in scores of centuries. Here is a world at peace, splendid, happy, full of wisdom and hope. If our puny strength and base cunning can contrive it, we are to shatter it all. We are proposing to wreck a world. I tell you it is not an adventure. It is a crime. It is an abomination. I will have no part in it. I am against you in this attempt." Father Amerton would have spoken, but Mr. Burleigh arrested him by a gesture. "What would you have us do?" asked Mr. Burleigh. "Submit to their science. Learn what we can from them. In a little while we may be cured of our inherent poisons, and we may be permitted to return from this outlying desert of mines and turbines and rock to those gardens of habitation we have as yet scarcely seen. There we too may learn something of civilization. In the end we may even go back to our own disordered world, with knowledge, with hope and help, missionaries of a new order." "But why—" began Father Amerton. Again Mr. Burleigh took the word. "Everything, you say," he remarked, "rests on unproven assumptions. You choose to see this Utopia through rose-tinted glasses. We others, for it is," he counted, 11-1 against you, "see things without such favorable preconceptions. And I may ask, sir," said Father Amerton, springing to his feet, and hitting the table a blow that set all the glasses talking, "may I ask who you are to set yourself up as a judge and censor of the common opinion of mankind? For I tell you, sir, that here in this lonely and wicked and strange world, we 12, do represent mankind. We are the advance guard, the pioneers in the new world that God has given us, even as he gave Canaan to Israel, his chosen, 3,000 years ago. Who are you?" "Exactly," said Pank. "Who are you?" And Mr. Ridley reinforced him with a shout, "Who the hell are you?" Mr. Barnstaple had no platform skill to meet so direct an attack. He stood helpless. Astonishingly, Lady Stella came to his rescue. "That isn't fair, Father Amerton," she said. "Mr. Barnstaple, whoever he is, has a perfect right to express his own opinion." "And having expressed it," said Mr. Catskill, who had been walking up and down on the other side of the table, to that on which Mr. Barnstaple stood, "having expressed it, to allow us to proceed with the business in hand. I suppose it was inevitable that we should find the conscientious objector in our midst, even in Utopia. The rest of us, I take it, are very much of one mind about our situation." "We are," said Mr. Mush, regarding Mr. Barnstaple with a malevolent expression. "Very well. Then I suppose we must follow the precedents established for such cases. We will not ask Mr. Bastable to share the dangers and the honors of a combatant. We'll ask him merely to do civilian work of a helpful nature." Mr. Barnstaple held up his hand. "No," he said, "I am not disposed to be helpful. I do not recognize the analogy of the situation to the needs of the Great War, and anyhow I am entirely opposed to this project, this brigandage of a civilization. You cannot call me a conscientious objector to fighting, because I do not object to fighting in a just cause. But this adventure of yours is not a just cause. I implore you, Mr. Burleigh, you who are not merely a politician, but a man of culture and a philosopher, to reconsider what it is we are being urged towards. towards acts of violence and mischief from which there will be no drawing back. Mr. Barnstaple, said Mr. Burleigh, with grave dignity and something like a note of reproach in his voice, I have considered, but I think I may venture to say that I am a man of some experience, some traditional experience in human affairs. I may not altogether agree with my friend, Mr. Catskill. Nay, I will go further and say that in many respects I do not agree with him. If I were the autocrat here, I would say that we have to offer these utopians resistance for our self-respect, but not to offer them the violent and aggressive resistance that he contemplates. I think we could be far more subtle, far more elaborate, and far more successful than Mr. Catskill is likely to be. But that is my own opinion. Neither Mr. Hunker, nor Lord Baralonga, nor Mr. Mush, nor Monsieur Dupont shares it. Nor do our friends the technical engineers here share it. And what I do perceive to be imperative upon our little band of earthlings lost here in a strange universe is unity of action. Whatever else betide, dissension must not betray us. We must hold together and act together as one body. Discuss it, if you will, when there is any time for discussion, but in the end decide, and having decided, abide loyally by the decision. Upon the need of securing a hostage or two, I have no manner of doubt whatever. Mr. Catskill is right. Mr. Barnstaple was a bad debater, but these utopians are as human as we are, he said. All that is most sane and civilized in ourselves is with them. Mr. Ridley interrupted in a voice designedly rough. "Oh, Lord," he said, "we can't go on jawing here forever. It's sunset, and this gentleman has had his say, and more than his say. We ought to have our places, and know what is expected of us before night. May I propose that we elect Mr. Catskill our captain, with full military powers?" "I second that," said Mr. Burleigh, with grave humility. "Perhaps Monsieur Dupont," said Mr. Catskill, "will act with me as associated captain, representing our glorious ally, his own great country." "In the absence of a more worthy representative," acquiesced Monsieur Dupont, "and to see that French interests are duly respected." "And if Mr. Hunker would act as my lieutenant, Lord Baralonga will be our quartermaster, and Father Amerton our chaplain and censor. Mr. Burleigh, it goes without saying, will be our civil head." Mr. Hunker coughed. He frowned with the expression of one who makes a difficult explanation. "I won't be exactly lieutenant," he said. "I'll take no official position. I've a sort of distaste for foreign entanglements. I'll be a looker-on who helps, but I think you will find that you can count on me, gentlemen, when help is needed." Mr. Catskill seated himself at the head of the table, and indicated the chair next to his for Monsieur Dupont. Miss Greta Gray seated herself on his other hand between him and Mr. Hunker. Mr. Burleigh remained in his place, a chair or so from Mr. Hunker. The rest came and stood round the captain, except Lady Stella and Mr. Barnstaple. Almost ostentatiously, Mr. Barnstaple turned his back on the new command. Lady Stella, he saw, remained seated far down the table, looking dubiously at the little crowd of people at the end. Then her eyes went to the desolate mountain crest beyond. She shivered violently and stood up. "It's going to be very cold here after sunset," she said, with nobody heeding her. "I shall go and unpack a wrap." She walked slowly to her quarters and did not reappear. Section 6. Mr. Barnstaple did not want to seem to listen to this council of war. He walked to the wall of the old castle and up a flight of stone steps, and along the rampart to the peak of the headland. Here the shattering and beating sound of the waters in the two convergent canyons was very loud. There was still a bright upper rim of sunlit rock on the mountain face behind, but all the rest of the world was now in a deepening blue shadow, and a fleecy white mist was gathering in the canyons below and hiding the noisy torrents. It drifted up almost to the level of the little bridge that spanned the narrower canyon to a railed stepway from the crest of the further side. For the first time since he had arrived in Utopia, Mr. Barnstaple felt a chill in the air, and loneliness like a pain. Upon the broader of the two meeting canyons, some kind of engineering work was going on, and periodic flashes lit the drifting mist. Far away over the mountains a solitary aeroplane, very high, caught the sun's rays ever and again, and sent down quivering flashes of dazzling gold light, and then, as it wheeled about, vanished again in the deepening blue. He looked down into the great courtyard of the ancient castle below him. The modern buildings in the twilight looked like phantom pavilions amidst the archaic masonry. Someone had brought a light, and Captain Rupert Catskill, the new Cortez, was writing orders while his commandos stood about him. The light shone on the face and shoulders and arms of Miss Greta Gray. She was peering over the captain's arm to see what he was writing, and as Mr. Barnstaple looked, he saw her raise her hand suddenly to conceal an involuntary yawn. End of Book 2, Chapter 2. Book 2, Chapter 3, Mr. Barnstaple as a Traitor to Mankind. Part 1. Mr. Barnstaple spent a large part of the night sitting upon his bed and brooding over the incalculable elements of the situation in which he found himself. What could he do? What ought he to do? Where did his loyalty lie? The dark traditions and infections of the earth had turned this wonderful encounter into an ugly and dangerous antagonism far too swiftly for him to adjust his mind to the new situation. Before him now only two possibilities seemed open. Either the Utopians would prove themselves altogether the stronger and the wiser, and he and all his fellow pirates would be crushed and killed like vermin, or the desperate ambitions of Mr. Catskill would be realized, and they would become a spreading sore in the fair body of this noble civilization, a band of robbers and destroyers, dragging Utopia year by year and age by age back to terrestrial conditions. There seemed only one escape from the dilemma: to get away from this fastness to the Utopians, to reveal the whole scheme of the earthlings to them, and to throw himself and his associates upon their mercy. But this must be done soon, before the hostages were seized and bloodshed began. But in the first place it might be very difficult now to get away from the earthling band. Mr. Catskill would already have organized watchers and sentinels, and the peculiar position of the crag exposed every avenue of escape. And in the next place, Mr. Barnstaple had a lifelong habit of mind which predisposed him against tale-bearing and dissentient action. His school training had molded him into subservience to any group or gang in which he found himself. His form, his side, his house, his school, his club, his party, and so forth. Yet his intelligence and his limitless curiosities had always been opposed to these narrow conspiracies against the world at large. His spirit had made him an uncomfortable rebel throughout his whole earthly existence. He loathed political parties and political leaders. He despised and rejected nationalism and imperialism and all the tawdry loyalties associated with them. The aggressive conqueror, the grabbing financier, the shoving businessman. He hated as he hated wasps, rats, hyenas, sharks, fleas, nettles, and the like. All his life he had been a citizen of Utopia, exiled from earth. After his fashion he has sought to serve Utopia. But why should he not serve Utopia now? Because his band was a little and desperate band? That was no reason why he should serve the things he hated. If they were a desperate crew, the fact remained that they were also, as a whole, an evil crew. There is no reason why liberalism should degenerate into a morbid passion for minorities. Only two persons among the earthlings, Lady Stella and Mr. Burleigh, held any of his sympathy, and he had his doubts about Mr. Burleigh. Mr. Burleigh was one of those strange people who seem to understand everything and feel nothing. He impressed Mr. Barnstaple as being intelligently irresponsible. Wasn't that really more evil than being unintelligently adventurous like Hunker or Baralonga? Mr. Barnstaple's mind returned from a long excursion into ethics to the realities about him. Tomorrow he would survey the position and make his plans, and perhaps in the twilight he would slip away. It was entirely in his character to defer action in this way for the better part of the day, His life had been one of deferred action almost from the beginning. Part 2. But events could not wait for Mr. Barnstable. He was called at dawn by Penck, who told him that henceforth the garrison would be aroused every morning by an electric hooter he and Ridley had contrived. As Penck spoke, a devastating howl from this contrivance inaugurated the new era. He handed Mr. Barnstable a slip of paper torn from a notebook on which Mr. Catskill had written, "Non-com, Barnaby, to assist Ridley prepare breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Times and menu on messroom wall. Clear away and wash up smartly, and at other times be at disposal of Lieutenant Hunker in chemical laboratory for experimenting and bomb making. Keep laboratory clean." "That's your job," said Penck. "Ridley's waiting for you." "Well," said Mr. Barnstable, and got up. It was no use precipitating a quarrel if he was going to escape. So he went to the scarred and bandaged Ridley, and they produced a very good imitation of a British military kitchen in that great raw year 1914. Everyone was turned out to breakfast at 6:30 by a second solo on the hooter. The men were paraded and inspected by Mr. Catskill, with M. Dupont standing beside him. Mr. Hunker stood parallel with these two and a few yards away. All the other men fell in except Mr. Burleigh, who was to be civil commander in Utopia, and was in that capacity in bed, and Mr. Barnstable, the non-combatant. Miss Greta Gray and Lady Stella sat in a sunny corner of the courtyard sewing at a flag. It was to be a blue flag with a white star, a design sufficiently unlike any existing national flag to avoid wounding the patriotic susceptibilities of any of the party. It was to represent the Earthling League of Nations. After the parade, the little garrison dispersed to its various posts and duties. M. Dupont assumed the chief command, and Mr. Catskill, who had watched all night, went to lie down. He had the Napoleonic quality of going off to sleep for an hour or so at any time in the day. Mr. Penck went up to the top of the castle where the hooter was installed, to keep a lookout. There were some moments to be snatched between the time when Mr. Barnstable had finished with Ridley and the time when Hunker would discover his help was available, and this time he devoted to an inspection of the castle wall on the side of the slopes. While he was standing on the old rampart, weighing his chances of slipping away that evening in the twilight, an aeroplane appeared above the crag and came down upon the nearer slope. 2 Utopians descended, talked with their aviator for a time, and then turned their faces toward the fastness of the earthlings. A single note of the hooter brought out Mr. Catskill upon the rampart beside Mr. Barnstable. He produced a field-glass and surveyed the approaching figures. "Serpentine and cedar," he said, lowering his field-glass. "And they come alone. Good." He turned round and signaled with his hand to Penck, who responded with 2 short whoops of his instrument. This was the signal for a general assembly. Down below the courtyard appeared the rest of the Allied force, and Mr. Hunker, and fell in with a reasonable imitation of discipline. Mr. Catskill passed Mr. Barnstable without taking any notice of him, joined M. Dupont, Mr. Hunker, and their subordinates below, and proceeded to instruct them in his plans for the forthcoming crisis. Mr. Barnstable could not hear what was said. He noted with sardonic disapproval that each man, as Mr. Catskill finished with him, clicked his heels together and saluted. Then, at a word of command, they dispersed to their posts. There was a partly ruined flight of steps leading down from the general level of the courtyard through this great archway in the wall that gave access to and from the slopes below. Ridley and Mush went down to the right of these steps and placed themselves below a projecting mass of masonry, so as to be hidden from anyone approaching from below. Father Amerton and Mr. Hunker concealed themselves similarly to the left. Father Amerton, Mr. Barnstable noted, had been given a coil of rope, and then his roving eye discovered Mr. Mush glancing at a pistol in his hand and then replacing it in his pocket. Lord Barralonga took up a position for himself some steps above Mr. Mush, and produced a revolver which he held in his one efficient hand. Mr. Catskill remained at the head of the stairs. He also was holding a revolver. He turned to the citadel, considered the case of Pank for a moment, and then motioned him down to join the others. M. Dupont, armed with a stout table leg, placed himself at Mr. Catskill's right hand. For a time Mr. Barnstaple watched these dispositions without any realization of their significance. Then his eyes went from the crouching figures within the castle to the two unsuspecting Utopians who were coming up towards them, and he realized that in a couple of minutes Serpentine and Cedar would be struggling in the grip of their captors. He perceived he had to act, and his had been a contemplative, critical life with no habit of decision. He found himself trembling violently. Part 3. He still desired some mediatory intervention, even in these fatal last moments. He raised an arm and cried "Hi!" as much to the earthlings below as to the Utopians without. No one noticed either his gesture or his feeble cry. Then his will seemed to break through a tangle of obstacles to one simple idea. Serpentine and Cedar must not be seized. He was amazed and indignant at his own vacillation. Of course they must not be seized. This foolery must be thwarted forthwith. In 4 strides he was on the wall above the archway, and now he was shouting loud and clear. "Danger!" he shouted. "Danger!" And again, "Danger!" He heard Catskill's cry of astonishment, and then a pistol bullet whipped through the air close to him. Serpentine stopped short and looked up, touched Cedar's arm, and pointed. "These earthlings want to imprison you. Don't come here. Danger!" yelled Mr. Barnstable, waving his arms, and pat, 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 Mr. Catskill experienced the disappointments of revolver shooting. Serpentine and Cedar were turning back, but slowly and hesitatingly. For a moment Mr. Catskill knew not what to do. Then he flung himself down the steps, crying, "After them! Stop them! Come on!" "Go back!" cried Mr. Barnstaple to the Utopians. "Go back! Quickly! Quickly!" Came a clatter of feet from below, and then the 8 men who constituted the combat strength of the earthling forces in Utopia emerged from under the archway, running towards the 2 astonished Utopians. Mr. Mush fled, with Ridley at his heels. He was pointing his revolver and shouting. Next came M. Dupont, zealous and active. Father Amberton took up the rear with the rope. "Go back!" screamed Mr. Barnstable, with his voice breaking. Then he stopped shouting and watched, with his hands clenched. The aviator was running down the slope from his machine to the assistance of Serpentine and Cedar, and above, out of the blue, 2 other aeroplanes had appeared. The 2 Utopians disdained to hurry, and in a few seconds their pursuers had come back up with them. Hunker, Ridley, and Mush led the attack. M. Dupont, flourishing his stick, was abreast with them, but running out to the right as though he intended to get between them and the aviator. Mr. Catskill and Pank were a little behind the leading 3. The one-armed Barralonga was perhaps 10 yards behind, and Father Amberton had halted to recoil his rope more conveniently. There seemed to be a moment's parley, and then Serpentine had moved quickly as if to seize Hunker. A pistol cracked, and then another went off rapidly, 3 times. "Oh, God!" cried Mr. Barnstaple. "Oh, God!" as he saw Serpentine throw up his arms and fall backward. And then Cedar had grasped and lifted up Mush and hurled him at Mr. Catskill and Pank, bowling both of them over into one indistinguishable heap. With a wild cry, M. Dupont closed in on Cedar, but not quickly enough. His club shot into the air as Cedar parried his blow, and then the Utopian stooped, caught him by a leg, overthrew him, lifted him, and whirled him round as one might whirl a rabbit, to inflict a stunning blow on Mr. Hunker. Lord Barralonga ran back some paces and began shooting at the approaching aviator. The confusion of legs and arms on the ground became 3 separate people again. Mr. Catskill, shouting directions, made for Cedar, followed by Pank and Mush, and a moment after by Hunker and Dupont. They clung to Cedar as hounds will cling to a boar. Time after time he flung them off. Father Amerton hovered unhelpfully with his rope. For some moments Mr. Barnstaple's attention was concentrated upon this swaying and staggering attempt to overpower Cedar, and then he became aware of other Utopians running down the slope to join the fray. The other two aeroplanes had landed. Mr. Catskill realized the coming of these reinforcements almost as soon as Mr. Barnstaple. His shouts of "Back! Back to the castle!" reached Mr. Barnstaple's ears. The earthling scattered away from the tall, disheveled figure, hesitated, and began to walk, and then run back towards the castle. And then Ridley turned and very deliberately shot Cedar, who clutched at his breast and fell into a sitting position. The earthlings retreated to the foot of the steps that led up through the archway into the castle, and stood there in a panting, bruised, and ruffled group. 50 yards away, Serpentine lay still. The aviator whom Barralonga had shot writhed and moaned, and Cedar sat up with blood upon his chest, trying to feel his back. 5 other Utopians came hurrying to their assistance. "What is all this firing?" said Lady Stella, suddenly at Mr. Barnstaple's elbow. "Have they caught their hostages?" asked Miss Greta Gray. "For the life of me," said Mr. Burleigh, who had come out upon the wall a yard or so away, "this ought never to have happened." "How did this get muffed, Lady Stella?" "I called out to them," said Mr. Barnstaple. "You called out to them?" said Mr. Burleigh, incredulous. "Treason I did not calculate upon," came the wrathful voice of Mr. Catskill, ascending out of the archway. Part 4. For some moments Mr. Barnstaple made no attempt to escape the danger that closed in upon him. He had always lived a life of very great security, and with him, as with so many highly civilized types, the power of apprehending personal danger was very largely atrophied. He was a spectator by temperament and training alike. He stood now, as if he looked at himself, the central figure of a great and hopeless tragedy. The idea of flight came belatedly, in a reluctant and apologetic manner, into his mind. "Shot as a traitor," he said aloud. "Shot as a traitor." There was that bridge over the narrow gorge. He might still get over that if he went for it at once, if he was quicker than they were. He was too intelligent to dash off for it. That would certainly have set the others running. He walked along the wall in a leisurely fashion past Mr. Burleigh, himself too civilized to intervene. In a quickening stroll he gained the steps that led to the citadel. Then he stood still for a moment to survey the situation. Catskill was busy setting sentinels at the gate. Perhaps he had not thought yet of the little bridge, and imagined that Mr. Barnstaple was at his disposal at any time that suited him. Up the slope the Utopians were carrying off the dead or wounded men. Mr. Barnstaple ascended the steps as if buried in thought, and stood on the citadel for some seconds, his hands in his trouser pockets, as if he surveyed the view. Then he turned to the winding staircase that went down to a sort of guard-room below. As soon as he was surely out of sight, he began to think and move very quickly. The guard-room was perplexing. It had 5 doors, any one of which, except the one by which he had just entered the room, might lead down to the staircase. Against one, however, stood a pile of neat packing cases. That left 3 to choose from. He ran from one to the other, leaving each door open. In each case stone steps ran down to a landing and a turning place. He stood hesitating at the third, and noted that a cold draught came blowing up it. Surely that meant that this went down to the cliff face. Or whence came the air? Surely this was it. Should he shut the doors he had open? No, leave them all open. He heard a clatter coming down the staircase from the citadel. Softly and swiftly he ran down the steps, and halted for a second at the corner landing. He was compelled to stop and listen to the movements of his pursuers. "This is the door to the bridge, sir," he heard Ridley cry, and then he heard Catskill say, "The Tarpeian Rock," and Barralonga, "Exactly. Why should we waste a cartridge? Are you sure this goes to the bridge, Ridley?" The footsteps pattered across the guard-room and passed, down one of the other staircases. A reprieve, whispered Barnstaple, and then stopped aghast. He was trapped. The staircase they were on was the staircase to the bridge. They would go down as far as the bridge, and as soon as they got to it, they would see that he was neither on it nor on the steps on the opposite side of the gorge, and that therefore he could not possibly have escaped. They would certainly bar that way, either by closing and fastening any door there might be, or, failing such a barrier, by setting a sentinel, and then they would come back and hunt for him at their leisure. What was it Catskill had been saying? The Tarpeian Rock? Horrible. They mustn't take him alive. He must fight like a rat in a corner and oblige them to shoot him. He went on down the staircase. It became very dark and then grew light again. It ended in an ordinary big cellar, which may once have been a gun pit or magazine. It was fairly well lit by two unglazed windows cut in the rock. It now contained a store of provisions. Along one side stood an array of the flask-like bottles that were used for wine in Utopia. Along the other was a miscellany of packing cases and cubes wrapped in gold leaf. He lifted one of the glass flasks by its neck. It would make an effective club. Suppose he made a sort of barrier of the packing cases across the entrance, and stood beside it and clubbed the pursuers as they came in. Glass and wine would smash over their skulls. It would take time to make the barrier. He chose and carried 3 of the larger flasks to the doorway, where they would be handy for him. Then he had an inspiration, and looked at the window. He listened at the door of the staircase for a time. Not a sound came from above. He went to the window and lay down in the deep embrasure and wiggled forward until he could see out and up and down. The cliff below fell sheer. He could have spat on to the brawling torrent 15 feet perhaps below. The crag here was made up of almost vertical strata which projected and receded. A big buttress hid almost all of the bridge except the far end, which seemed to be about 20 or 30 yards lower than the opening from which Mr. Barnstaple was looking. Mr. Catskill appeared upon this bridge, very small and distant, scrutinizing the rocky stairway beyond the bridge. Mr. Barnstaple withdrew his head hastily. Then very discreetly he peeped again. Mr. Catskill was no longer to be seen. He was coming back. To business. There was not much time. In his earlier days, before the Great War had made travel dear and uncomfortable, Mr. Barnstaple had done some rock climbing in Switzerland, and he had also some experience in Cumberland and Wales. He surveyed now the rocks close at hand with an intelligent expertness. They were cut by almost horizontal joint planes into which there had been a considerable infiltration, chiefly of white crystalline material. This stuff, which he guessed was calcite, had weathered more rapidly than the general material of the rock, leaving a series of irregular horizontal grooves. With luck it might be possible to work along the cliff face, turn the buttress, and scramble to the bridge. And then came an even more hopeful idea. He could easily get along the cliff face to the first recess, flatten himself there, and remain until the earthlings had searched his cellar. After they had searched, he might creep back into the cellar. Even if they looked out of the window, they would not see him, and even if he left finger marks and so forth in the embrasure, they would likely to conclude that he had either jumped or fallen down the crag into the gorge below. But at first it might be slow work negotiating the cliff face, and this would cut him off from his weapons, the flasks. But the idea of hiding in the recess had taken a strong hold upon his imagination. Very cautiously he got out of the window, found a handhold, got his feet onto his ledge, and began to work his way along toward his niche. But there were unexpected difficulties. A gap of nearly 5 yards in the handhold. Nothing. He had to flatten himself and trust to his feet, and for a time he remained quite still in that position. Further on was a rotten lump of the vein mineral, and it broke away under him very disconcertingly. But happily his fingers had a grip, and the other foot was firm. The detached crystals slithered down the rock face for a moment, and then made no further sound. They had dropped into the void. For a time he was paralyzed. "I'm not in good form," whispered Barnstaple. "I'm not in good form." He clung motionless and prayed. With an effort he resumed his traverse. He was at the very corner of the recess when some faint noise drew his eyes to the window from which he had emerged. Ridley's face was poked out slowly and cautiously, his eye red and fierce among his white bandages. Part 5. He did not at first see Mr. Barnstaple. "God!" he said when he did so, and withdrew his head hastily. Came a sound of voices saying indistinguishable things. Some inappropriate instinct kept Barnstaple quite still, though he could have gotten into cover in the recess quite easily before Mr. Catskill looked out, revolver in hands. For some moments they stared at each other in silence. "Come back, or I shoot," said Mr. Catskill, unconvincingly. "Shoot," said Mr. Barnstaple, after a moment's reflection. Mr. Catskill craned his head out and stared down into the shadowy blue depths of the canyon. "It isn't necessary," he answered. "We have to save cartridges." "You haven't the guts," said Mr. Barnstaple. "It's not quite that," said Mr. Catskill. "No," said Mr. Barnstaple, "it isn't. You are fundamentally a civilized man." Mr. Catskill scowled at him without hostility. "You have a very good imagination," Mr. Barnstaple reflected. "The trouble is that you have been so damnably educated. What is the trouble with you? You are be-Kiplinged. Empire and Anglo-Saxon and Boy Scout and sleuth are the stuff in your mind. If I had gone to Eton I might have been the same as you are, I suppose." "Harrow," corrected Mr. Catskill. "A perfectly beastly public school. Suburban place where the boys wear chignons and straw halos. I might have guessed Harrow. But it's queer I bear you no malice. Given decent ideas you might have been very different from what you are. If I had been your schoolmaster... But it's too late now." "It is," said Mr. Rupert Catskill, smiling genially, and cocked his eye down into the canyon. Mr. Barnstaple began to feel for his ledge round the corner with a foot. "Don't go for a minute," said Mr. Catskill. "I'm not going to shoot." A voice from within, probably Lord Barralonga's, said something about heaving a rock at Mr. Barnstaple. Someone else, probably Ridley, approved ferociously. "Not without due form of trial," said Mr. Catskill over his shoulder. His face was inscrutable, but a fantastic idea began to run about in Mr. Barnstaple's mind that Mr. Catskill did not want to have him killed. He had thought about things, and he wanted him now to escape to the Utopians and perhaps rig up some sort of settlement with them. "We intend to try you, sir," said Mr. Catskill. "We intend to try you. We cite you to appear." Mr. Catskill moistened his lips and considered. "The court will sit almost at once." His little bright brown eyes estimated the chances of Mr. Barnstaple's position very rapidly. He craned towards the bridge. "We shall not waste time over our procedure," he said, "and I have little doubt of our verdict. We shall condemn you to death. So there you are, sir. I doubt if we shall be more than a quarter of an hour before your fate is legally settled." He glanced up, trying to see the crest of the crag. "We shall probably throw rocks," he said. "Moriturus te saluo," said Mr. Barnstaple, with an air of making a witty remark. "If you will forgive me, I will go on now to make a more comfortable position." Mr. Catskill remained looking hard at him. "I've never borne you any ill will," said Mr. Barnstaple. "Had I been your schoolmaster, everything might have been different. Thanks for the quarter of an hour more you give me. And if by any chance—" "Exactly," said Mr. Catskill. They understood one another. When Mr. Barnstaple stepped round the bend into the recess, Mr. Catskill was still looking out, and Lord Barralonga was faintly audible, advocating the immediate heaving of rocks. Part 6. The ways of the human mind are past finding out. From desperation, Mr. Barnstaple's mood had passed to exhilaration. His first sick horror of climbing above this immense height had given him place now to an almost boyish assurance. His sense of immediate death had gone. He was appreciating this adventure. Indeed, he was enjoying it, with an entire disregard now of how it was to end. He made fairly good time until he got to the angle of the buttress, though his arms began to ache rather badly, and then he had a shock. He now had a full view of the bridge and up the narrow gorge. The ledge he was working along did not run to the bridge at all. He ran a good 30 feet below it, and what was worse, between himself and the bridge were 2 gullies and chimneys of uncertain depth. At this discovery he regretted for the first time that he had not stayed in the cellar and made a fight for it there. He had some minutes of indecision, with the ache in his arms increasing. He was roused from his inaction by what he thought at first was the shadow of a swift-flying bird on the rock. Presently it returned. He hoped he would not be assailed by birds. He had read a story, but never mind that now. Then came a loud crack overhead, and he glanced up to see a lump of rock which had just struck a little bulge above him fly to fragments. From which incident he gathered firstly that the court had delivered an adverse verdict rather in advance of Mr. Catskill's time, and secondly that he was visible from above. He resumed his traverse toward the shelter of the gully with feverish energy. The gully was better than he expected, a chimney, difficult he thought to ascend, but quite practicable downward. It was completely overhung, and perhaps 100 feet below there was a sort of step in it that gave a quite broad recess, sheltered from above, and with room enough for a man to sprawl on it if he wanted to do so. There would be rest for Mr. Barnstaple's arms, and without any needless delay he clambered down to it and abandoned himself to the delightful sensation of not holding on to anything. He was out of sight and out of reach of his earthling pursuers. In the back of the recess was a trickle of water. He drank and began to think of food, and to regret that he had not brought some provision for him from the store in the cellar. He might have opened one of those gold-leaf-covered cubes, or pocketed a small flask of wine. Wine would be very heartening just now. But it did not do to think of that. He stayed for a long time, as it seemed to him, on this precious shelf, scrutinizing the chimney below very carefully. It seemed quite practicable for a long way down. The sides became very smooth, but they seemed close enough together to get down with his back against one side and his feet against the other. He looked at his wrist-watch. It was still not 9 o'clock in the morning. It was about 10 minutes to 9. He had been called by Ridley before 5:30. At 6:30 he had been handing out breakfast in the courtyard. Serpentine and Cedar must have appeared about 8 o'clock. In about 10 minutes Serpentine had been murdered. Then the flight and the pursuit. How quickly things happen! He had all day before him. He would resume his descent at 9:30. Until then he would rest. It was absurd to feel hungry yet. He was climbing again before 9:30. For perhaps 100 feet it was easy. Then by imperceptible degrees the gully broadened. He only realized it when he found himself slipping. He slipped, struggling furiously, for perhaps 20 feet, and then fell outright another 10, and struck a rock, and was held by a second shelf much broader than the one above. He came down on it with a jarring concussion, and happily he rolled inward. He was bruised, but not seriously hurt. "My luck," he said, "my luck holds good." He rested for a time, and then, confident that things would be all right, set himself to inspect the next stage of his descent. It was with a sort of incredulity that he discovered the chimney below his shelf was absolutely unclimbable. It was just a straight, smooth rock on either side for 20 yards at least, and 6 feet wide. He might as well fling himself over at once as try to get down that. Then he saw that it was equally impossible to retrace his steps. He could not believe it. It seemed too silly. He laughed as one might laugh if one found one's own mother refusing to recognize one after a day's absence. Then abruptly he stopped laughing. He repeated every point in his examination. He fingered the smooth rocks about him. "But this is absurd," he said, breaking out into a cold perspiration. There was no way out of this corner into which he had so painfully and laboriously got himself. He could neither go on nor go back. He was caught. His luck had given out. Part 7. At midday, by his wristwatch, Mr. Barnstaple was sitting in his recess as a weary invalid suffering from some incurable disease might sit up in an armchair during a temporary respite from pain, with nothing to do and no hope before him. There was not one chance in 10,000 that anything could happen to release him from this trap into which he had clambered. There was a trickle of water at the back, but no food, not even a grass blade to nibble. Unless he saw fit to pitch himself over into the gorge, he must starve to death. It would perhaps be cold at nights, but not cold enough to kill him. To this end he had come then out of the worried journalism of London and the domesticities of Sydenham. Queer journey it was that he and the Yellow Peril had made. Camberwell, Victoria, Hounslow, Slough, Utopia, the mountain paradise, 100 fascinating and tantalizing glimpses of a world of real happiness and order, that long aeroplane flight half round a world. And now, death. The idea of abbreviating his sufferings by jumping over had no appeal for him. He would stay here and suffer such suffering as there might be before the end. And 300 yards away or so were his fellow earthlings, also awaiting their fate. It was amazing. It was prosaic. After all, to this, or something like this, humanity had come. Sooner or later, people had to lie and suffer. They had to think, and then think feverishly, and then weakly, and so fade to a final cessation of thought. On the whole, he thought it was preferable to die in this fashion, preferable to a sudden death. It was worthwhile to look death in the face for a time, to have leisure to write Finney in one's mind, to think over life and such living as one had done, and to think it over with a detachment and independence that only an entire inability to alter one jot of it now could give. At present his mind was clear and calm. A bleak serenity, like a clear winter sky, possessed him. There was suffering ahead, he knew, but he did not believe it would be intolerable suffering. If it proved intolerable, the canyon yawned below. In that respect, the shelf or rock was a better death-bed than most, a more convenient death-bed. Your sick-bed presented pain with a wide margin, set it up for your too complete examination. But to starve was not so very dreadful, he had read. Hunger and pain there would be, most distressful about the 3rd day, and after that one became feeble and did not feel so much. It would not be like the torture of many cancer cases, or the agony of brain fever. It would not be 1/10 as bad as that. Lonely it would be, but is one much less lonely on a deathbed at home? They come and say there, and do little serviceable things, but are there any other interchanges? You go your solitary way, speech and movement and the desire to speak or move passing from you, and their voices fade. Everywhere death is a very solitary act, a going apart. A younger man would probably have found this loneliness in the gorge very terrible, but Mr. Barnstaple had outlived the intenser delusions of companionship. He would have liked to last talk with his boys and to have put his wife into a good frame of mind, but even these desires were perhaps more sentimental than real. When it came to talks with his boys, he was apt to feel shy, as they had come to have personalities of their own, and to grow through adolescence. He had felt more and more that talking intimately to them was an invasion of their right to grow up along their own lines. And they, too, he felt, were shy with him, defensively shy. Perhaps later on sons come back to a man. That was a later on that he would never know now. But he wished he could have let them know what had happened to him. That troubled him. It would set him right in their eyes. It would perhaps be better for their characters if they did not think, as they were almost bound to think, that he had run away from them, or lapsed mentally, or even fallen into bad company and been made away with. As it was, they might be worried and ashamed needlessly, or put to expense to find out where he was, and that would be a pity. One had to die. Many men had died as he was going to die, fallen into strange places, lost in dark caverns, marooned on desert islands, astray in the Australian bush, imprisoned and left to perish. It was good to die without great anguish or insult. He thought of the myriads of men who had been crucified by the Romans. Was it 8,000 or was it 10,000 of the army of Spartacus that they killed in that fashion along the Appian Way? Of negroes hung in chains to starve, and of endless variety of such deaths. Shocking to young imaginations, such things were more and more fearful in thought than in reality. It is all a matter of a little more pain or a little less pain, but God will not have any great waste of pain. Cross, wheel, electric chair, or bed of suffering, the thing is you die and have done. It's pleasant to find that one could think stoutly of these things. It was good to be caught and to find that one was not frantic. And Mr. Barnstable was surprised to find how little he cared now that he faced the issue closely, whether he was immortal or he was not. He was quite prepared to find himself immortal, or at least not ending with death in whole or in part. It was ridiculous to be dogmatic and say that a part, an impression of his conscience and even of his willing life might not go on in some fashion. But he found it impossible to imagine how that could be. It was unimaginable. It was not to be anticipated. He had no fear of that continuation. He had no thought nor fear of the possibility of punishment or cruelty. The universe had at times seemed to him to be very carelessly put together, but he had never believed that it was the work of a malignant imbecile. It impressed him as immensely careless, but not as dominatingly cruel. He had been what he had been, weak and limited and sometimes silly, but the punishment of these defects lay in the defects themselves. He ceased to think about his own death. He began to think of life generally, its present lowliness, its valiant aspiration. He found himself regretting bitterly that he was not to see more of this utopian world, which was in so many respects so near an intimation of what our own world may become. It had been very heartening to see human dreams and human ideals vindicated by realization, but it was distressing to have had the vision snatched away while still only beginning to examine it. He found himself asking questions that had no answers for him, about economics, about love and struggle. Anyhow, he was glad to have seen as much as he had. It was good to have been purged by this vision and altogether lifted out of the dreary hopelessness of Mr. Peeve, to have gotten life into perspective again. The passions and conflicts and discomforts of A.D. 1921 were the discomforts of the fever of an uninoculated world. The age of confusion on the earth also would, in its own time, work itself out, thanks to a certain obscure and indomitable righteousness in the blood of the human type. Squatting in a hole in the cliff of the great crag, with unclimbable heights and depths above him, and below chilly, hungry, and comfortable, this thought was a profound comfort to the strangely constituted mind of Mr. Barnstable. But how miserably had he and his companions failed to rise to the great occasions of Utopia! No one had raised an effectual hand to restrain the puerile imaginations of Mr. Catskill, and the mere brutal aggressiveness of his companions. How invincible had Father Amerton headed for the role of the ranting, hating, persecuting, quarrel-making priest! How pitifully weak and dishonest Mr. Burleigh, and himself scarcely better, disapproving always, and always in ineffective opposition! What an unintelligent beauty cow that woman Greta Gray was, receptive, acquisitive, impenetrable to any idea but the idea of what was due to her as a yielding female. Lady Stella was of finer clay, but fired to no service. Women, he thought, had not been well represented in this chance expedition. Just one waster and one ineffective. Was that a fair sample of Earth's womankind? All the use these earthlings had for Utopia was to turn it back as speedily as possible to the aggressions, subjugations, cruelties, and disorders of the age of confusion to which they belonged. Serpentine and Cetar, the man of scientific power and the man of healing, they had sought to make hostages to disorder, and failing that, they had killed or sought to kill them. They had tried to bring back Utopia to the state of earth, and indeed, but for the folly, malice, and weakness of men, earth was now Utopia. Old earth was Utopia now, a garden and a glory, the earthly paradise, except that it was trampled to dust and ruined by its Catskills, Hunkers, Barralongas, Ridleys, DuPonts, and their kind. Against their hasty, trampling folly nothing was pitted, it seemed, in the whole wide world at present but the whinings of the Peeves, the acquiescent disapproval of the Burleighes, and such immeasurable ineffectiveness as his own protest, and a few writers and teachers who produce results at present untraceable. Once more Mr. Barnstaple found himself thinking of his old friend, the school inspector and schoolbook writer, who had worked so steadfastly and broken down and died so pitifully. He had worked for Utopia all his days. Were there hundreds or thousands of such Utopias yet on earth? What magic upheld them? "I wish I could get some message through to them," said Mr. Barnstaple, "to hearten them." For it was true, though he himself had to starve and die like a fallen beast into a pit, nevertheless Utopia triumphed and would triumph. The grabbers and fighters, the persecutors and patriots, the lynchers and boycotters, and all the riffraff of short-sighted human violence crowded on to final defeat. Even in their lives they know no happiness. They drive with excitement to excitement and from gratification to exhaustion. Their enterprises and successes, their wars and glories, flare and pass. Only the true thing grows, the truth, the clear idea, year by year and age by age, slowly and invincibly as a diamond grows amidst the darkness and pressures of the earth, or as the dawn grows amidst the guttering lights of some belated orgy. What would be the end of those poor little people up above there? Their hold on life was even more precarious than his own, for he might lie and starve here slowly for weeks before his mind gave its last flicker. But they had openly pitted themselves against the might and wisdom of Utopia, and even now the ordered power of that world must be closing in upon them. He still had a faint irrational remorse for his betrayal of Catskill's ambush. He smiled now at the passionate conviction he had felt at the time that if once Catskill could capture his hostages, earth might prevail over Utopia. That conviction had rushed him into action. His weak cries had seemed to be all that was left to avert this monstrous disaster. But suppose he had not been there at all, or suppose he had obeyed the lingering instinct of fellowship that urged him to fight with the others. What then? When he recalled the sight of Cetar throwing mush about as one might throw a lapdog about, and the height and shape of Serpentine, he doubted whether even upon the stairs in the archway it would have been possible for the earthlings to have overpowered these two. The revolvers would have come into use just as they had come into use upon the slope, and Catskill would have got no hostages but only two murdered men. How unutterably silly the whole scheme of Catskill had been! But it was no sillier than the behavior of Catskill, Burleigh, and the rest of the world's statesmen had been on earth during the last few years. At times during the world agony of the Great War it had seemed that Utopia drew near to earth. The black clouds and smoke of these dark years had been shot with the light of strange hopes, with the promise of a world reborn. But the nationalists, financiers, priests, and patriots had brought all those hopes to nothing. They had trusted to old poisons and infections and to the weak resistances of the civilized spirit. They had counted their weapons and set their ambushes and kept their women busy sowing flags of discord. For a time they had killed hope, but only for a time. For hope, the redeemer of mankind, there is perpetual resurrection. Utopia will win, said Mr. Barnstaple, and for a time he sat listening to a sound he had heard before without heeding it very greatly. A purring throb in the rocks about him, like the running of some great machine. It grew louder and then faded down to the imperceptible again. His thoughts came back to his erstwhile companions. He hoped that they were not too miserable or afraid up there. He was particularly desirous that something should happen to keep up Lady Stella's courage. He worried affectionately about Lady Stella. For the rest, it would be as well if they remained actively combative to the end. Possibly they were all toiling at some preposterous and wildly hopeful defensive scheme of Catskills. Except Mr. Burleigh, who would be resting, convinced that for him at least there would still be a gentlemanly way out, and perhaps not much afraid if there wasn't. Amerton and possibly Mush might lapse into a religious revival that would irritate the others a little, or possibly even provide a mental opiate for Lady Stella and Miss Greetick Gray. Then for Pank there was wine in the cellar. They would follow the laws of their being. They would do the things that nature and habit would require of them. What else was possible? Mr. Barnstaple plunged into a metaphysical gulf. Presently he caught himself looking at his wrist-watch. It was 20 minutes past 12. He was looking at his watch more and more frequently, or time was going more slowly. Should he wind his watch or let it run down? He was already feeling very hungry. That could not be real hunger yet. It must be his imagination getting out of control. End of section 11.
Book 2, Chapter 4. The End of Quarantine Crag. Mr. Barnstaple awoke slowly and reluctantly from a dream about cookery. He was Sawyer, the celebrated chef of the Reform Club, and he was inventing and tasting new dishes. But in the pleasant way of dreamland, he was not only Sawyer, but at the same time he was a very clever utopian biologist, and also God Almighty, so that he could not only make new dishes, but also make new vegetables and meats to go into them. He was particularly interested in a new sort of fowl, the Chateaubriand breed of fowls, which was to combine the rich quality of a very good beefsteak with the size and delicacy of a fowl's breast, and he wanted to stuff it with a blend of pimento, onion, and mushroom, except that the mushroom wasn't quite the thing. The mushrooms, he tasted them, indeed, just the least little modification. And into the dream came an assistant cook, several assistant cooks, all naked as utopians, bearing fowls from the pantry and saying that they had not kept, they had gone high, and that they were going higher. In order to illustrate this idea of their going higher, these assistant cooks lifted the fowls above their heads and then began to climb the walls of the kitchen, which were rocky and for a kitchen remarkably close together. Their figures became dark. They were thrown up in black outline against the luminous steam arising from a cauldron of boiling soup. It was boiling soup, and yet it was cold soup and cold steam. Mr. Barnstaple was awake. In the place of luminous steam there was mist, brightly moonlit mist, filling the gorge. It threw up the figures of the two utopians in black silhouette. What utopians? His mind struggled between dreaming and waking. He started up rigidly attentive. They moved with easy gestures, quite unaware of his presence, so close to them. They had already got a thin rope ladder fixed to some point overhead, but how they had managed to do this he did not know. One still stood on the shelf, the other swayed above him, stretched across the gully, clinging to the rope with his feet against the rock. The head of a third figure appeared above the edge of the shelf. It swayed from side to side. He was evidently coming up by a second rope ladder. Some sort of discussion was in progress. It was borne in upon Mr. Barnstaple that this last comer thought that he and his companions had clambered high enough, but that the uppermost man insisted they should go higher. In a few moments the matter was settled. The uppermost Utopian became very active, lunged upward, swung out, and vanished by jerks out of Mr. Barnstaple's field of view. His companions followed him, and one after the other was lost to sight, leaving nothing visible but the convulsively agitated rope ladder and a dangling rope that they seemed to be dragging up the crag with them. Mr. Barnstaple's taut muscles relaxed. He yawned silently, stretched his painful limbs, and stood up very cautiously. He peered up the gully. The Utopian seemed to have reached the shelf above and to be busy there. The rope that had dangled became taut. They were hauling up something from below. It was a large bundle, possibly of tools or weapons or material wrapped in something that deadened its impact against the rock. It jumped into view, hung spinning for a moment, and was then snatched upward as the Utopians took in a fresh reef of rope. A period of silence followed. He heard a metallic clang and then thud, thud, a dull intermittent hammering. Then he jumped back as the end of a thin rope, apparently running over a pulley, dropped past him. The sounds from above now were like filing, and then some bits of rock fell past him into the void. He did not know what to do. He was afraid to call to these Utopians and make his presence known to them. After the murder of Serpentine, he was very doubtful how a Utopian would behave to an earthling found hiding in a dark corner. He examined the rope ladder that had brought these Utopians to his level. It was held by a long spike, the end of which was buried in the rock at the side of the gully. Possibly the spike had been fired at the rock from below while he was asleep. The ladder was made up of straight links and rings at intervals of perhaps 2 feet. It was of such light material that he would have doubted its capacity to bear a man if he had not seen the Utopians upon it. It occurred to him that he might descend by this now and take his chances with any Utopians who might be below. He could not very well bring himself to the attention of these 3 Utopians above, except by some sudden and startling action which might provoke sudden and unpleasant responses. But if he appeared first clambering slowly from above, any Utopians beneath would have time to realize and consider the fact of his proximity before they dealt with him. And also, he was excessively eager to get down from this dreary ledge. He gripped a ring, thrust a leg backwards over the edge of the shelf, listened for some moments to the little noises of the 3 workers above him, and then began his descent. It was an enormous descent. Presently he found himself regretting that he had not begun counting the rings of the ladder. He must already have handed himself down hundreds. And still, when he craned his neck to look down, the dark gulf yawned below. It had become very dark now. The moonlight did not cut down very deeply into the canyon, and the faint reflection from the thin mist above was all there was to break the blackness. And even overhead the moonlight seemed to be passing. Now he was near the rock. Now it fell away, and the rope ladder seemed to fall plumb into lightless, bottomless space. He had to feel for each ring, and his bare feet and hands were already chafed and painful, and a new and disagreeable idea had come into his head, that some Utopian might presently come rushing up the ladder. But he would get notice of that because the rope would tighten and quiver, and he would be able to cry out, "I am an earthling coming down. I am a harmless earthling." He began to cry out these words experimentally. The gorge re-echoed them, and there was no answering sound. He became silent again, descended grimly and as steadily as possible, because now an intense desire to get off this infernal rope ladder and rest his hot hands and feet was overmastering every other motive. Clang, clang, and a flash of green light. He became rigid, peering into the depths of the canyon. Came the green flash again. It revealed the depths of the gorge, still as it seemed an immense distance below him. And up the gorge, something. He could not grasp what it was during that momentary revelation. At first he thought it was a huge serpent writhing its way down the gorge, and then he concluded it must be a big cable that was being brought along the gorge by a handful of Utopians. But how the 3 or 4 figures he had indistinctly seen could move this colossal rope, he could not imagine. The head of this cable serpent seemed to be lifting itself obliquely up the cliff. Perhaps it was being dragged up by ropes he had not observed. He waited for a third flash, but none came. He listened. He could hear nothing but a throbbing sound he had already noted before, like the throbbing of an engine running very smoothly. He resumed his descent. When at last he reached a standing place, it took him by surprise. The rope ladder fell past it for some yards and ended. He was swaying more and more and beginning to realize that the rope ladder came to an end when he perceived the dim indication of a nearly horizontal gallery cut along the rock face. He put out a foot and felt an edge and swung away out from it. He was now so weary and exhausted that for a time he could not relinquish his grip on the rope ladder and get a footing on the shelf. At last he perceived how this could be done. He released his feet and gave himself a push away from the rock with them. He swung back into a convenient position for getting a foothold. He repeated this twice, and then had enough confidence to abandon his ladder and drop onto the shelf. The ladder dangled away from him into the darkness, and then came wriggling back to tap him playfully and startlingly on the shoulder blade. The gallery he found himself in seemed to follow a great vein of crystalline material along the cliff face. Borings as high as a man ran into the rock. He peered and felt his way along the gallery for a time. Manifestly, if this was a mine, there would be some way of ascending to it and descending from it into the gorge. The sound of the torrent was much louder now, and he judged he had perhaps come down 2/3 of the height of the crag. He was inclined to wait for daylight. The illuminated dial of his wristwatch told him it was now 4 o'clock. It would not be long before dawn. He found a comfortable face of rock for his back and squatted down. Dawn seemed to come very quickly, but in reality he dozed away the interval. When he glanced at his watch again, it was 5:30. He went to the edge of the gallery and peered up the gorge to where he had seen the cable. Things were pale and dim and very black and white, but perfectly clear. The walls of the canyon seemed to go up forever and vanish at last in cloud. He had a glimpse of a Utopian below, who was presently hidden by the curve of the gorge. He guessed that the great cable must have been brought so close up to the quarantine crag as to be invisible to him. He could find no down-going steps from the gallery, but some 30 or 40 yards off were 5 or 6 cableways running at a steep angle from the gallery to the opposite side of the gorge. They looked very black and distinct. He went along to them. Each was a carrier cable, on which ran a PM all carrier trolley with a big hook below. 3 of the carrier cables were empty, but on 2 the trolley was hauled up. Mr. Barnstaple examined the trolleys and found a catch, retained them. He turned over one of these catches and the trolley ran away promptly, nearly dropping him into the gulf. He saved himself by clutching the carrier cable. He watched the trolley swoop down like a bird to the broad stretch of sandy beach on the other side of the torrent and come to rest there. It seemed all right. Trembling violently, he turned to the remaining trolley. His nerves and will were so exhausted now that it was a long time before he could bring himself to trust to the hook of the remaining trolley and to release its catch. Then smoothly and swiftly he swept across the gorge to the beach below. There were big heaps of crystal and mineral on this beach, and a cable, evidently for raising it, came down out of the mist above from some invisible crane, but not a Utopian was in sight. He relinquished his hold and dropped safely on his feet. The beach broadened downstream, and he walked along it close to the edge of the torrent. The light grew stronger as he went. The world ceased to be a world of grays and blacks. Color came back to things. Everything was heavily bedewed, and he was hungry and almost intolerably weary. The sand changed in its nature and became soft and heavy for his feet. He felt he could walk no further. He must wait for help. He sat down on a rock and looked upward towards Quarantine Crag, towering overhead. Sheer and high, the great headland rose like the prow of some gigantic ship behind the two deep blue canyons. A few wisps and layers of mist still hid from Mr. Barnstaple its crest and the little bridge across the narrower gorge. The sky above, between the streaks of mist, was, now, an intense blue, and even as he gazed, the mist swirled and dissolved. The rays of the rising sun smote the old castle to blinding gold, and the fastness of the earthling stood out clear and bright. The bridge and the castle were very remote, and all that part of the crag was like a little cap on the figure of a tall, upstanding soldier. Round beneath the level of the bridge, at about the height at which the three Utopians had worked, or were still working, ran something dark, a rope-like band. He jumped to the conclusion that this must be the cable he had seen lit up by those green flashes in the night. Then he noted a peculiar body upon the crest of the more open of the two gorges. It was an enormous vertical coil, a coil flattened into a disc, which had appeared on the edge of the cliff opposite to the Coronation Crag. Less plainly seen because of a projecting mass of rock was a similar coil in the narrower canyon close to the steps that led up from the little bridge. 2 or 3 Utopians, looking very small because they were so high and very squat because they were so foreshortened, were moving along the cliff edge and handling something that apparently had to do with these coils. Mr. Barnstaple stared at these arrangements with much the same uncomprehending stare as that with which some savage who had never heard a shot fired in anger might watch the loading of a gun. Came a familiar sound, faint and little. It was the hooter of Quarantine Castle sounding the reveille, and almost simultaneously the little Napoleonic figure of Mr. Rupert Catskill emerged against the blue. The head and soldiers of Finck rose and halted and stood at attention behind him. The captain of the Earthlings produced his field glasses and surveyed the coils through them. "I wonder what he makes of them," said Mr. Barnstaple. Mr. Catskill turned and gave some direction to Pink, who saluted and vanished. A click from the nearer gorge jerked his attention back to the little bridge. It had gone. His eye dropped and caught it up within a few yards of the water. He saw the water splash and the metal framework crumple up and dance 2 steps and lie still, and then a moment later the crash and clatter of the fall reached his ears. "Now who did that?" asked Mr. Barnstaple, and Mr. Catskill answered his question by going hastily to that corner of the castle and staring down. Manifestly he was surprised. Manifestly, therefore, it was the Utopians who had cut the bridge. Mr. Catskill was joined almost immediately by Mr. Hunker and Lord Barralonga. Their gestures suggested an animated discussion. The sunlight was creeping by imperceptible degrees down the front of Quarantine Crag. It had now got down to the cable that encircled the crest. In the light this shone with a coppery sheen. The 3 Utopians who had awakened Mr. Barnstaple in the night became visible descending the rope ladder very rapidly, and once more Mr. Barnstaple was aware of that humming sound he had heard ever and again during the night. But now it was much louder, and it sounded everywhere about him, in the air, in the water, in the rocks, and in his bones. Abruptly something black and spear-shaped appeared beside the little group of earthlings above. It seemed to jump up beside them. It paused and jumped again half the height of a man, and jumped again. It was a flag being hauled up a flagstaff that Mr. Barnstaple had not hitherto observed. It reached the top of the staff and hung limp. Then some eddy in the air caught it. It flapped out for a moment, displayed a white star on a blue ground, and dropped again. This was the flag of Earth. This was the flag of the crusade to restore the blessings of competition, conflict, and warfare to Utopia. Beneath it appeared the head of Mr. Burleigh, examining the Utopian coils through his glasses. The throbbing and humming in Mr. Barnstaple's ears grew rapidly louder and rose acutely to an extreme intensity. Suddenly, great flashes of violet light leapt across from coil to coil, passing through Quarantine Castle as though it was not there. For a moment longer it was there. The flag flared out madly and was torn from its staff. Mr. Burleigh lost his hat. A half-length of Mr. Catskill became visible, struggling with his coat-tails, which had blown up and enveloped his head. At the same time, Mr. Barnstaple saw the castle rotating upon the lower part of the crag, exactly as though some invisible giant had seized the upper tenth of the headland and was twisting it round. And then it vanished. As it did so, a great column of dust poured up into its place. The waters in the gorge sprung into the air in tall fountains and were splashed to spray, and a deafening thud smote Mr. Barnstaple's ears. Aerial powers picked him up and tossed him a dozen yards, and he fell amidst a rain of dust and stones and water. He was bruised and stunned. "My God!" he cried. "My God!" and struggled to his knees, feeling violently sick. He had a glimpse of the crest of Quarantine Crag, truncated as neatly as though it had been cheese cut with a sharp knife. And then fatigue and exhaustion had their way with him, and he sprawled forward and lay insensible. End of Book 2, Chapter 4. Book 3, A Neophyte in Utopia, Chapter 1, The Peaceful Hills Beside the River. God has made more universes than there are pages in all the libraries of earth. Man may learn and grow forever amidst the multitude of his worlds. Mr. Barnstaple had a sense of floating from star to star and from plane to plane through an incessant variety and wonder of existences. He passed over the edge of being. He drifted for ages down the faces of immeasurable cliffs. He traveled from everlasting to everlasting in a stream of innumerable little stars. At last came a phase of profound restfulness. There was a sky of level clouds, warmed by the light of a declining sun, and a skyline of gently undulating hills, golden grassy upon their crests, and carrying dark purple woods and thickets and patches of pale yellow-like ripening corn upon their billowing slopes. Here and there were dome buildings and terraces, flowering gardens and little villas, and great tanks of gleaming water. There were many trees like the eucalyptus, only that they had darker leaves, upon the slopes immediately below and round and about him. And all the land fell at last towards a very broad valley, down which a shining river wound leisurely in great semicircular bends until it became invisible in the evening haze. A slight movement turned his eyes to discover Lichness seated beside him. She smiled at him and put her finger on her lips. He had a vague desire to address her, and smiled faintly and moved his head. She got up and slipped away from him past the head of his couch. He was too feeble and incurious to raise his head and look to see where she had gone, but he saw that she had been sitting at a white table on which was a silver bowl full of intensely blue flowers, and the color of the flowers held him and diverted his first faint impulse of curiosity. He wondered whether colors were really brighter in this utopian world, or whether something in the air quickened and clarified his apprehension. Beyond the table were the white pillars of the loggia. A branch of one of these eucalyptus-like trees, with leaves bronze black, came very close outside. And there was music. It was a little trickle of sound that dripped and ran, a mere unobtrusive rivulet of little clear notes upon the margin of his consciousness, the song of some fairyland Debussy. Peace. He was awake again. He tried hard to remember. He had been knocked over and stunned in some manner too big and violent for his mind to hold as yet. Then people had stood about him and talked about him. He remembered their feet. He must have been lying on his face with his face very close to the ground. Then they had turned him over, and the light of the rising sun had been blinding in his eyes. Two gentle goddesses had given him some restorative in a gorge at the foot of high cliffs. He had been carried in a woman's arms as a child is carried. After that, there were cloudy and dissolving memories of a long journey, a long flight through the air. There was something next to this, a vision of huge, complicated machinery that did not join on to anything else. For a time, his mind held this up in an interrogative fashion, and then dropped it wearily. There had been voices in consultation, the prick of an injection and some gas that he had had to inhale, and sleep, or sleeps, spells of sleep interspersed with dreams. Now, with regard to that gorge, how had he got there? The gorge, in another light, a greenish light, with utopians who struggled with a great cable. Suddenly, hard and clear, came the vision of the headland of Coronation Crag, towering up against the bright blue morning sky, and then the crest of its grinding round, with its fluttering flags and its disheveled figures, passing slowly and steadily, as some great ship passes out of a dock, with its flags and passengers, into the invisible and unknown. All the wonder of his great adventure returned to Mr. Barnstaple's mind. He sat up in a state of interrogation, and Lichness reappeared at his elbow. She seated herself on his bed close to him, shook up some pillows behind him, and persuaded him to lie back upon them. She conveyed to him that he was cured of some illness and no longer infectious, but that he was still very weak. Of what illness? He asked himself. More of the immediate past became clear to him. There was an epidemic, he said, a sort of mixed epidemic of all our infections. She smiled reassuringly. It was over. The science and organization of Utopia had taken the danger by the throat and banished it. Lichness, however, had nothing to do with the preventive and cleansing work that had ended the career of these invading microbes so speedily. Her work had been the help and care of the sick. Something came through to the intelligence of Mr. Barnstaple that made him think that she was faintly sorry that this work of pity was no longer necessary. He looked up into her beautiful, kindly eyes and met her affectionate solicitude. She was not sorry Utopia was cured again. That was incredible. But it seemed to him that she was sorry that she could no longer spend herself in help, and that she was glad that he at least was still in need of assistance. What became of those people on the rock? He asked. What became of the other earthlings? She did not know. They had been cast out of Utopia, she thought. Back to Earth? She did not think they had gone back to Earth. They had perhaps gone into yet another universe, but she did not know. She was one of those who had no mathematical aptitudes, and physico-chemical science and the complex theories of dimensions that interested so many people in Utopia were outside her circle of ideas. She believed that the crest of Coronation Crag had been swung out of the utopian universe altogether. A great number of people were now intensely interested in this experimental work upon the unexplored dimensions into which physical processes might be swung, but these matters terrified her. Her mind recoiled from them as one recoils from the edge of a cliff. She did not want to think where the earthlings had gone, what deeps they had reeled over, what immensities they had seen and swept down into. Such thoughts opened dark gulfs beneath her feet where she had thought everything fixed and secure. She was a conservative in Utopia. She loved life as it was and as it had been. She had given herself to the care of Mr. Barnstaple when she had found that he had escaped the fate of the other earthlings, and she had not troubled very greatly about the particulars of that fate. She had avoided thinking about it. But where are they? Where have they gone? She did not know. She conveyed to him haltingly and imperfectly her own halting and unsympathetic ideas of these new discoveries that had inflamed the utopian imagination. The crucial moment had been the experiment of Arden and Green Lake that had brought the earthlings into Utopia. That had been the first rupture of the hitherto invincible barriers that had held their universe in 3 spatial dimensions. That had opened these abysses. That had been the moment of release for all the new work that now filled Utopia. That had been the first achievement of practical results from an intricate network of theory and deduction. It sent Mr. Barnstaple's mind back to the humbler discoveries of Earth, to Franklin snapping the captive lightning from his kite, and Galvani with his dancing frog's legs, puzzling over the miracle that brought electricity into the service of men. But it had taken a century and a half for electricity to make any sensible changes in human life, because the earthly workers were so few, and the ways of the world so obstructive and slow and spiteful. In Utopia, to make a novel discovery was to light an intellectual conflagration. Hundreds of thousands of experimentalists in free and open cooperation were now working along the fruitful lines that Arden and Greenlake had made manifest. Every day, every hour now, new and hitherto fantastic possibilities of interspatial relationship were being made plain to the Utopians. Mr. Barnstaple rubbed his head and eyes with both hands and then lay back, blinking at the great valley below him, growing slowly golden as the sun sank. He felt himself to be the most secure and stable of beings, at the very center of a sphere of glowing serenity, and that effect of an immense tranquility was a delusion. That still evening peace was woven of incredible billions of hurrying and clashing atoms. All the peace and fixity that man has ever known or will ever know is but the smoothness of the face of a torrent that flies along with incredible speed from cataract to cataract. Time was when men could talk of everlasting hills. Today a schoolboy knows that they dissolve under the frost and wind and rain and pour seaward, day by day and hour by hour. Time was when men could speak of terra firma and feel the earth fixed, adamantine beneath their feet. Now they know that it whirls through space, eddying about a spinning, blindly driven sun amidst a sheep-like drift of stars. And this fair curtain of appearance before the eyes of Mr. Barnstaple, this still and level flush of sunset, and the great cloth of starry space that hung behind the blue, that too was now to be pierced and torn and rent asunder. The extended fingers of his mind closed on the things that concerned him most. "But where are my people?" he asked. "Where are their bodies? Is it just possible they are still alive?" She could not tell him. He lay thinking. It was natural that he should be given into the charge of a rather backward-minded woman. The active-minded here had no more use for him in their lives than active-minded people on Earth have for pet animals. She did not want to think about these spatial relations at all. The subject was too difficult for her. She was one of Utopia's educational failures. She sat beside him with the divine sweetness and tranquility upon her face, and he felt his own judgment upon her like a committed treachery. Yet he wanted to know very badly the answer to his question. He supposed the crest of Coronation Crag had been twisted round and flung off into some outer space. It was unlikely that this time the Earthlings would strike a convenient planet again. In all probability they had been turned off into the void, into the interstellar space of some unknown universe. What would happen then? They would freeze. The air would instantly diffuse right out of them. Their own gravitation would flatten them out, crush them together, collapse them. At least they would have no time to suffer. A gasp, like someone flung into ice-cold water. He contemplated these possibilities. "Flung out," he said aloud, "like a cage full of mice thrown over the side of a ship." "I don't understand," said Lichtness, turning to him. He appealed to her. "And now, tell me, what is to become of me?" For a time Lichtness gave him no answer. She sat with her soft eyes upon the blue haze into which the great river valley had now dissolved. Then she turned to him with a question. "You want to stay in this world? Surely any earthling would want to stay in this world. My body has been purified. Why should I not stay?" "It seems a good world to you?" "Loveliness, order, health, energy, and wonder. It has all the good things for which my world groans and travails. And yet our world is not content. I could be contented. You are tired and weak still. In this air I could grow strong and vigorous. I could almost grow young in this world. In years, as you count them here, I am still a young man. Again she was silent for a time. The mighty lap of the landscape was now filled with indistinguishable blue, and beyond the black silhouettes of the trees upon the hillside, only the skyline of the hills was visible against the yellow-green and pale yellow of the evening sky. Never had Mr. Barnstaple seen so peaceful a nightfall. But her words denied that peace. Here, she said, there is no rest. Every day men and women awake and say, "What new thing shall we do today? What shall we change?" They have changed a wild planet of disease and disorder into the sphere of beauty and safety. They have made the wilderness of human motives bear union and knowledge and power. And research never rests, and curiosity and the desire for more power and still more power consumes all our world. A healthy appetite. I am tired now, as weak and weary and soft as though I had just been born. But presently, when I have grown stronger, I too may share in that curiosity and take a part in these great discoveries that now set Utopia astir. Who knows? He smiled at her kind eyes. You will have much to learn, she said. She seemed to measure her own failure as she said these words. Some sense of the profound differences that 3,000 years of progress might have made in the fundamental ideas and ways of thinking of the race dawned upon Mr. Barnstaple's mind. He remembered that in Utopia he heard only the things he could understand, and that all that found no place in his terrestrial circle of ideas was inaudible to his mind. The gulfs of misunderstanding might be wider and deeper than he was assuming. A totally illiterate Gold Coast Negro, trying to master thermoelectricity, would have set himself a far more hopeful task. After all, it is not the new discoveries that I want to share, he said. Quite possibly they are altogether beyond me. It is this perfect, beautiful, daily life, this life of all the dreams of my own time come true that I want. I just want to be alive here. That will be enough for me. You are weak and tired yet, said Lichness. When you are stronger, you may face other ideas. But what other ideas? Your mind may turn back to your own world and your own life. Go back to Earth? Lichness looked at the twilight again for a while before she turned to him with, You are an earthling born and made. What else can you be? What else can I be? Mr. Barnstaple's mind rested upon that, and he lay feeling, rather than thinking, amidst its implications, as the pinpoint lights of Utopia pricked the darkling blue below, and ran into chains and groups and coalesced into nebulous patches. He resisted the truth below her words. This glorious world of Utopia, perfect and assured, poised, ready for tremendous adventures amidst untraveled universes, was a world of sweet giants and uncompanionable beauty, a world of enterprises in which a poor, muddy-witted, weak-willed earthling might neither help nor share. They had plundered their planet as one empties a purse. They thrust out their power amidst the stars. They were kind. They were very kind. But they were different. End of Book 3, Chapter 1.
Book 3, Chapter 2, The Loiterer in a Living World. Section 1. In a few days Mr. Barnstaple had recovered strength of body and mind. He no longer lay in bed in a loggia filled with self-pity and the beauty of a world subdued. He went about freely and was soon walking long distances over the Utopian countryside, seeking acquaintances and learning more and more of this wonderland of accomplished human desires. For that is how it most impressed him. Nearly all the greater evils of human life have been conquered. war, pestilence and malaise, famine and poverty had been swept out of human experience. The dreams of artists of perfected and lovely bodies, and of a world transfigured to harmony and beauty, had been realized. The spirits of order and organization ruled triumphant. Every aspect of human life had been changed by these achievements. The climate of this Valley of Rest was bland and sunny like the climate of South Europe, but nearly everything characteristic of the Italian or Spanish scene had gone. Here were no bent and aged crones carrying burthens, no chattering pursuit by beggars, no ragged workers lowering by the wayside. The puny terracing, the distressing accumulations of hand cultivation, the gnarled olives, hacked vines, the little patches of grain or fruit, and the grudged litigious irrigation of those primitive conditions gave place to sweeping schemes of conservation, to a broad and subtle handling of slope and toil and sunshine. No meagre goats nor sheep, child tended, cropped among the stones, no tethered cattle ate their apportioned circles of herbage and no more. There were no hovels by the wayside, no shrines with tortured, blood-oozing images, no slinking, misbegotten curs, nor beaten beasts, sweating and panting between their overloaded panniers at the steeper places of rutted, rock-strewn and dung-strewn roads. Instead, the great, smooth, indestructible way swept in easy gradients through the land, leaping gorges and crossing valleys upon wide-arched viaducts, piercing cathedral-like aisles through the hillsides, throwing off bastions to command some special splendor of the land. Here were resting places and shelters, stairways clambering to pleasant arbors, and summer houses where friends might talk and lovers shelter and rejoice. Here were groves and avenues of such trees as he had never seen before. For on earth as yet there is scarcely such a thing as an altogether lovely, healthy, fully grown tree. Nearly all our trees are bored and consumed by parasites, rotten and tumorous with fungi, more gnarled and crippled and disease-twisted even than mankind. The landscape had absorbed the patient design of 25 centuries. In one place Mr. Barnstaple found great works in progress, a bridge being replaced, not because it was outworn, but because someone had produced a bolder, more delightful design. For a time he had not observed the absence of telephonic or telegraphic communication. The posts and wires that marked a modern countryside had disappeared. The reasons for that difference he was to learn later, nor did he at first miss the railway station and the wayside inn. He perceived that the frequent buildings must have specific functions, that people came and went from them with an appearance of interest and preoccupation, that from some of them seemed to come a hum and whir of activity. Work of many sorts was certainly in progress, but his ideas of the mechanical organization of this new world were too vague and tentative as yet for him to attempt to fix any significance to this sort of place or that. He walked agape like a savage in a garden. He never came to nor saw any towns. The reason for any such close accumulations of human beings had largely disappeared. In certain places, he learnt, there were gatherings of people for studies, mutual stimulation, or other convenient exchanges, in great series of communicating buildings, but he never visited any of these centres. And about this world went the tall people of Utopia, fair and wonderful, smiling or making some friendly gesture as they passed him, but giving him little chance for questions or intercourse. They travelled swiftly in machines upon the high road or walked, and ever and again the shadow of a silent, soaring aeroplane would pass over him. He went a little in awe of these people, and felt himself a queer creature when he met their eyes, for like the gods of Greece and Rome, theirs was a cleaned and perfected humanity, and it seemed to him that they were gods. Even the great tame beasts that walked freely about this world had a certain divinity that checked the expression of Mr. Barnstaple's friendliness. Section 2. Presently he found a companion for his rambles, a boy of 13, a cousin of Lucian's, named Crystal. He was a curly-headed youngster, brown-eyed as she was, and he was reading history in a holiday stage of its education. So far as Mr. Barnstaple could gather, the more serious part of his intellectual training was in mathematical work, interrelated to physical and chemical science, but all that was beyond the earthling's range of ideas. Much of this work seemed to be done in cooperation with other boys, and could be what we should call research on earth. nor could Mr. Barnstaple master the nature of some other sort of study which seemed to turn upon refinements of expression. But the history brought them together. The boy was just learning about the growth of the Utopian social system out of the efforts and experiences of the ages of confusion. His imagination was alive with the tragic struggles upon which the present order of Utopia was founded. He had 100 questions for Mr. Barnstaple, and he was full of explicit information which was designed presently to sink down and become part of the foundations of his adult mind. Mr. Barnstaple was as good as a book to him, and he was as good as a guide to Mr. Barnstaple. They went about together talking upon a footing of the completest equality, this rather exceptionally intelligent earthling and this Utopian stripling, who topped him by perhaps an inch when they stood side by side. The boy had the broad facts of Utopian history at his fingers' ends. He could explain and find an interest in explaining how artificial and upheld the peace and beauty of Utopia still were. The Utopians were, in essence, he said, very much what their ancestors had been in the beginnings of the Near Stone Age, 15,000 or 20,000 years ago. They were still very much what earthlings had been in the corresponding period. Since then there had been only 600 or 700 generations, and no time for any very fundamental changes in the race. There had not been even a general admixture of races. On Utopia, as on Earth, there had been dusky and brown peoples, and they remained distinct. The various races mingled socially, but did not interbreed very much. Rather, they purified and intensified their racial gifts and beauties. There was often very passionate love between people of contrasted race, but rarely did such love come to procreation. There had been a certain deliberate elimination of ugly, malignant, narrow, stupid, and gloomy types during the past dozen centuries or so, but except for the fuller realization of his latent possibilities, the common man in Utopia was very little different from the ordinary, energetic, and able people of a later Stone Age or early Bronze Age community. They were infinitely better nourished, trained, and educated, and mentally and physically their condition was clean and fit, but they were the same flesh and nature as we are. "But," said Mr. Barnstaple, and struggled with that idea for a time, "do you mean to tell me that half the babies born on Earth today might grow to be such gods as these people I meet? Given our air, given our atmosphere, given your heritage, given our freedom?" In the past of Utopia, in the age of confusion, Mr. Barnstaple had to remember, everyone had grown up with a crippled or a thwarted will, hampered by vain restrictions or misled by plausible delusions. Utopia still bore it in mind that human nature was fundamentally animal and savage and had to be adapted to social needs, but Utopia had learnt the better methods of adaptation, after endless failures of compulsion, cruelty, and deception. On Earth we tame our animals with hot irons and our fellow men by violence and fraud, said Mr. Barnstaple, and described the schools and books, newspapers and public discussions of the early 20th century to his incredulous companion. "You cannot imagine how beaten and fearful even decent people are upon Earth. You learn of the age of confusion in your histories, but you do not know what the realities of a bad mental atmosphere, an atmosphere of feeble laws, hates, and superstitions are. As night goes round the earth always, there are hundreds of thousands of people who should be sleeping, lying awake, fearing a bully, fearing a cruel competition, dreading lest they cannot make good, ill of some illness they cannot comprehend, distressed by some irrational quarrel, maddened by some thwarted instinct or some suppressed and perverted desire." Cristel admitted that it was hard to think now of the age of confusion in terms of misery. Much of the everyday misery of Earth was now inconceivable. Very slowly Utopia had evolved its present harmony of law and custom and education. Man was no longer crippled and compelled. It was recognized that he was fundamentally an animal, and that his daily life must follow the round of appetites satisfied and instincts released. The daily texture of Utopian life was woven of various and interesting foods and drinks, of free and entertaining exercise and work, of sweet sleep, and of the interest and happiness of fearless and spiteless love-making. Inhibition was at a minimum, but where the power of Utopian education began was after the animal had been satisfied and disposed of. The jewel on the reptile's head that had brought Utopia out of the confusions of human life was curiosity. The play impulse, prolonged and expanded in adult life into an insatiable appetite for knowledge and an habitual creative urgency. All Utopians had become as little children, learners and makers. It was strange to hear this boy speaking so plainly and clearly of the educational process to which he was being subjected, and particularly to find he could talk so frankly of love. An earthly bashfulness almost prevented Mr. Barnstaple from asking, "But you do not make love?" "I have had curiosity," said the boy, evidently saying what he had been taught to say. "But it is not necessary or becoming to make love too early in life, nor to let desire take hold of one. It weakens youth to become too early possessed by desire, which often will not leave one again. It spoils and cripples the imagination. I want to do good work as my father has done before me." Mr. Barnstaple glanced at the beautiful young profile at his side, and was suddenly troubled by memories of a certain study number 4 at school, and of some ugly phases of his adolescence. The stuffy secret room, the hot and ugly fact. He felt a beastlier earthling than ever. "Hey ho!" he sighed. "But this world of yours is as clean as starlight, and as sweet as cold water on a dusty day." "Many people I love," said the boy, "but not with passion. Some day that will come. But one must not be too eager and anxious to meet passionate love, or one might make believe or give or snatch at a sham. There is no hurry. No one will prevent me when my time comes. All good things come to one in this world in their own time. But work one does not wait for. One's work, since it concerns one's own self only, one goes to meet." Crystal thought very much about the work that he might do. It seemed to Mr. Barnstaple that work, in the sense of uncongenial toil, had almost disappeared from Utopia. Yet all Utopia was working. Everyone was doing work that fitted natural aptitudes and appealed to the imagination of the worker. Everyone worked happily and eagerly, as those people we call geniuses do on our earth. For suddenly Mr. Barnstaple found himself telling Crystal of the happiness of the true artist, of the true scientific worker, of the original man, even on earth as it is today. They too, like the Utopians, do work that concerns themselves and is in their own nature for great ends. Of all earthlings they are the most enviable. "If such men are not happy on earth," said Mr. Barnstaple, "it is because they are touched with vulgarity, and still heed the soiled successes and honours and satisfactions of vulgar men, still feel neglect and limitation that should concern them no more. But to him who has seen the sun shine in Utopia, surely the utmost honour and glory of earth can signify no more and be no more desirable than the complimentary spittle of the chieftain and a string of barbaric beads." Section 3. Crystal was still of an age to be proud of his savoir faire. He showed Mr. Barnstaple his books, and told him of his tutors and exercises. Utopia still made use of printed books. Books were still the simplest, clearest way of bringing statement before a tranquil mind. Crystal's books were very beautifully bound in flexible leather that his mother had tooled for him very prettily, and they were made of hand-made paper. The letter was some fluent phonetic script that Mr. Barnstaple could not understand. It reminded him of Arabic, and frequent sketches, outline maps, and diagrams were interpolated. Crystal was advised in his holiday reading by a tutor for whom he prepared a sort of exercise report, and he supplemented his reading by visits to museums, but there was no educational museum convenient in the Valley of Peace for Mr. Barnstaple to visit. Crystal had passed out of the opening stage of education, which was carried on, he said, upon large educational estates given up wholly to the lives of children. Education up to 11 or 12 seemed to be much more carefully watched and guarded and taken care of in Utopia than upon earth. Shocks to the imagination, fear and evil suggestions were warded off as carefully as were infection and physical disaster. By 8 or 9 the foundations of a Utopian character were surely laid: habits of cleanliness, truth, candour and helpfulness, confidence in the world, fearlessness, and a sense of belonging to the great purpose of the race. Only after 9 or 10 did the child go outside the garden of its early growth and begin to see the ordinary ways of the world. Until that age the care of the children was largely in the hands of nurses and teachers, but after that time the parents became more of a factor than they had been in a youngster's life. It was always a custom for the parents of a child to be near and to see that child in its nursery days. But just when earthly parents tended to separate from their children as they went away to school or went into business, utopian parentage grew to be something closer. There was an idea in Utopia that between parent and child there was a necessary temperamental sympathy. Children looked forward to the friendship and company of their parents, and parents looked forward to the interest of their children's adolescence. And though a parent had practically no power over a son or daughter, he or she took naturally the position of advocate, advisor, and sympathetic friend. The friendship was all the franker and closer because of that lack of power, and all the easier because age for age the Utopians were so much younger and fresher minded than earthlings. Crystal, it seemed, had a very great passion for his mother. He was very proud of his father, who was a wonderful painter and designer, but it was his mother who possessed the boy's heart. On his second walk with Mr. Barnstaple he said he was going to hear from his brother, and Mr. Barnstaple was shown the equivalent of correspondence in Utopia. Crystal carried a little bundle of wires and light rods, and presently coming to a place where a pillar stood in the midst of a lawn, he spread this affair out like a long cat's cradle, and tapped a little stud in the pillar with a key that he carried on a light gold chain about his neck. Then he took up a receiver attached to his apparatus, and spoke aloud and listened, and presently heard a voice. It was a very pleasant woman's voice. It talked to Crystal for a time without interruption, and then Crystal talked back, and afterwards there were other voices, some of which Crystal answered and some of which he heard without replying. Then he gathered up his apparatus again. This, Mr. Barnstaple learnt, was the Utopian equivalent of letter and telephone, for in Utopia, except by previous arrangement, people do not talk together on the telephone. A message is sent to the station of the district in which the recipient is known to be, and there it waits until he chooses to tap his accumulated messages, and any that one wishes to repeat can be repeated. Then he talks back to the senders and dispatches any other messages he wishes. The transmission is wireless. The little pillars supply electric power for transmission or for any other purpose the Utopians require. For example, the gardeners resort to them to run their mowers and diggers and rakes and rollers. Far away across the valley, Crystal pointed out the district station at which this correspondence gathered and was dispersed. Only a few people were on duty there. Almost all the connections were automatic. The messages came and went from any part of the planet. This set Mr. Barnstaple going upon a long string of questions. He discovered for the first time that the message organization of Utopia had a complete knowledge of the whereabouts of every soul upon the planet. It had a record of every living person, and it knew in what message district he was. Everyone was indexed and noted. To Mr. Barnstaple, accustomed to the crudities and dishonesties of earthly governments, this was an almost terrifying discovery. On Earth that would be the means of unending blackmail and tyranny, he said. Everyone would lie open to espionage. He had a fellow at Scotland Yard. If he had been in your communication department, he would have made life in Utopia intolerable in a week. You cannot imagine the nuisance he was. Mr. Barnstaple had to explain to Crystal what blackmail meant. It was like that in Utopia, to begin with, Crystal said. Just as on Earth, so in Utopia, there was the same natural disposition to use knowledge and power to the disadvantage of one's fellows, and the same jealousy of having one's personal facts known. In the Stone Age in Utopia, men kept their true names secret and could only be spoken of by nicknames. They feared magic abuses. Some savages still do that on Earth, said Mr. Barnstaple. It was only very slowly that Utopians came to trust doctors and dentists, and only very slowly that doctors and dentists became trustworthy. It was a matter of scores of centuries before the chief abuses of the confidences and trusts necessary to a modern social organization could be effectively corrected. Every young Utopian had to learn the 5 principles of liberty, without which civilization is impossible. The first was the principle of privacy. This is that all individual personal facts are private between the citizen and the public organization to which he entrusts them, and can be used only for his convenience and with his sanction. Of course, all such facts are available for statistical uses, but not as individual personal facts. And the second principle is the principle of free movement. A citizen, subject to the due discharge of his public obligations, may go without permission or explanation to any part of the Utopian planet. All the means of transport are freely at his service. Every Utopian may change his surroundings, his climate, and his social atmosphere as he will. The third principle is the principle of unlimited knowledge. All that is known in Utopia, except individual, personal facts about living people, is on record and as easily available as a perfected series of indices, libraries, museums, and inquiry offices can make it. Whatever the Utopian desires to know, he may know with the utmost clearness, exactness, and facility, so far as his powers of knowing and his industry go. Nothing is kept from him, and nothing is misrepresented to him. And that brought Mr. Barnstaple to the fourth principle of liberty, which was that lying is the blackest crime. Crystal's definition of lying was a sweeping one: the inexact statement of facts, given the suppression of a material fact, was lying. Where there are lies there cannot be freedom. Mr. Barnstaple was mightily taken by this idea. It seemed at once quite fresh to him, and one that he had always unconsciously entertained. Half the difference between Utopia and our world, he asserted, lay in this, that our atmosphere was dense and poisonous with lies and shams. "When one comes to think of it," said Mr. Barnstaple, and began to expatiate to Cristel upon all the falsehoods of human life, the fundamental assumptions of earthly associations were still largely lies, false assumptions of necessary and unavoidable differences in flags and nationality, pretenses of function and power in monarchy, impostures of organized learning, religious and moral dogmas and shams, and one must live in it. One is a part of it. You are restrained, taxed, distressed, and killed by these insane unrealities. Lying is the primary crime. How simple is that? How true and necessary is that? That dogma is the fundamental distinction of the scientific world state from all preceding states. And going on from that, Mr. Barnstaple launched out into a long and loud tirade against the suppression and falsifications of earthly newspapers. It was a question very near his heart. The London newspapers had ceased to be impartial vehicles of news. They omitted, they mutilated, they misstated. They were no better than propaganda rags. Nature, within its field, was shiningly accurate and full, but that was a purely scientific paper. It did not touch the everyday news. The press, he held, was the only possible salt of contemporary life, and if the salt had lost its savour, the poor man found himself orating as though he was back at his Sydenham breakfast table after a bad morning's paper. "Once upon a time Utopia was in just such a tangle," said Cristel consolingly. "But there is a proverb: truth comes back where once she has visited. You need not trouble so much as you do. Some day even your press may grow clear." "How do you manage about newspapers and criticism?" said Mr. Barnstaple. Cristel explained that there was a complete distinction between news and discussion in Utopia. There were houses, one was in sight, which were used as reading rooms. One went to these places to learn the news. Thither went the reports of all the things that were happening on the planet, things found, things discovered, things done. The reports were made as they were needed. There were no advertisement contracts to demand the same bulk of news every day. For some time, Cristel said, the reports had been very full and amusing about the Earthlings, but he had not been reading the paper for many days because of the interest in history the Earthling affair had aroused in him. There was always news of fresh scientific discoveries that stirred the imagination. One frequent item of public interest and excitement was the lying out of some wide scheme of research. The new spatial work that Arden and Greenlake had died for was producing much news. And when people died in Utopia, it was the custom to tell the story of their lives. Cristel promised to take Mr. Barnstaple to a new place and entertain him by reading him some of the Utopian descriptions of earthly life which had been derived from the Earthlings, and Mr. Barnstaple asked that when this was done he might also hear about Arden and Greenlake, who had been not only great discoverers but great lovers, and of Serpentine and Cedar, for whom he had conceived an intense admiration. Utopian news lacked, of course, the high spice of an earthly newspaper, the intriguing murders and amusing misbehaviours, the entertaining and exciting consequences of sexual ignorance and sexual blunderings, the libel cases and detected swindles, the great processional movements of royalty across the general traffic, and the romantic fluctuations of the stock exchange and sport. But Where the news of Utopia lacked liveliness, the liveliness of discussion made up for it. For the fifth principle of liberty in Utopia was free discussion and criticism. Any utopian was free to criticize and discuss anything in the whole universe provided he told no lies about it directly or indirectly. He could be as respectful or disrespectful as he pleased. He could propose anything, however subversive. He could break into poetry or fiction as he chose. He could express himself in any literary form he liked, or by sketch or caricature, as the mood took him. One only must refrain from lying. That was the one rigid rule of controversy. He could get what he had to say printed and distribute it to the newsrooms. There it was read or neglected as the visitors chanced to approve of it or not. Often, if they liked what they read, they would carry off a copy with them. Crystal had some new fantastic fiction about the exploration of space among his books, imaginative stories that boys were reading very eagerly. There were pamphlets of 30 or 40 pages printed on a beautiful paper that he said was made directly from flax and certain reeds. The librarians noted what books and papers were read and taken away, and these they replaced with fresh copies. The piles that went unread were presently reduced to 1 or 2 copies, and the rest went back to the pulping mills. But many of the poets and philosophers and storytellers whose imaginations found no wide popularity were nevertheless treasured, and their memories kept alive by a few devoted admirers. "I am not at all clear in my mind about one thing," said Mr. Barnstaple. "I have seen no coins and nothing like money passing in this world. By all outward appearance this might be a communism such as was figured in a book we used to value on earth, a book called News from Nowhere, by an earthling named William Morris. It was a graceful impossible book. In that dream everyone worked for the joy of working and took what he needed. But I have never believed in communism because I recognize, as here in Utopia you seem to recognize, the natural fierceness and greediness of the untutored man. There is joy in creation for others to use, but no natural joy in unrequited service. The sense of justice to himself is greater in man than the sense of service. Somehow here you must balance the work anyone does for Utopia against what he destroys or consumes. How do you do it?" Crystal considered. There were communists in Utopia in the last age of confusion. In some parts of our planet they tried to abolish money, suddenly and violently, and brought about great economic confusion and want and misery. To step straight to communism failed very tragically, and yet Utopia today is practically a communism, and except by way of curiosity I have never had a coin in my hand all my life. In Utopia, just as upon earth, he explained, money came as a great discovery, as a method of freedom. Hitherto, before the invention of money, all service between man and man had been done through bondage or barter. Life was a thing of slavery and narrow choice. But money opened up the possibility of giving a worker a free choice in his reward. It took Utopia 3,000 years and more to realize that possibility. The idea of money abounded in pitfalls and was easily corruptible. Utopia floundered its way to economic lucidity through long centuries of credit and debt, false and debased money, extravagant usury, and every possibility of speculative abuse. In the matter of money, more than any other human concern, human cunning has set itself most vilely and treacherously to prey upon human necessity. Utopia once carried, as earth carries now, a load of parasitic souls, speculators, forestallers, gamblers, and bargain-pressing Shylocks, exacting every conceivable advantage out of the weakness of the monetary system. She had needed centuries of economic sanitation. It was only when Utopia had got to the beginnings of worldwide political unity, and when there were sufficiently full statistics of world resources and world production, that human society could at last give the individual worker the assurance of a coin of steadfast significance, a coin that would mean for him today or tomorrow or at any time the certainty of a set quantity of elemental values. And with peace throughout the planet and increasing social stability, interest, which is the measure of danger and uncertainty, dwindled at last to nothing. Banking became a public service perforce, because it no longer offered profit to the individual banker. Rentier classes, Crystal conveyed, are not a permanent element in any community. They mark a phase of transition between a period of insecurity and high interest and a period of complete security and no interest. They are a dawn phenomenon. Mr. Barnstaple digested this statement after an interval of incredulity. He satisfied himself by a few questions that young Utopia really had some idea of. what a rentier class was, what its moral and imaginative limitations were likely to be, and the role it may have played in the intellectual development of the world by providing a class of independent minds. "Life is intolerant of all independent classes," said Cristel, evidently repeating an axiom. "Either you must earn or you must rob. We have got rid of robbing." The youngster, still speaking by his book, went on to explain how the gradual disuse of money came about. It was an outcome of the general progressive organization of the economic system, the substitution of collective enterprises and of wholesale for retail dealing. There had been a time in Utopia when money changed hands at each little transaction and service. One paid money if one wanted a newspaper or a match or a bundle of flowers or a ride on a street conveyance. Everybody went about the world with pockets full of small coins, paying on every slight occasion. Then, as economic science became more stable and exact, the methods of the club and the covering subscription extended. People were able to buy passes that carried them by all the available means of transport for a year, or for 10 years, or for life. The state learnt from clubs and hotels to provide matches, newspapers, stationery and transport for a fixed annual charge. The same inclusive system spread from small and incidental things to great and essential matters, to housing and food and even clothing. The state postal system, which knew where every Utopian citizen was presently able, to conjunction with the public banking system, to guarantee his credit in any part of the world. People ceased to draw coin for their work. The various departments of service and of economic, educational and scientific activity would credit the individual with his earnings in the public bank, and debit him with his customary charges for all the normal services of life. "Something of this sort is going on earth even now," said Mr. Barnstaple. "We use money in the last resort, but a vast volume of our business is already a matter of bookkeeping. Centuries of unity and energy have given Utopia a very complete control of many foundations of natural energy upon the planet, and this was the heritage of every child born therein. He was credited at his birth with a sum sufficient to educate and maintain him up to 4 or 25, and then he was expected to choose some occupation to replenish his account." "But if he doesn't," said Mr. Barnstaple, "everyone does." "But if he didn't, he'd be miserable and uncomfortable. I've never heard such a case. I suppose he'd be discussed. Psychologists might examine him. But one must do something." "But suppose Utopia had no work for him to do?" Cristel could not imagine that. "There is always something to be done." "But in Utopia once, in the old times, you had unemployment. That was part of the confusion. There was a sort of hypertrophy of debt. It had become paralysis. Why, when they had unemployment at that same time, there was neither enough houses, nor food, nor clothing. They had unemployment and shortage at one and the same time. It is incredible. Does anyone earn about the same amount of pay? Energetic and creative people are often given big grants if they seem to need the help of others or a command of natural resources, and artists sometimes grow rich if their work is much desired. Such a gold chain as yours you had to buy from the maker in his shop. My mother bought it." "Then there are shops. You shall see some. Places where people go to see new and delightful things. And if an artist grows rich, what can he do with his money? Take time and material to make some surpassingly beautiful thing to leave the world, or collect and help with the work of other artists, or do whatever else he pleases to teach and fine the common sense of beauty in Utopia, or just do nothing. Utopia can afford it if he can." Section 5. "Cedar and Lion," said Mr. Barnstaple, "explained to the rest of us how it is that your government is as it were broken up and dispersed among the people who have special knowledge of the matters involved. The balance between interests, we gathered, was maintained by those who studied the general psychology and the educational organization of Utopia. At first it was very strange to our earthly minds that there should be nowhere a pretended omniscience and a practical omnipotence, that is to say, a sovereign thing, person, or an assembly whose fate was final. Mr. Burley and Mr. Catskill thought that such a thing was absolutely necessary, and so, less surely, did I. Who will decide? Was there a riddle? They expected to be taken to see the President or the Supreme Council of Utopia. I suppose it seems to you the most natural of things that there should be nothing of the sort, and that a question should go simply and naturally to the man who knows best about it." "Subject to free criticism," said Cristel, "subject to the same process that has made him eminent and responsible. But don't people thrust themselves forward even here out of vanity? And don't people get thrust forward in front of the best out of spite?" "There is plenty of spite and vanity in every Utopian soul," said Crystal, "but people speak very plainly, and criticism is very searching and free, so that we learn to search our motives before we praise or question." "What you say and do shows up here plainly at its true value," said Mr. Barnstaple. "You cannot throw mud in the noise and darkness unchallenged, or get a false claim acknowledged in the disorder. Some years ago there was a man, an artist, who made a great trouble about the work of my father. Often artistic criticism is very bitter here, but he was bitter beyond measure. He caricatured my father and abused him incessantly. He followed him from place to place. He tried to prevent the allocation of material to him. He was quite ineffective. Some people answered him, but for the most part he was disregarded." The boy stopped short. "Well, he killed himself. He could not escape from his own foolishness. Everyone knew what he had said and done." "But in the past there were kings and councils and conferences in Utopia," said Mr. Barnstaple, returning to the main point. "My books teach me that our state could have grown up in no other way. We had to have these general dealers in human relationship, politicians and lawyers, as a necessary stage in political and social development, just as we had to have soldiers and policemen to save people from mutual violence. It was only very slowly that politicians and lawyers came to admit the need for special knowledge in the things they had to do. Politicians would draw boundaries without any proper knowledge of ethnology or economic geography, and lawyers decided about will and purpose with the crudest knowledge of psychology. They produced the most prosperous and unworkable arrangements in the gravest fashion, like Tristram Shandy's parish bull, which set about begetting the peace of the world at Versailles," said Mr. Barnstaple. Crystal looked puzzled. "A complicated allusion to a purely earthly matter," said Mr. Barnstaple. "This complete diffusion of the business of politics and law among the people with knowledge is one of the most interesting things of all to me in this world. Such a diffusion is beginning upon earth. The people who understand world health, for instance, are dead against political and legal methods, and so are many of our best economists. And most people never go into a law court, and wouldn't dream of doing so upon business of their own, from their cradles to their graves. What became of your politicians and lawyers? Was there a struggle? As light grew and intelligence spread, they became more and more evidently unnecessary. They met at last only to appoint men of knowledge as ancestors, and so forth. And after a time even these appointments became foregone conclusions. Their activities melted into the general body of criticism and discussion. In places there are still old buildings that used to be council chambers and law courts. The last politician to be elected to a legislative assembly died in Utopia about 1,000 years ago. He was an eccentric and garrulous old gentleman. He was the only candidate, and one man voted for him, and he insisted upon assembling in solitary state, and having all his speeches and proceedings taken down in shorthand. Boys and girls who were learning stenography used to go to report him. Finally he was dealt with as a mental case." "And the last judge?" "I have not learnt about the last judge," said Crystal. "I must ask my tutor. I suppose there was one, but I suppose nobody asked him to judge anything, so he probably got something more respectable to do." Section 6. "I begin to apprehend the daily life of this world," said Mr. Barnstaple. "It is a life of demigods, very free, strongly individualized, each following an individual bent, each contributing to great racial ends. It is not only cleanly, naked and sweet and lovely, but full of personal dignity. It is, I see, a practical communism, planned and led up through long centuries of education and discipline and collectivist preparation. I had never thought before that socialism could exact and ennoble the individual and individualism degrade himself. But now I see plainly that here the thing is proved. In this fortunate world it is indeed the crown of all its health and happiness. There is no crown. The old world, the world to which I belong, was, and in my universe, alas, still is, the world of the crowd, the world of that detestable crawling mass of unfeatured, infected human beings. You have never seen a crowd, Crystal, and in all your happy life you never will. You have never seen a crowd going to a football match or a race meeting or a bullfight or a public execution or the like crowd joy. You have never watched a crowd wedge and stick in a narrow place, or hoot or howl in a crisis. You have never watched it stream sluggishly along the streets to gape at a king, or yell for a war, or yell quite equally for a peace. And you have never seen the crowd, struck by some pathetic breeze, change from crowd proper to mob, and begin to smash and hunt. All the crowd celebrations have gone out of this world, all the crowd's gods. There is no turf here, no sport, no war demonstrations, no coronations and public funerals, no great shows, but only your little theatres. Happy Crystal, who will never see a crowd." "But I have seen crowds," said Crystal. "Where?" "I have seen cinematograph films of crowds, photographed 30 centuries ago, and more. They are shown in our history museums. I have seen crowds streaming over downs after a great race meeting, photographed from an airplane, and crowds rioting in some public square and being dispersed by the police. Thousands and thousands of swarming people. But it is true what you say. There are no more crowds in Utopia. Crowds and crowd mind have gone forever." Section 7. When after some days Crystal had to return to his mathematical studies, his departure left Mr. Barnstaple very lonely. He found no other companion. Lishness seemed always near him and ready to be with him, but her want of active intellectual interests, so remarkable in this world of vast intellectual activities, estranged him from her. Other Utopians came and went, friendly, amused, polite, but intent upon their own business. They would question him curiously, attend perhaps to a question or so of his own, and depart with an air of being called away. Lishness, he began to realize, was one of Utopia's failures. She was a lingering romantic type, and she cherished a great sorrow in her heart. She had had 2 children whom she had loved passionately. They were adorably fearless, and out of foolish pride she had urged them to swim out to sea, and they had been taken by a current and drowned. Their father had been drowned in attempting their rescue, and Lishness had very nearly shared their fate. She had been rescued, but her emotional life had stopped short at that point, had, as it were, struck an attitude and remained in it. Tragedy possessed her. She turned her back on laughter and gladness and looked for distress. She had rediscovered the lost passion of pity. First pity for herself, and then a desire to pity others. She took no interest any more in vigorous and complete people, but her mind concentrated upon the consolation to be found in consoling pain and distress in others. She sought her healing in healing them. She did not want to talk to Mr. Barnstaple of the brightness of Utopia. She wanted him to talk to her of the miseries of earth and of his own miseries, that she might sympathize. But he would not tell her of his own miseries, because indeed such was his temperament. He had none. He had only exasperations and regrets. She dreamt, he perceived, of being able to come to earth and give her beauty and tenderness to the sick and poor. Her heart went out to the spectacle of human suffering and weakness. It went out to these things hungrily and desirously. Before he detected the drift of her mind, he told her many things about human sickness and poverty, but he spoke of these matters not with purity but indignation, as things that ought not to be. And when he perceived how she feasted on these things, he spoke of them heartily and cheerfully as things that would presently be swept away. "But they will still have suffered," she said. Since she was always close at hand, she filed for him perhaps more than her legitimate space in the Utopian spectacle. She lay across it like a shadow. He thought very frequently about her, and about the pity and resentment against life and vigour that she embodied. In a world of fear, weakness, infection, darkness and confusion, pity and act of charity, the alms and the refuge, the deed of stark devotion, might show indeed like sweet and gracious presences. But in this world of health and brave enterprises, pity betrayed itself a vicious desire. Crystal Utopian youth was as hard as his name. When he had slipped one day on some rocks and twisted and torn his ankle, he had limped, but he had laughed. When Mr. Barnstaple was winded on a steep staircase, Crystal was polite rather than sympathetic. So Lishness had found no confederate in the dedication of her life to sorrow. Even from Mr. Barnstaple she could win no sympathy. He perceived that indeed, so far as temperament went, he was a better Utopian than she was. To him, as to Utopia, it seemed rather an occasion for gladness than sorrow that her man and her children had met death fearlessly. They were dead, a brave stark death. The waters still glittered and the sun still shone. But her loss had revealed some underlying racial taint in her, something very ancient in the species, something that Utopia was still breeding out, only very slowly. The dark sacrificial disposing that bows and responds to the shadow. It was strange, and yet perhaps it was inevitable, that Mr. Barnstaple should meet again in Utopia that spirit which earth knows so well, the spirit that turns from the kingdom of heaven to worship the thorns and the nails, which delights to present its God not as the resurrection and the life, but as a woeful and defeated cadaver. She would talk to him of his sons as if she envied him because of the loss of her own. But all she had said reminded him of the educational disadvantages and narrow prospects of his boys, and how much stouter and finer and happier their lives would have been in Utopia. He would have risked drowning them a dozen times to have saved them from being clerks and employees of other men. Even by earthly standards, he felt now that he had not done his best by them. He had let many things drift in their lives and in the lives of himself and his wife that he now felt he ought to have controlled. Could he have his time over again, he felt that he would see to it that his sons took a livelier interest in politics and science and were not so completely engulfed in it. Of the trivialities of suburban life, in tennis playing, amateur theatricals, insane flirtations, and the like, they were good boys, and in substance he felt, but he had left them to their mother, and had left their mother too much to herself instead of battling with her for the sake of his own ideas. They were living trivially in the shadow of one great catastrophe, and with no security against another. They were living in a world of weak waste and shabby insufficiencies, and his own life also had been weak waste. His life at Sydenham began to haunt him. "I criticised everything, but I altered nothing," he said. "I was as bad as Peavy. Was I any more use in that world than I am in this? But on earth we are all wasters." He avoided lishness for a day or so and wandered about the valley alone. He went into a great reading room and fingered books he could not read. He was suffered to stand in a workshop, and he watched an artist make a naked girl of gold more lovely than an earthly statuette and melt her again satisfied. Here he came upon men building, and here was work upon the fields. Here was a great shaft in the hillside and something deep in the hill that flashed and scintillated strangely. They would not let him go into it. He saw 1,000 things he could not understand. He began to feel as perhaps a very intelligent dog must sometimes feel in the world of men, only that he had no master and no instincts that could find a consolation in canine abjection. The Utopians went about their business in the daytime. They passed him smiling, and they filled him with intolerable envy. They knew what to do. They belonged. They went by in twos and threes in the evening, communing together and sometimes singing together. Lovers would pass him, their sweetly smiling faces close together, and his loneliness became an agony of hopeless desires, because, though he fought hard to keep it below the threshold of his consciousness, Mr. Barnstaple desired greatly to love and to be loved in Utopia. The realization that no one of these people could ever conceive of any such intimacy of body or spirit with him was a humiliation more fundamental even than his uselessness. The loveliness of the Utopian girls and women who glanced at him curiously or passed him with a serene indifference crushed down his self-respect and made the Utopian world altogether intolerable to him. Mutely, unconsciously, these Utopian goddesses concentrated upon him the uttermost abasement of caste and race inferiority. He could not keep his thoughts from love where everyone, it seemed, had a lover, and in this Utopian world love for him was a thing grotesque and inconceivable. Then one night, as he lay awake distressed beyond measure by the thought of such things, an idea came to him whereby it seemed to him he might restore his self-respect and win a sort of citizenship in Utopia, so that they might even speak of him and remember him with interest and sympathy. End of section 14.
Book the Third, Chapter the Third. The Service of the Earthling. 1. The man to whom Mr. Barnstaple, after due inquiries, went to talk was named Sungold. He was probably very old, because there were lines of age around his eyes and over his fine brow. He was a ruddy man, bearded with an auburn beard, and had streaks of white. His eyes were brown and nimble under his thick eyebrows. His hair had thinned but little, and flowed back like a mane, but its copper-red colour had gone. He sat at a table with papers spread before him, making manuscript notes. He smiled at Mr. Barnstaple, for he had been expecting him, and indicated a seat for him with his stout and freckled hand. Then he waited smilingly for Mr. Barnstaple to begin. This world is one triumph of desire for order and beauty in men's minds, said Mr. Barnstaple, but it will not tolerate one useless soul in it. Everyone is happily active. Everyone but myself. I belong nowhere. I have nothing to do, and no one is related to me. Sungold moved his head slightly to show that he understood. It is hard for an earthling with an earthly want of training to fall into any place here, into any usual work or any usual relationship. One is a stranger, but it is still harder to have no place at all. In the new work, of which I am told you know most of anybody, and are indeed the centre and regulator, it has occurred to me that I might be of some use, and that I might indeed be as good as a utopian. If so, I want to be of use. You may want someone just to risk death, to take the danger of going into some strange place, someone who desires to serve Utopia, and who need not have skill or knowledge, or be a beautiful or able person. Mr. Barnstable stopped short. Sungold conveyed the completest understanding of all that was in Mr. Barnstable's mind. Mr. Barnstable sat interrogative, while for a time Sungold thought. Then words and phrases began to string themselves together in Mr. Barnstable's mind. Sungold wondered if Mr. Barnstable understood either the extent or the limitations of the great discoveries that were now being made in Utopia. Utopia, he said, was passing into a phase of intense intellectual exaltation. New powers and possibilities intoxicated the imagination of the race, and it was indeed inconceivable that an unteachable and perplexed earthling could be anything but distressed and uncomfortable amidst the vast, strange activities that must now begin. Even many of their own people, the more backward utopians, were disturbed. For centuries, utopian philosophers and experimentalists had been criticizing, revising, and reconstructing their former instinctive and traditional ideas of space and time, of form and substance, and now, very rapidly, the new ways of thinking were becoming clear and simple and bearing fruit in surprising practical applications. The limitations of space, which had seemed forever insurmountable, were breaking down. They were breaking down in a strange and perplexing way, but they were breaking down. It was now theoretically possible, it was rapidly becoming practically possible, to pass from the planet Utopia, to which the race had hitherto been confined, to other points in its universe of origin, that is to say, to remote planets and distant stars. That was the gist of the present situation. "I cannot imagine that," said Mr. Barnstable. "You cannot imagine it," Sungold agreed, quite cordially. "But it is so. 100 years ago, it was inconceivable here." "Do you get there by some sort of back stairs in another dimension?" said Mr. Barnstable. Sungold considered this guess. It was a grotesque image, he said, but from the point of view of an earthling, it would serve. That conveyed something of its quality, but it was much more wonderful. A new and astounding phase has begun for life here. We learned long ago the chief secrets for happiness upon this planet. Life is good in this world. You find it good? For thousands of years yet, it will be our fastness and our home, but the wind of new adventure blows through our life. All this world is in a mood like striking camp in the winter quarters when spring approaches. He leant over his papers towards Mr. Barnstable, and held up a finger and spoke audible words as if to make his meaning plainer. It seemed to Mr. Barnstable that each word translated itself into English as he spoke it. At any rate, Mr. Barnstable understood. The collision of our planet, Utopia, with your planet, Earth, was a very curious accident, but an unimportant accident in the story. I want you to understand that. Your universe and ours are two out of a great number of gravitation-time universes, which are translated together through the inexhaustible infinitude of God. They are similar throughout, but they are identical in nothing. Your planet and ours happen to be side by side, so to speak, but they are not traveling at exactly the same pace, nor in a strictly parallel direction. They will drift apart again and follow their several destinies. When Arden and Greenlake made their experiment, the chances of their hitting anything in your universe were infinitely remote. They had disregarded it. They were merely rotating some of our matter out of and then back into our universe. You fell into us, as amazingly for us as for you. The importance of our discoveries for us lies in our own universe, and not in yours. We do not want to come into your universe, nor have more of your world come into ours. You are too like us, and you are too dark and troubled and diseased. You are too contagious, and we cannot help you yet, because we are not gods, but men. Mr. Barnstable nodded. What could utopians do with the men of earth? We have no strong instinct in us to teach or dominate other adults. That was bred out of us by long centuries of equality and free cooperation, and you would be too numerous for us to teach, and much of your population would be grown up and set in bad habits. Your stupidities would get in our way, your quarrels and jealousies and traditions, your flags and religions, and all your embodied spites and suppressions would hamper us in everything we should want to do. We should be impatient with you, unjust and overbearing. You are too like us for us to be patient with your failures. It would be hard to remember constantly how ill-bred you were. In Utopia, we found out long ago that no race of human beings was sufficiently great, subtle, and powerful to think and act for any other race. Perhaps already you are finding out the same thing on Earth, as your races come into closer contact. And much more would this be true between Utopia and Earth. From what I know of your people and their ignorance and obstinacies, it is clear our people would despise you, and contempt is the cause of all injustice. We might end up exterminating you. But why should we make that possible? We must leave you alone. We cannot trust ourselves with you. Believe me, this is the only reasonable course for us. Mr. Barnstable assented silently. You and I, two individuals, can be friends and understand. What you say is true, said Mr. Barnstable. It is true, but it grieves me it is true, greatly. Nevertheless, I gather I, at least, may be of some service in Utopia? You can. How? By returning to your own world. Mr. Barnstable thought for some moments. It was what he had feared, but he had offered himself. I will do that. By attempting to return, I should say, there is risk. You may be killed. I must take that. We want to verify all the data we have of the relations of our universe to yours. We want to reverse the experiment of Arden and Greenlake, and see if we can return a living being to your world. We are almost certain now that we can do so, and that human being must care for us enough and care for his own world enough to go back and give us a sign that he has got there. Mr. Barnstable spoke huskily. I can do that, he said. We can put you into that machine of yours and into the clothes you wore. We can make you again exactly as you left your world. Exactly, I understand. And because your world is so vile and contentious, and yet has some strangely able brains in it here and there, we do not want your people to know of us living so close to you, for we shall be close to you yet for some hundreds of years at least. We do not want them to know for fear that they should come here presently, led by some poor silly genius of a scientific man, come in their greedy, foolish, breeding swarms, hammering at our doors, threatening our lives, and spoiling our high adventures, and so have to be beaten off and killed like an invasion of rats or parasites. Yes, said Mr. Barnstable. Before men can come to Utopia, they must learn the way here. Utopia, I see, is only a home for those who have learnt the way. He paused and answered some of his own thoughts. When I have returned, he said, shall I begin to forget Utopia? Sungold smiled and said nothing. All my days the nostalgia of Utopia will distress me, and uphold you. I shall take up my earthly life at the point where I laid it down. But on earth I shall be a utopian, for I feel that having offered my service, and had it accepted, that I am no longer an outcast in Utopia. I belong. Remember, you may be killed. You may die in the trial. As it may happen. Well, brother! The friendly paw took Mr. Barnstable's and pressed it, and the deep eyes smiled. After you have returned and given us your sign, several of the other earthlings may also be sent back. Mr. Barnstable sat up. But, he gasped. His voice rose high in amazement. I thought they were hurled into the blank space of some outer universe and altogether destroyed. Several were killed. They killed themselves by rushing down the side of the old fortress in the outer darkness as the crag rotated. The men in leather. The man you call Longbarrow. Barrowlonger? Yes. And the man who shrugged his shoulders and said, What would you? The others came back as the rotation was completed late in the day, asphyxiated and frozen, but not dead. They have been restored to life, and we are puzzled now how to dispose of them. They are of no use whatever in this world. They encumber us. It is only too manifest, said Mr. Barnstable. The man you call Burley seems to be of some importance in your earthly affairs. We have searched his mind. His powers of belief are very small. He believes in very little but the life of a cultivated, wealthy gentleman who holds a position of modest distinction in the councils of a largely fictitious empire. It is doubtful if he will believe in the reality of any of this experience. We will make sure, anyhow, that he thinks it has been an imaginative dream. He will consider it too fantastic to talk about, because it is plain he is already very afraid of his imagination. He will find himself back in your world a few days after you reach it, and he will make his way to his own home unobtrusively. He will come next after you. You will see him reappear in political affairs, perhaps a little wiser. It might be well, said Mr. Barnstable. And what are the sounds of his name? Rupert Catskill. He too will return. Your world would miss him. Nothing will make him wiser, said Mr. Barnstable with conviction. Lady Stella will come? I'm glad she has escaped. She will say nothing about Utopia. She is very discreet. The priest is mad. His behavior has become offensive and obscene, and he is under restraint. What did he do? He made a number of aprons of black silk, and set out with them to attack our young people in an undignified manner. You can send him back, said Mr. Barnstable after reflection. But will your world allow that sort of thing? We call that sort of thing purity, said Mr. Barnstable. But of course, if you like to keep him. He shall come back, said Sungold. The others you can keep, said Mr. Barnstable. In fact, you will have to keep them. Nobody on earth will trouble about them very much. In our world, there are so many people that always a few are getting lost. As it is, returning even the few you propose to do may excite attention. Local people may begin to notice all these wanderers coming from nowhere in particular, and asking their way home upon the Maidenhead Road. They might give way under questions. You cannot send any more. Put the rest on an island, or something of that sort. I wish I could advise you to keep the priest also. But many people would miss him. They would suffer from suppressed purity, and begin to behave queerly. The pulpit of St. Barnabas satisfies a recognized craving. It will be quite easy to persuade him that Utopia is a dream and delusion. All priests believe that naturally, of all utopias. He will think of it, if he thinks of it at all, as, what would he call it? A moral nightmare. Part 2. Their business was finished, but Mr. Barnstable was loath to go. He looked Sungold in the eye and found something kindly there. You have told me all that I have to do, he said, and it is fully time that I went away from you, for any moment in your life is more precious than a day in mine. Yet because I am to go so soon and so obediently out of this vast and splendid world of yours back to my native disorders, I could find it in my heart to ask you to unbend if you could, to come down to me a little and tell me simply and plainly of the greater days and greater achievements that are now dawning upon this planet. You speak of your being able presently to go out of this Utopia to remote parts of your universe. That perplexes my mind. I am probably unfit to grasp that idea, but it is very important to me. It has been a belief in our world that at last there must be an end to life, because our sun and planets are cooling, and there seems no hope of escape from the little world upon which we have arisen. We were born with it, and we must die with it. That robbed many of us of hope and energy. For why should we work for progress in a world that must freeze and die? Sungold laughed. Your philosophers concluded too soon. He sprawled over the table towards his hearer and looked him earnestly in the face. Your earthly science has been going on for how long? 200, 300 years? Sungold held up 2 fingers. And men? How many men? A few hundred who mattered in each generation. We have gone for 3,000 years now, and 100 million good brains have been put like grapes into the wine press of science. And we know today how little we know. There is never an observation made, but 100 observations are missed in the making of it. There is never a measurement, but some impish truth mocks us and gets away from us in the margin of error. I know something of where your scientific men are. All power to the poor savages. Because I have studied the beginnings of our own science in the long past of Utopia. How can I express our distances? Since those days we have examined and tested and tried and retried a score of new ways of thinking about space, of which time is only a specialized form. We have forms of expression that we cannot get over to you, so that things that used to seem difficult and paradoxical to us, that probably seem hopelessly difficult and paradoxical to you, lose all their difficulty in our minds. It is hard to convey to you. We think in terms of a space in which the space and time system, in terms of which you think, is only a specialized case. So far as our feelings and instincts and daily habits go, we too live in another such system as you do. But not so far as our knowledge goes, not so far as our powers go. Our minds have exceeded our lives, as yours will. We are still flesh and blood, still hope and desire. We go to and fro and look up and down, but things that seemed remote are brought near. Things that were inaccessible bow down. Things that were insurmountable lie under the hollows of our hands. And do you not think that your race, nor for that matter ours, need ever perish? Perish? We've hardly begun. The old man spoke very earnestly. Unconsciously he parodied Newton. We are like little children who have been brought to the shores of a limitless ocean. All the knowledge we have gathered yet, in the few score generations since first we began to gather knowledge, is like a small handful of pebbles gathered upon the shore of that limitless ocean. Before us lies knowledge, endlessly, and we may take, and as we take, grow. We grow in power, we grow in courage, we renew our youth. For mark what I say, our worlds grow younger. The old generations of apes and sub-men before us had aged minds. Their narrow, reluctant wisdom was the meagre profit, hoarded and stale and sour, of innumerable lives. They dreaded new things. So bitterly did they value the bitterly won old. But to learn is at length to become young again, to be released, to begin afresh. Your world, compared to ours, is a world of unteachable, encrusted souls of bent and droning traditions, of hates and injuries, and such like unforgettable things.
End of Book 3, Chapter 3.
Chapter 16. Too soon the morning came when Mr. Barnstaple was to look his last upon the fair hills of Utopia, and face the great experiment to which he had given himself. He had been loath to sleep, and he had slept little that night, and in the early dawn he was abroad, wearing for the last time the sandals and the light white robe that had become his utopian costume. Presently he would have to struggle into socks and boots and trousers and collar, the strangest gear. It would choke him, he felt, and he stretched his bare arms to the sky and yawned and breathed his lungs full. The valley below still drowsed beneath a coverlet of fleecy mists. He turned his face uphill, the sooner to meet the sun. Never before had he been out among the utopian flowers at such an early hour. It was amusing to see how some of the great turnips still drooped asleep, and how many of the large blossoms were furled and hung. Many of the leaves, too, were wrapped up, as limp as new-hatched moths. The gossamer spiders had been busy, and everything was very wet with dew. A great tiger came upon him suddenly out of a side path and stared hard at him for some moments with round, yellow eyes. Perhaps it was trying to remember the forgotten instincts of its breed. Some way up the road he passed under a vermilion archway, and went up a flight of stone stairs that promised to bring him earlier to the crest. A number of friendly little birds, very gaily colored, flew about him for a time, and one perched impudently upon his shoulder, but when he put up his hand to caress it, it evaded him and flew away. He was still ascending the staircase when the sun rose. It was as if the hillside slipped off a veil of gray and blue and barred the golden beauty of its body. Mr. Barnstaple came to a landing place upon the staircase and stopped and stood very still, watching the sunrise search and quicken the brooding deeps of the valley below. Far away, like an arrow shot from east to west, appeared a line of dazzling brightness on the sea. Serenity, he murmured. Beauty, all the works of men, in perfect harmony, minds brought to harmony. According to his journalistic habit, he tried over phrases. An energetic peace, confusions dispersed, a world of spirits crystal clear. What was the use of words? For a time he stood quite still, listening, for from the slow slope above a lark had gone heavenward, sprang sweet notes. He tried to see that little speck of song, and was blinded by the brightening blue of the sky. Presently the lark came down and ceased. Utopia was silent, except for a burst of childish laughter somewhere on the hillside below. It dawned upon Mr. Barnstaple how peaceful was the utopian air in comparison with the tormented atmosphere of earth. Here was no yelping and howling of tired or irritated dogs, no braying, bellowing, squealing, and distressful outcries of uneasy beasts, no farmyard clamor, no shouts of anger, no barking and coughing, no sounds of hammering, beating, sawing, grinding, mechanical hooting, whistling, screaming, and the like. No clattering of distant trains, clanking of automobiles, or other ill-contrived mechanisms. The tiresome and ugly noises of many an unpleasant creature were heard no more. In Utopia, the ear, like the eye, was at peace. The air, which had once been a mud of felted noises, was now a purified silence. Such sounds as one heard lay upon like beautiful printing on a generous sheet of fine paper. His eyes returned to the landscape below as the last fleecy vestiges of mist dissolved away. Water tanks, roads, bridges, buildings, embankments, colonnades, groves, gardens, channels, cascades, and fountains grew multitudinously clear, framed under a branch of dark foliage from a white-stemmed tree that gripped a hold among the rocks at his side. 3,000 years ago, this was a world like ours. Think of it. In 100 generations, in 3,000 years, we might make our poor waste of an earth, jungle and desert, slag heap and slum, into another such heaven of beauty and power. Worlds there, similar, but not the same. If I could tell them what I have seen, suppose all men could have visited Utopia. They would not believe it if I told them. No, they would bray like asses at me and bark like dogs. They will have no world but their own world. It hurts them to think of any world but their own. Nothing can be done that has not been done already. To think otherwise would be humiliation, death, torture, futility, anything but humiliation. So they must sit among their weeds and excrement, scratching and nodding stagely at one another, hoping for a good dogfight, and to gloat upon pain and effort they do not share. Sure, that mankind stinks, and must always stink. That stinking is very pleasant indeed, and there is nothing new under the sun. His thoughts were diverted by two young girls who came running one after the other up the staircase. One was dark even to duskiness, and her hands were full of blue flowers. The other, who pursued her, was a year or so younger and golden fair. They were full of limitless excitement of young animals at play. The former one was so intent upon the other that she discovered Mr. Barnstaple with a squeak of surprise after she had got into his landing. She stared at him with a quick glance of inquiry, flashed into impudent roguery, flung two blue flowers in his face, and was off up the steps above. Her companion, intent on capture, flew by. They flickered up the staircase like two butterflies of buff and pink, halted far above, and came together for a momentary consultation about the stranger, waved hands at him, and vanished. Mr. Barnstaple returned their greeting and remained cheered. The viewpoint to which Lickness had directed Mr. Barnstaple stood out on the ridge between the great valley in which he had spent the last few days, and a wild and steep glen down which ran a torrent that was destined after some 100 of miles of winding to reach the river of the plain. The viewpoint was on the crest of a crag. It had been built out upon great brackets, so that it hung sheer over a bend in the torrent below. On the one hand was mountainous scenery and a rich of picturesque foam of green vegetation in the depths. On the other spread the broad garden spaces of a perfected landscape. For a time Mr. Barnstaple scrutinized this glen into which he looked for the first time, 500 feet or so below him, so that he felt he could have dropped a pebble upon its outstretched wings. A buzzard was soaring. Many of the trees below he thought must be fruit trees, but they were too far off to see distinctly. Here and there he would distinguish a footpath winding up among the trees and rocks, and among the green masses were little pavilions in which he knew the wayfarers might rest and make tea for himself and find biscuits and such like refreshments, and possibly a couch and a book. The whole world, he knew, was full of such summer houses and kindly shelters. After a time he went back to the side of this view place up which he had come and regarded the great valley that went out towards the sea. The word Pishka floated through his mind, for indeed below him was the promised land of human desires. Here at last established and secure were peace, power, health, happy activity, length of days, and beauty. All that we seek was found here, and every dream was realized. How long would it be yet? How many centuries or thousands of years before a man would be able to stand upon some high place on earth also, and see mankind triumphant and holy and forever at peace? He folded his arms under him upon the parapet and mused profoundly. There was no knowledge in this utopia of which earth had not the germs. There was no power used here the earthlings might not use here, but for ignorance and darkness and the spites of malice they permit, was earth today. Towards such a world as this utopia Mr. Barnstaple had been striving weakly all his life. If the experiment before him succeeded, if presently he found himself alive again on earth, it would still be towards utopia that his life would be directed, and he would not be alone. On earth there must be thousands, tens of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands, who are also struggling in their minds and acts to find a way of escape for themselves and for their children from the disorders and indignities of the age of confusion. Hundreds of thousands who wanted to put an end to wars and waste, to heal and educate and restore, to set up the banner of utopia over the shams and divisions that waste mankind. Yes, but we failed, said Mr. Barnstaple, and walked fretfully to and fro. Tens and hundreds of thousands of men and women, and we achieved so little. Perhaps every young man and every young woman has had some dream at least of serving and bettering the world, and we are scattered and wasted, and the old things and the foul things, customs, delusions, habits, tolerated treasons, base immediacies, triumph over us. He went to the parapet again, and stood with his foot on a seat, his elbow on his knee, and his chin in his hand, staring at the loveliness of this world he was to leave so soon. We could do it. And suddenly it was borne in upon Mr. Barnstaple that he belonged now soul and body to the revolution, to the great revolution that is afoot on earth, that marches and will never desist nor rest again until old earth is one city and Utopia set therein. He knew clearly that this revolution is life, and that all other living is a trafficking of life with death. And as this crystallized out in his mind, he knew instantly that so presently it would crystallize out in the minds of countless others, of those hundreds of thousands of men and women on earth whose minds are set towards Utopia. He stood there. They began walking to and fro. "We shall do it," he said. Earthly thought was barely awakened as yet to the task and the possibilities before mankind. All human history so far had been no more than the stirring of a sleeper, a gathering discontent, a rebellion against the limitations set upon life, the unintelligent protest of thwarted imaginations. All the conflicts and insurrections and revolutions that had ever been on earth were but indistinct preludes of the revolution that had still to come. When he had started out upon this fantastic holiday, Mr. Barnstaple realized he had been in a mood of depression. Earthly affairs had seemed utterly confused and hopeless to him. But now, with the viewpoint of Utopia achieved, and with his health renewed, he could see plainly enough how steadily men on earth were feeling their way now, failure after failure, towards the opening drive of the final revolution. He could see how men in his own lifetime had been struggling out of such entanglements as the lies of monarchy, the lies of dogmatic religion and dogmatic morality, towards public self-respect and cleanliness of mind and body. They struggled now also towards international charity and the liberation of their common economic life from a network of pretenses, dishonesty, and impostors. There is confusion in all struggles, retractions and defeats, but the whole effect, seen from the calm height of Utopia, was one of steadfast advance. There were blunders, there will be setbacks, because the force of revolution still worked in the twilight. The great effort and the great failure of the socialist movement to create a new state in the world had been contemporaneously with Mr. Barnstaple's life. Socialism had been the gospel of his boyhood. He had participated in its hopes, its doubts, its bitter internal conflicts. He had seen the movement losing sweetness and gathering force in the narrowness of the Marxist formula. He had seen it sacrifice its constructive power for militant intensity. In Russia, he had marked its ability to overthrow, its inability to plan or build. Like every liberal spirit in the world, he had shared the chill of Bolshevik presumption and Bolshevik failure. And for a time, it had seemed to him that his open bankruptcy of a great creative impulse was no less and no more than a victory for reaction, that it gave renewed life to all the shams, impostors, corruptions, traditional anarchies, and ascendancies that restrain and cripple human life. But now, from this high viewpoint in Utopia, he saw clearly that the phoenix of revolution flames down to ashes, only to be born again. While the noose is fitted round the teacher's neck, the youths are reading his teachings. Revolutions arise and die. The great revolution comes incessantly and inevitably. The time was near, and in what life was left to him, he himself might help to bring it near. And when the forces of that last and real revolution would work no longer in the twilight, but in the dawn, and the thousand sorts of men and women now far apart and unorganized and mutually antagonistic would be drawn together by the growth of a common vision of the world desired. The Marxist had wasted the forces of revolution for 50 years. He had had no vision. He had had only a condemnation for established things. He had estranged all scientific and able men by his pompous affectation of the scientific. He had terrified them by his intolerant orthodoxy. His delusion that all ideas are begotten by material circumstances had made him negligent of education and criticism. He had attempted to build social unity on hate and rejected every other driving force for the bitterness of class war. But now, in its days of doubt and exhaustion, vision was returning to socialism, and the dreary spectacle of a proletariat dictatorship gave way once more to Utopia, to the demand for a world fairly and righteously at peace, its resources husbanded and exploited for the common good, its every citizen freed not only from servitude but from ignorance, and its surplus energies directed steadfastly to the increase of knowledge and beauty. The attainment of that vision by more and more minds was a thing now no longer to be prevented. Earth would tread the path Utopia had trod. She too would weave law, duty, and education into a larger sanity than man had ever known. Men also would presently laugh at the things they had feared and brush aside the impostors that had overawed them and the absurdities that had tormented and crippled their lives. And, as this great revolution was achieved and earth wheeled into daylight, the burthen of human misery would lift, and courage oust sorrow from the hearts of men. Earth, which was now no more than a wilderness, sometimes horrible and at best picturesque, a wilderness intershaped with weedy scratchings for food and with hovels and slums and slag heaps, earth too would grow rich with loveliness, and fair as this great land was fair. The sons of earth, also purified from disease, sweet-minded and strong and beautiful, would go proudly about their conquered planet and lift their daring to the stars. Given the will, said Mr. Barnstaple, given only the will. From some distant place came the sound of a sweet-toned bell striking the hour. The time for the service to which he was dedicated was drawing near. He must descend and be taken to the place where the experiment was to be made. He took one last look at the glen, and then went back to the broad prospectus of the great valley, with its lakes and tanks and terraces, its groves and pavilions, its busy buildings and high viaducts, its wide slopes of sunlit cultivation, its universal gracious amenity. "Farewell, Utopia," he said, and was astonished to discover how deeply his emotions were stirred. "Dear dream of hope and loveliness, farewell!" He stood quite still in a mood of sorrowful deprivation too deep for tears. It seemed to him that the spirit of Utopia bent down over him like a goddess, friendly, adorable, and inaccessible. His very mind stood still. "Never," he whispered at last. "For me, except to serve? No." Presently he began to descend the steps that wound down from the viewpoint. For a time he noted little of things immediately about him. Then the scent of roses evaded his attention, and he found himself walking down a slanted pergola covered with great white roses, and very active with little green birds. He stopped short and stood looking up at the leaves, light saturated against the sky. He put up his hands and drew down one of the great blossoms until it touched his cheek. They took Mr. Barnstaple back by aeroplane to the point upon the glassy road where he had first come to Utopia. Likeness came with him, and Crystal, who was curious to see what would be done. A group of 20 or 30 people, including Sungold, awaited him. The ruined laboratory of Arden and Greenlake had been replaced by fresh buildings, and there were additional erections on the further side of the road, but Barnstaple could recognize quite clearly the place where Mr. Catskill had faced the leopard and where Mr. Burleigh had accosted him. Several new kinds of flowers were now out, but the blue blossoms that had charmed him on arrival still prevailed. His old car, the Yellow Peril, looking now the clumsiest piece of ironmongery conceivable, stood on the road. He went and examined it. It seemed to be in perfect order. It had been clearly oiled, and the petrol tank was full. In a little pavilion were his bag and all of his earthly clothes. They were very clean, and they had been folded and pressed, and he put them on. His shirt seemed a little tight across the chest, and his collar decidedly tight, and his coat cut him a little under the arms. Perhaps these garments had shrunken when they were disinfected. He packed his bag, and Crystal put him in the car for him. Sungold explained very simply all that Mr. Barnstaple had to do. Across the road, close by the restored laboratory, stretched a line as thin as gossamer. "Steer your car to that, and break it," he said. "That is all you have to do. Then take this red flower, put it down exactly where your wheel tracks show you have entered your own world." Mr. Barnstaple was left beside the car. The Utopians went back 20 or 30 yards and stood in a circle about him. For a few moments everyone was still. Mr. Barnstaple got into his car, started his engine, let it throb for a minute, and then put in the clutch. The yellow car began to move towards the line of gossamer. He made a gesture with one hand, which likeness answered. Sungold and others of the Utopians also made friendly movements, but Crystal was watching too intently for any gesture. "Goodbye, Crystal!" cried Mr. Barnstaple, and the boy responded with a start. Mr. Barnstaple accelerated, set his teeth, and, in spite of his will to keep them open, shut his eyes as he touched the gossamer line. Came that sense again of unendurable tension, and that sound like the snapping of a bowstring. He had an irresistible impulse to stop and go back. He took his foot from the accelerator, and the car seemed to fall a foot or so and stopped so heavily and suddenly that he was jerked forward against the steering wheel. The oppression lifted. He opened his eyes and looked about him. The car was standing in a field from which the hay had recently been carried. He was tilted on one side because of a roll in the ground. A hedge in which there was an open black gate separated this hayfield from the high road. Close at hand was a board advertisement of some Maidenhead hotel. On the far side of the road were level fields against the background of low wooded hills. Away to the left was a little inn. He turned his head and saw Windsor Castle in the remote distance, rising above poplar-studded meadows. It was not, as his Utopians had promised him, the exact spot of his departure from our earth, but it was certainly less than 100 yards away. He had sat still for some moments, mentally rehearsing what he had to do. Then he started the yellow peril again and drove it close up to the black gate. He got out and stood with his red flower in his hand. He had to go back to the exact spot at which he had re-entered this universe and put that flower down there. It would be quite easy to determine that point by the track the car had made in the stubble, but he felt an extraordinary reluctance to obey these instructions. He wanted to keep this flower. It was the last thing, the only thing he had now from that golden world, that and a sweet savor on his hands. It was extraordinary that he had brought no more than this with him. Why had he not brought a lot of flowers? Why had they given him nothing, no little thing, out of all their wealth and beauty? He wanted intensely to keep this flower. He was moved to substitute a spray of honeysuckle from the hedge close at hand. But then he remembered that would be infected stuff for them. He must do as he was told. He walked back along the track of his car to its beginning, stood for a moment hesitating, tore a single petal from that glowing bloom, and then laid down the rest of the great flower carefully in the very center of his track. The petal he put in his pocket. Then with a heavy heart he went back slowly to his car and stood beside it, watching the star of almost luminous red. His grief and emotion were very great. He was bitterly sorrowful now at having left Utopia. It was evident the great drought was still going on, for the fields and the hedges were more parched and brown than he had ever seen an English field before. Along the road lay a thin cloud of dust that passing cars continually renewed. This old world seemed to him to be so full of unlovely sights and sounds and odors already half forgotten. There was the honking of distant cars, the uproar of a train, a thirsty cow mourning its discomfort. There was the irritation of dust in his nostrils, and the smell of sweltering tar. There was barbed wire in the hedge nearby and along the top of the black gate, and horse dung and scraps of dirty paper at his feet. The lovely world from which he had been driven had shrunken now to a spot of shining scarlet. Something happened very quickly. It was as if a hand appeared for a moment and took the flower. In a moment it had gone. A little eddy of dust swirled, drifted, and sank. It was the end. At the thought of the traffic on the main road, Mr. Barnstaple stooped down so as to hide his face from the passer-byers. For some minutes he was unable to regain his self-control. He stood with his arm covering his face, leaning against the shabby brown hood of his car. At last this gust of sorrow came to an end, and he could get in again, start up the engine, and steer into the main road. He turned eastward, haphazard. He left the black gate open behind him. He went along very slowly, for as yet he had formed no idea of whithering he was going. He began to think that probably in this old world of ours he was being sought for as a person who had mysteriously disappeared. Someone might discover him, and he would become the focus of 1,000 impossible questions. That would be very tiresome and disagreeable. He had not thought of this in Utopia. In Utopia, it seemed quite possible that he could come back into Earth unobserved. Now on Earth, that confidence seemed foolish. He saw ahead of him the board of a modest tea-room. It occurred that he might alight there, see a newspaper, ask a discreet question or so, and find out what had been happening to the world, and whether he had indeed been missing. He found a table already laid for tea under the window. In the center of the room, a larger table bore an asportia, and a big green pot and a selection of papers, chiefly out-of-date illustrated papers, but there was also a copy of the morning's Daily Express. He seized upon this eagerly, fearful that he would find it full of the mysterious disappearance of Mr. Burleigh, Lord Barrington, Mr. Rupert Catskill, Mr. Hunker, Father Amerton, and Lady Stella, not to mention the lesser lights. Gradually, as he turned it over, his fears vanished. There was not a word about any of them. But surely, he protested to himself, now clinging to his idea, their friends must have missed them. He read through the whole paper. Of one only did he find mention, and that was the last name he would have expected to find. Mr. Freddie Mush, the Princess de Modena Francista. Prize for English literature had been given away to nobody in particular by Mr. Graceful Gloss, owing to the unavoidable absence of Mr. Freddie Mush abroad. The problem of why there had been no hue and cry for the others opened a vast field of worldly speculation of Mr. Barnstaple, in which he wandered for a time. His mind went back to that bright red blossom lying among the cut stems of the grass in the mown field, and to the hand that seemed to take it. With that, the door that had opened so marvelously between that stage and beautiful world and our own had closed again. Wonder took possession of Mr. Barnstaple's mind. That dear world of honesty and health was beyond the utmost boundaries of our space, utterly inaccessible to him now forevermore. And yet, as he had been told, it was but one of countless universes that move together in time, that lie against one another endlessly like the leaves of a book, and all of them are as nothing in the endless multitudes of systems and dimensions that surround them. Could I but rotate my arm out of the limits set to it, one of the Utopians had said to him, I could thrust it into 1,000 universes. A waitress with his teapot recalled him to mundane things. The meals served to him seemed tasteless and unclean. He drank the queer brew of the tea because he was thirsty, but he ate scarcely a mouthful. Presently, he chanced to put his hand in his pocket and touch something soft. He drew out the petal he had torn from the red flower. It had lost its glowing red, and as he held it out in the stuffy air of the room, it seemed to writhe as it shriveled and blackened. Its delicate scent gave place to a mawkish odor. Manifestly, he said, I should have expected this. He dropped the lump of decay on his plate, then picked it up again and thrust it into the soil in the pot of aspidaria. He took up the Daily Express again and turned it over, trying to recover his sense of this world's affairs. For a long time, Mr. Barnstaple meditated over the Daily Express in the tea-room at Colnbrook. His thoughts went far, so that presently the newspaper slipped to the ground unheeded. He roused himself with a sigh and called for his bill. Paying, he became aware of a pocket-book, still full of pound notes. This will be the cheapest holiday I have ever had, he thought. I've spent no money at all. He inquired for the post office, because he had a telegram to send. 2 hours later, he stopped outside the gate of his little villa at Sydenham. He set it open. The customary bit of stick with which he did this was in its usual place, and steered the yellow peril with the dexterity of use, and went past the curved flower bed to the door of his shed. Mrs. Barnstaple appeared in the porch. Alfred, you're back at last. Yes, I'm back. You got my telegram? 10 minutes ago. Where have you been all this time? It's more than a month. Oh, just drifting and dreaming. I've had a wonderful time. You ought to have written. You really ought to have written. You did, Alfred. I didn't bother. The doctor said I wasn't to bother. I told you. Is there any tea going? Where are the boys? The boys are out. Let me make you some fresh tea. She did so, and came and sat down in the cane chair in front of him and the tea table. I am glad to have you back, though. I could scold you. You look wonderfully well, she said. I've never seen your skin so clear and brown. I've been in good air all the time. Did you get to the lakes? Not quite. It's been good air everywhere, healthy air. You never got lost? Never. I had ideas of you getting lost, losing your memory. Such things happen. You didn't? My memory's as bright as a jewel. But where did you go? I just wandered and dreamt, lost in a daydream. Often I didn't ask the name of the place where I was staying. I stayed in one place and then in another. I never asked their names. I left my mind passive, quite passive. I've had a tremendous rest from everything. I've hardly given a thought to politics or money or social questions, at least the sort of thing we call social questions, and any of these worries since I started. Is that this week's Liberal? He took it, turned it over, and at last tossed it on the sofa. Poor old Peeve, he said. Of course I must leave that paper. He's like wallpaper on it. A damp wall, just blotches and rustles and fails to stick. Gives me mental rheumatics. Mrs. Barnstaple stared at him doubtfully. But I always thought the Liberal was such a safe job. I don't want a safe job now. I can do better. There's other work for me. Don't you worry. I can take hold of things surely enough after this rest. How are the boys? I'm a little anxious about Frankie. Mr. Barnstaple had picked up the Times. An odd advertisement in the agony column had caught his eye. It ran, Cecil, your absence excitingly remark. Would like to know what you wish us to tell people. Write fully Scotch address. Die ill with worry. All instructions will be followed. I beg your pardon, my dear, he said, putting the paper aside. I was saying that he doesn't seem to be settling down to business. He doesn't like it. I wish you could have a talk with him. He's fretting because he doesn't know enough. He says he wants to be a science student at the Polytech and go on learning things. Well, he can. Sensible boy. I didn't think he had it in him. I meant to have a talk to him, but this meets me halfway. Certainly he shall study science. But the boy has to earn a living. That will come. If he wants to study science, he shall. Mr. Barnstaple spoke in a tone that was altogether new to Mrs. Barnstaple, a tone of immediate, quiet, and assured determination. It surprised her still more that he should use this tone without seeming to be aware that he had used it. He bit his slice of bread and butter, and she could see that something in the taste surprised and displeased him. He glanced doubtfully at the remnant of the slice in his hand. Of course, he said. London butter, 3 days' wear, left about. Funny how quickly one's tastes alter. He picked up the Times again and ran his eyes over its columns. This world is really very childish, he said. Very. I had forgotten. Imaginary Bolshevik plots, Sinn Féin proclamations, the Prince, Poland, obvious lies about the Chinese, obvious lies about Egypt, people pulling Wickham Steed's leg, sham pious articles about Trinity Sunday, the Hitchin murder, rather a nasty one, the Pomfret Rembrandt insurance, letter from indignant peer about death duties, dreary sport, boating, tennis, schoolboy cricket, collapse of Harrow, as though such things were of the slightest importance. How silly it is, all of it. It's like coming back to the quarrels of servants and the chatter of children. He found Mrs. Barnstaple regarding him intently. I haven't seen a paper from the day I started until this morning, he explained. He put down the paper and stood up. For some minutes, Mrs. Barnstaple had been doubting whether she was not the victim of an absurd hallucination. Now she realized that she was in the presence of the most amazing fact she had ever observed. Yes, she said, it is so. Don't move. Keep like that. I know it sounds ridiculous, Alfred, but you've grown taller. It's not simply that your stoop has gone. You have grown. 2 or 3 inches. Mr. Barnstaple stared at her, and then held out his arm. Certainly he was showing an unusual length of wrist. He tried to judge whether his trousers had also the same grown-out-of look. Mrs. Barnstaple came up to him almost respectfully. She stood beside him and put her shoulder against his arm. "Your shoulder used to be exactly level with mine," she said. "See where we are now?" She looked up into his eyes, as though she was very glad indeed to have him back with her. But Mr. Barnstaple remained lost in thought. "It must be the extreme freshness of the air. I have been in some wonderful air, wonderful. But at my age to have grown, and I feel as though I have grown inside and out, mind and body." Mrs. Barnstaple presently began to put the tea things together for removal. "You seem to have avoided the big towns." "I did." "And kept to the country roads and lanes?" "Practically. It was all new country to me, beautiful, wonderful." His wife still watched him. "You must take me there some day," she said. "I can see that it has done you a world of good." End of chapter 16. End of Men Like Gods by H.G. Wells.